Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 61. Open black lens bracket 9-layered abyss close black lens bracket entrance. The crowd suddenly burst into roaring cheers. And Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. His previous worries vanished, and his face showed endless ecstasy. He lost the solemnity and calmness of the past, but madly patted Yu Jilin on the back next to him. It's over. Xiao Yu has passed the 200th floor. After Luo Chanu entered the 180th floor, the pace of progress suddenly slowed down a lot. He was also worried about whether Luo Chanu was dying. At almost the same time, Luo Chanu and Wu Dao stepped into the shackles of the 200th floor together. However, what people didn't expect was that the 200th floor guard boss, the 6th level abyssal 3-headed dragon, was quickly killed, and Luo Chanu stayed on the 200th floor for less than 2 minutes. How could this not make him excited? Ha ha ha, this guy is really a treasure from Longshan number 1 middle school. As long as Luo Chanu is stronger, the more famous Longshan number 1 middle school will be, and the more educational resources will be obtained. As a school principal, teaching and educating people is the greatest achievement. Yu Jilin coughed loudly. Principal, if you keep filming like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. And Chen laughed and patted it hard. Yu Jilin also laughed. The eyes of the two turned to the direction of Wang Ziquan at the same time. I saw a smile on his face, but the evil in his eyes could not escape their eyes. Luo Chanu stood proudly in front of a canyon. The front was pitch black, echoing the black clouds in the sky. At first glance, it looks like the mouth of the abyss of a giant beast. After several hours of hard work, he finally reached the 201st floor, and the canyon in front of him was his next target. Open black lens bracket 9 layers abyss 201st floor close black lens bracket. Objective: enter the abyss to save the lost expedition 0/1. Scenario restriction: no medicine can be used in this scenario. Time limit: 60 minutes. Reward: 9 abyss points plus 100. Lose: 147. Lose the qualification to challenge. 9 layered abyss points appeared as early as the boss level on the 150th floor. You can open the exchange interface after the final settlement to exchange for various equipment, skills, treasures, etc. Dong Xuanmo once said that the 9-layered abyss can be exchanged for divine weapons. The premise is that you have to clear the 350th floor to see it. However, even if it is as strong as Dong Xuanmo, there are not enough 9 abyss points to exchange for the divine weapon. Artifact. Too far away. While waiting for the countdown, Luo Chanu laughed when he thought of the previous battle. The harvest was really beyond his expectations. The most intuitive is the level. Now, he is already LV.38, and in just 2 hours, he has already risen to level 17, and the speed is astounding. Ordinary occupations with rank 2, the growth is still not high. The sum of the attributes of each level is only 21 points, which is 3 times the initial value. But these are small issues. Black Dragon Totem and Permanent Attribute Potion are the big ones for improving attributes. The former has 5 full stats per level, for a total of 320 full stats. The latter depends on luck, but his luck is really good. Basically, all 4 types of attribute potions have been eaten at grade A, and they are almost full. A total of 990 points of all attributes. Coupled with the increase in percentage, the attributes have also become extremely terrifying. 4495. Open black lens bracket physique. 5926 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agility. 4322 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit. 4319 close black lens bracket. 9 layered abyss points. 880. In addition to attributes, the biggest gain is the guard boss that only appears every 50 layers. After completing each post-challenge, you will get a book of special anti-war skills and a bottle of permanent all-attribute potion. Block counterattack Tier 3 anti-injury shield Tier 3 attack stance Tier 4 destruction strike Tier 5. Except for anti-injury shield, nothing else is repeated. Luo Chanu couldn't wait to learn them. Block counterattack was beaten by steel shield and then was disliked and threw it to fortitude and unyielding to fuse. This also resulted in more block effects in the stacking attribute of fortitude and unyielding with a cap of 25%, and each time a passive block was successful, it would counterattack the target, causing 120% physical damage and causing a certain amount of hatred. On top of that, shields can also trigger passive blocks. This hand evolution really shocked him. Very practical. Attack stance is very interesting and automatically joins the arms of defensive stance. The two smells like each other, and turned into a new skill battle stance which can be switched between defense stance and attack stance at will. Does not occupy the cooldown time of the opponent's skills. As for the 5th order destruction strike, it takes 3 turns to learn. And, since wearing the abyss ring with the existence of resurrection, the character of the reckless man is vividly reflected. All kinds of mindless attacks. The advancing speed remains the same, but this also causes him to waste a lot of shield value. Therefore, in order to stack the shield value, it was only after 180 layers that it stabilized and slowed down the pace. Finding someone. It's really annoying, isn't it bad to keep fighting monsters? As the countdown ends, Luo Chanu pouted and walked towards the entrance of the dark abyss canyon. The strong wind howled, blocking his progress. Feeling the vibration from the shield value, Luo Chanu was surprised. These winds hurt. The damage is not high, but it does exist. But compared to his shield value of more than 90 million, it was only a drop in the bucket. Gaze around. Due to the existence of the black fog, his vision was compressed by his eyes. Haha, it's not like I haven't played games before. It's no wonder that the goal of this kind of quest to find someone is not in the deepest part of the abyss. Luo Chanu was full of confidence and walked towards the depths. Whoosh! Before he took a few steps, a fierce black arrow swiftly struck him. I saw Luo Chanu turn slightly sideways, dodging the attack of the black arrows. But the black arrow seemed to be equipped with an auto-navigation function, and one turned its head and continued to shoot Luo Chanu's back. By surprise, a roar sounded. True damage 2500. Interesting. Luo Chanu felt the power of the black arrows, did not panic at all, and rushed towards the direction of the arrows. After carrying 2 arrows, a monster appeared in his sight. The skin is like an elf's like black pearls. At this moment, the black elf had no expression on his face. A pair of scarlet eyes were staring at Luo Chanu, and he was aiming with a dark green bow and arrow. It turned out to be the dark elves. This is not the first time Luo Chanu has encountered a dark elf. When he was over 150 levels before, it was this kind of monster that guarded the gate. It really caused him a lot of trouble. Their speed is very fast, their attack power is also very strong, and the arrows also carry real damage, but their health and defense are not so prominent. So, it's just a hassle. No more wasting time. Although the dark elf skills in front of him were somewhat different from those he had seen before, he was too lazy to waste brain cells. Savage charge. The body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom. -803.275. An ordinary collision, but an astonishing amount of damage broke out. And how could an agile monster like a dark elf stop such an explosion, and it was directly knocked out and vanished in a puff of air. Ding, you killed the level 60 difficult elite monster, Shadow of the Abyss Dark Elf Shooter, and gained 520,000 experience points. Ding, if you kill the elite monster, the 9-layer Abyss points plus 20 points. Luo Chanu, after the mode is changed, monsters will drop experience points and even points. This is something he didn't expect. No wonder the mission rewards are only 9 layers of Abyss points, but no experience. In this case, it's actually very good, but it's a pity that there are no dropped items. Luo Chanu murmured, looking towards the direction where the dark elves appeared, and a dark cave came into view. At this time, more dark elves rushed out of it. They don't only have bows and arrows in their hands, but all kinds of weapons. Luo Chanu was like a ferocious beast coming out of the cage. Using his explosive power, he rushed towards the dark elf. A big blue sword swung by him was airtight. A sword hits the target. Terrible group injuries emerged, killing a group of people in seconds. Ding, you killed a level 60 difficult common monster, Dark Elf Assassin, and gained 7,800 experience points. Ding, you kill ordinary monsters, 9 layers Abyss points plus points. Ding, you have gained 520,000 experience points by killing a level 60 difficult elite monster, Shadow of the Abyss Dark Elf Swordsman. Ding, if you kill the elite monster, the 9-layer Abyss points plus 20 points. There were not many dark elves, and they were quickly killed by Luo Chanu. Immediately, he walked quickly into the deep cave. Sure enough, a decadent middle-aged man was imprisoned in the dark iron cage inside the cave, his face covered with dirt, and he was in a state of embarrassment. Perhaps because of the sound of different footsteps, the decadent middle-aged man slowly raised his head, and when he saw Luo Chanu holding a big blue sword, his eyes froze. That figure is really impressive. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and asked softly, are you an adventurer? Adventurer. It was also the first time for Chen Yu to meet an NPC, so he couldn't help being taken aback, then smiled and said, are you from the Expeditionary Army? The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. You are finally here, save me quickly. After Luo Chanu pondered for a while, he came to the iron cage and said, what benefits can I get if I save you? The middle-aged man was speechless, spread his hands, and said, you have seen my situation, I am penniless, and everything on my body has been scraped clean by those elves. But when he saw Luo Chanu's ferocious expression, he quickly changed his words, just let me out, and give you all the information I found in the gap in the abyss. Speak now. Luo Chanu felt a little regretful, but he didn't want to give up the wool. Don't worry, I mean what I say and I won't cheat you. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, okay. Along with the narration of the middle-aged man, Luo Chanu also learned about the situation in the gap in the abyss, perhaps the background of the trial. 9 layers of abyss. After passing the 200th floor, there is a plot mode about the abyss. After so many years, the exposed plots have not been repeated. Therefore, if he can get some information, it will be easier for the follow-up advancement. According to the introduction, the middle-aged man was a spy of the Expeditionary Army, responsible for investigating the intelligence of the Abyss Gap. When they were retreating, their team was attacked by dark elves. Except for him who was captured, everyone else died in the battle. Gap in the Abyss. Countless abyssal races gathered and established a camp in the deepest part. The big man of the Expeditionary Army speculated that the Abyss wanted to invade their world, and these races were the vanguard. In addition to these background information, the most important thing is a safe route that can go directly to the vanguard camp. And that's all. Yes, this is the information we have obtained through our best efforts. The atmosphere inside the camp is terrifying, and we dare not go in at all. Luo Chanu thought for a moment, then slashed at the pitch-black iron cage with a sword. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the chains on the iron cage were chopped into pieces. Ding! You have completed the 9 Abyss 200th level challenge, the 9 Abyss points plus 100. Ding! The challenge goal of the 202nd floor, escort the expeditionary force to safely leave the gap in the abyss. Quote. Escort. This kind of task is very troublesome, at least he doesn't want to do it, but he has to. Let's go, I'll take you out. Hearing this sentence, the big man of the Expeditionary Army was obviously taken aback, followed by endless ecstasy. Thank you. He didn't refuse, got out of the iron cage, and followed behind Luo Chanu. Open black lens bracket 9 layered abyss close black lens bracket entrance. Basically, everyone sighed when they saw the sudden appearance. The 200 floor challenge failed. At this time, Wu Dao stood there in a daze, with endless disappointment and a trace of luck revealed on his face. The challenge of 9 layers of abyss will not be like the novice dungeon, where death is real death. When the boss broke out, he had already exhausted his means, and it was impossible to bear it. Past. Therefore, he simply chose to leave. At least, if you can see the boss on the 200th floor, you will have no regrets. Immediately, he noticed the countless onlookers in his line of sight, and was slightly taken aback. So many people greeted me. Wu Dao straightened out the wrinkled clothes, with a sunny and confident smile on his face, and waved to the crowd. However, what the hell, the genius of the God of War Academy, that's it. You can't get past the 200th floor, not even this year's students. This result is actually not bad, at least you can touch the 200th floor boss. Look at Luo Chanu, He left the 200th floor in less than 2 minutes, and it must have taken less than 1 minute to kill the boss. No harm without contrast. Wu Dao's smile froze immediately at the voice that came from his ear. What with what? Can't get past 200 floors. Single-handedly challenge the level 60 nightmare boss, why don't you try it? It's like standing and talking without back pain. What the hell, killed the boss in less than 2 minutes and left the 200th floor. Also what this year's students. Just kidding, even a 7th order powerhouse may not be able to do it. Moreover, before he entered, no one had challenged 9 layers of abyss in 1.8. With his speed, how could professionals of the same level be faster than him? Tay, 012311121134033181. Wu Dao turned his head slightly and looked towards the entrance of 9 layers abyss. The black vortex is still there. In other words, there are still people who are challenging. Immediately, his eyes were fixed, and a red dot was still in the center of the vortex, which was the position where he started to challenge the first plot. How is this possible? How did he get past the 200th floor boss? Could it be an SS level or even an SSS level hidden job? Just when Wu Dao was in a daze, Wang Ziquan had already come to his side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Student, congratulations on reaching the 200th floor, the next session of the Student Union." Long, it must be you. Wu Dao trembled all over, and his lost mood eased. Senior Ziquan, I still haven't passed the 200th floor, let you down. Disappointed, Wang Ziquan shook his head with a smile, and said, "You did a great job. It's too late for me to be happy for you. How can you be disappointed?" Perhaps, because of the power of idols. Wu Dao recovered from the loss, and asked seriously, "Who is challenging inside? Could it be Mo Wang from the Imperial Academy?" In his impression, only Mo Wang, who was the champion of Xuanlong Kingdom last year and got stuck in the SSS advanced task, had such strength to pass the 200th floor. No, Wang Ziquan shook his head, he is a student of Longshan number 1 middle school this year, Luo Chanu. What, he just changed jobs. Wu Dao was stiff all over. He actually lost to a student who had just changed his job. How is this possible? In order to challenge 9 layers of abyss, he prepared a lot and gave up a lot, but was defeated by a cute new. This sense of gap completely collapsed his inner line of defense. Don't worry about it too much. Wang Ziquan sighed faintly, patted Wu Dao on the shoulder, and said, "It is said that he has a divine weapon." After solving a few dark elves that blocked the way, the expedition force big man was safely sent out of the abyss. Before leaving, the expedition army big man said solemnly, "Don't go to the abyss camp alone, I feel the power of the devil, from that breath, I will report the matter when I go back, and the general will decide." Quote. After speaking, the big man of the expedition army left without looking back. Seeing him like this, Luo Chanu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Magic. Is it demonic? I had seen this thing with Yu Jilin the night before when they were out of the city. In addition to being relatively strong, it also left an impression on him with its jet black body. Hehe, if you don't want to go, I won't go. The corners of Luo Chanu's mouth raised a certain arc, and his eyes focused on the information panel in front of him. B. Open black lens bracket 9 layered abyss 203rd floor close black lens bracket. Goal. Collect the shadows of dark elves and kill 100 dark elves 27 100ths. Scenario restriction. No medicine can be used in this scenario. Time limit. 60 minutes. Reward. 9 abyss points plus 100. Failure. Disqualified from the challenge. Unexpectedly, the dark elves killed before are also included in the mission objectives. That's it. Find the monster, kill it. Not only can you complete the mission objectives, but you can also brush the 9-layer abyss points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The gap in the abyss is not a wasteland. The terrain is a bit like Longyuan Valley, which not only has mountains and rivers, but also lush jungles and strong winds everywhere. The strong wind can cause damage, but it has no threat to Luo Chanu. From the entrance, he carried out a carpet-like search, trying not to miss a single monster. After encountering a monster, 3 hits and 5 divides 2, taking out the big sword as an output. Even if he was ambushed by a large wave of dark elves, and the rain of arrows in the sky was mixed with countless real damage, he was not afraid at all. Abyss Demon Realm has Attack Vampire. Heart of Time and Space also has passive blood recovery, plus the recovery of 2 skills. His blood volume has always been in a state of full blood. It's a pity that the shield is not so strong, not only did not stack more, but was worn by millions. The remote monster is really troublesome. Now he only has 1 dashing skill, and if he wants to quickly kill those old sixths who are hiding in the dark, he has to waste 12 points. Originally Luo Chanu wanted to burn the entire jungle. However, ordinary fire has no effect at all in the abyss. So we can only obediently use a few shields to bomb continuously. Time just disappeared little by little. More than 2 hours passed. Ding, you killed the level 62 Nightmare Ordinary Monster, Abyss Demon, and gained 9800 experience points. Ding, if you kill ordinary monsters, the 9-layer Abyss points plus 2 points. Ding, you killed the level 62 Nightmare Ordinary Monster, Abyss Demon Tiger, to gain 9900 experience points. Ding, if you kill ordinary monsters, the 9-layer Abyss points plus 2 points. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, and the current level is LV.40. Ding, automatically comprehend the second turn 40 passive skill, Blood Filling. Since you have already learned the same type of skill, this skill is converted into special skill energy, which is absorbed by the Goddess of Life's Asylum. Ding, your skill, Sanctuary of the Goddess of Life, absorbs enough skill energy to raise the level to LV.4. Luo Chanu. Unexpectedly, the expected comprehension skill overlapped with Blood Rage and was transformed into special skill energy. It's cheap, Shelter of the Goddess of Life. He had never heard of this kind of bizarre thing, and it was probably the product of his skill mutation. You can improve your skill level without comprehending it yourself. How many people dream of ability? Luo Chanu is also looking forward to when Shelter of the Goddess of Life will be completely transformed. After 2 hours of hard work, he had completed the goal of the 237th floor. The speed is incomparable to before. However, at this moment, he has seen the shadow of the Abyss camp. That is to say, the final battle of the Abyss is about to begin. There is a story on the 50th floor. As long as you clear the story, you will get a lot of 9 Abyss points, and you can also unlock special exchange items. Let's go. 9-layered Abyss at the entrance. Many of the onlookers have already returned to Longshan City. If they wait until it gets dark, even if there are so many bigwigs here, the crisis of the night is still everywhere. But there are always some people who are not afraid of death. Like the reporters, and those college admissions teachers, and some real melon eaters. They all want to witness the final outcome, or see Luo Chanu come out of that 9-layered abyss or fall into that 9-layered abyss. Lao Shu, you can go back too, I'm here to make sure he's all right. And Chen didn't know where the stool came from, so he sat swaggeringly and looked at the white-haired old man beside him. Lao Shu took a deep look at the red dot in the whirlpool. Nodding his head, he said, "It is indeed possible to go back, I will only be doing a disservice by staying here." Ha ha ha, you really have self-knowledge. And Chen smiled slightly and said softly, "Perhaps, tomorrow we will be able to sleep peacefully." Safe. We've never slept soundly. Lao Shu squinted at the middle-aged man in black next to Wang Ziquan in the distance, and said, "The war in the north is so tight, and there is no more energy from above to manage our small cities, so everything depends on us. If Yinmin is the mayor, it will be difficult for Longshan City. Don't worry, I have already arranged that matter, but that little guy Luo Chanu. You can only make him feel wrong temporarily, and try to make up for him when the matter is over. Go, be safe on the road." And Chen stood up and looked at the person beside him, and said, "Jilin, send Lao Shu off." "No. That's hard work, teacher you." Lao Shu got up and left, and the sound insulation barrier dissipated. The other side. When the middle-aged man in black saw Lao Shu get up and leave, an imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he also stood up and said to Wang Ziquan, "I'll go back first to maintain the order here." Wang Ziquan caught a glimpse of Lao Shu's back and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Uncle Yin, my dad brought all the combatants of the Adventure Guild to ensure that everything is safe." 21. Ha ha. Yin Man nodded to Wang Meng, who was not far away, and then led people away. Hot afternoon. There seemed to be a cloud of clouds in the sky, shrouding the entire Longshan City in it. Opening square bracket. 012311112113403341. Open black lens bracket 9 layered abyss close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu stood in the jungle, overlooking the heavily guarded abyss camp in the distance. Wait, someone. After just thinking about it for a moment, he gave up what he thought. The target was reached on the 240th floor, assisting the expeditionary force to break through the gate of the abyss pioneer camp. Assist. Didn't he say let him be a jerk? He is not a thin dog. A real man is going to be fierce. Not fierce. How to get 9-layer abyss points, how to get to the ultimate artifact. Luo Chanu left the jungle, carrying the dark sword, and slowly walked towards the abyss camp. Debut after 2.5 days of defense, a strong attack. Beep beep. A strange alarm sounded, and countless dark elf archers appeared on the simple stone wall of the camp, raising their bows and arrows, pointing to the enemy. The black ground in front of the gate began to surge like a tide, and countless black little devils crawled out of it, waiting for them. Subsequently, a roar sounded, and 2 huge ugly heads emerged from the stone wall. Just for a moment, the front of the abyss camp is easily occupied by countless abyss races, 2-headed ogres, dark ghosts, nightmare beasts, abyss demons. Ha ha ha. Luo Chanu laughed wildly, the blue sword slowly lowered, and pointed diagonally to the ground. Blood is starting to heat up. That's what a real man should do. Kill. One person faces the endless abyss army. Accelerate and charge without hesitation. When approaching a distance of 100 meters, Savage Charge is activated, and the speed is instantly increased countless times. In an instant, he passed through countless black arrows and came to the group of monsters in the abyss. Steel Shield exploded, clearing out the low-level black little demons, but before Luo Chanu could move, the black ground flipped again, and another group of little demons appeared and surrounded him. Luo Chanu vigorously swung the blue sword. With a sword, the little black demon fell in pieces. He completely turned off the information on killing ordinary monsters and focused on attacking. Whether it was a low-level black demon or other melee abyss monsters, they couldn't stop Luo Chanu's sword's might. With the normal attack of Blade Storm, under the blessing of the infinite shield, the damage directly explodes the table. The reason why he just broke into the abyss camp alone. The main reason is the confidence brought by the infinite shield. If something goes wrong, it will directly bombard hundreds of millions of shields. Fight, kill, that's what he wants now. In the distance, the 2 heads of the 2-headed ogre looked at each other and roared one after another, raising the bone stick in their hands towards Luo Chanu. During the march, the little devil and the abyss demon who were blocking the way were all kicked away by it. The bone rod fell from the sky and smashed towards Luo Chanu viciously. Boom! A huge crash sounded. Luo Chanu's body stood still, not moving at all, but the 2-headed ogre almost couldn't hold the bone stick in his hand, and a huge counter-injury appeared on the top of his head. The little abyss boss dares to come out and show his ugliness. The second sneer. Immediately, he jumped up and slashed the knee of the 2-headed ogre with a sword. Ahem. Although it's not a weakness, the terrifying damage came out, directly smashing the knee of the 2-headed ogre. Boom! The 2-headed ogre fell, with a horrified expression on both heads. Such a terrifying energy can burst out of a small human being. Break out, Luo Chanu said disdainfully, this is just a small ordinary attack. When the 2-headed ogre fell down, Luo Chanu had already stepped on his body and slashed at the 2-headed ogre's chest with a sword. He had also killed an ordinary 2-headed ogre before, and cutting off his head would not kill him directly. And its weakness is in the heart. Roar! The 2-headed ogre was startled, and the body confessed that black energy suddenly appeared, which instantly transformed into a pitch-black energy shield. Pato! This is also useless. Under Luo Chanu's tens of millions of injuries, the black shield shattered. But it was only this shield that gave the 2-headed ogre a chance to breathe. The bone rod swept across, hitting Luo Chanu's body. Ha ha! When Luo Chanu fell, he felt the strong wind blow, a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Savage Charge. The target, again, is the chest of the 2-headed ogre. You have another shield. How could the stunned 2-headed ogre have another shield? Accompanied by Luo Chanu's sword cut down. Ding! you killed the level 65 Abyss boss, Abyss double-headed ogre, and gained 25.7 million experience points. Ding, you kill the Abyss boss, and the 9-layer Abyss points plus 1000 points. Before Luo Chanu was happy, a crisp sound came from his ear. When the Great Sword of Darkness shattered. The high-intensity battle finally made this S-rank Great Sword lose all its durability and come to an end. Pity. Luo Chanu secretly said that it was a pity, and put the hilt into the space backpack and stored it well. After all, this was a gift from Yi Xingtong to him. The boss died, and the mobs were still in an endless stream, and the attack did not stop at all. Hehe, it doesn't matter even if this piece of equipment is broken, Yu Tianbi will die today. In order to pay homage to the dead darkness, Luo Chanu attacked the Abyss magician who was condensing magic not far away with his bare hands. One punch. It's a corpse. No, the corpses were blasted into scum. The super endurance and terrifying damage make Luo Chanu a veritable war machine. As long as he doesn't lose 197 seconds, he can keep fighting. But, just based on their real damage, Luo Chanu's blood volume of more than 100,000 could not be shaken at all. Step by step, Luo Chanu stepped on the black land and walked towards the gate of the Abyss Pioneer Camp. The Abyss Pioneer Camp, the dark throne in the middle of the square, is very conspicuous. On the throne, a black humanoid figure sat lazily, shaking with an unknown beast horn cup in his hand. Interesting human beings can actually kill that waste-ike in the illusory land. So fierce, this general likes it. Talking room. He stood up slowly, waved his hand, and two black shadows appeared next to the throne, crawling on the ground. You don't shoot. The black figure held the beast horn cup and laughed wildly, revealing white teeth, which was very bright in the dark. I hope you can make this general enjoy himself later, giggling. Boom, boom, boom. With one punch, Luo Chanu bombarded the gate frantically. The door's durability is rapidly decreasing. The black door didn't last long before it shattered. Luo Chanu looked through the hole, but the sight in front of him made him frown. In the camp, countless black mists dispersed, like an endless abyss. Dark depths. Countless scarlet eyes suddenly appeared, staring in the darkness. So many. Grandpa likes it so much. Luo Chanu murmured, and there was a reminder of the completion of the goal in front of him. Ding, you overcompleted the 240th floor challenge of that 9-layered abyss and the 9-layered abyss points plus 5000. And this, just the beginning. Ding, you complete that 9-layered abyss 241st challenge, and the 9-layered abyss points plus 1200. Ding, you complete that 9-layered abyss challenge on the 242nd floor, and the 9-layered abyss points plus 1300. Ding, you complete that 9-layered abyss 248th floor challenge, and the 9-layered abyss points plus 1900. Luo stunned speechless Chen Yu. After killing so many monsters, I didn't expect to make the progress of 9 layers abyss jump to the 248th floor. In other words, now this plot only has the last 2 goals left. Next moment, the 249th floor target appears. The United Expeditionary Force defeated Demon Flesh, Fierce Shaw, and Demon Fowl, Evil Shaw. The 2 targets should be the masters of those 2 pairs of the most vicious eyes. After waiting a few seconds, Luo Chanu slowly stepped into the Abyss Pioneer Camp. Immediately, he shouted loudly, "Is it a little rude to not even turn on the lights when guests come?" Original joke. Unexpectedly, Luo Chanu's voice fell, and countless flames lit up around, illuminating the entire Pioneer Camp. Followed, a charming female voice came from the throne in the middle of the square. "Human, tell your sister your name." Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. This was the 3rd voice he heard in that 9-layered abyss. "Who are you?" Luo Chanu was full of vigilance, but his body moved forward slowly. Step by step, every time he took a step, he was observing the 3 black shadows, Magic Vile Fierce, Magic Fiend Evil, and the female demon lie on the throne. They didn't move, and those abyssal monsters of various shapes did not move. When Luo Chanu came more than 10 meters in front of those monsters, the female voice sounded again. He. You come here, my sister will tell you when you come over." The ultimate alluring sound. Luo Chanu's eyes suddenly became blurred, and he slowly stepped forward with his legs open. And those monsters also consciously stepped back to make way for a passage. As time passed by every minute and every second, Luo Chanu slowly came under the throne. His eyes became misty, as if he was confused by the female devil's dirty eyes. Involuntarily set foot on the stairs to the throne. Yes, yes, yes. Come to my sister's arms, my sister will give you warmth. Whispering sounded in his ears. Streams of black air gushed out from behind the female demon, transformed into a pair of big hands, and quietly climbed onto Luo Chanu's chest. He, what a strong body. My sister hasn't tasted it for a long time. Talking room. The female demon dirty sticks out her scarlet tongue and licks her lips. However, next moment, Luo Chanu's eyes suddenly burst into a white light, and his body also turned into an afterimage, disappearing on the steps. Giggle. The female devil's obscene and charming laughter sounded. With this trick, I still want to sneak attack on my sister, the little guy is so naughty. Only now did Luo Chanu realize that he was being held tightly by those big black hands. 100 Trials Bronze, Savage Charge, has been cracked. B. His purpose has been achieved. Open black lens bracket brutal charge close black lens bracket. Although it didn't cause any effect, the buff that doubles the damage of the next attack has already appeared. The corner of the mouth raised slightly, since my sister is so enthusiastic. Grandpa, I will give you a big gift. After finishing speaking, another steel shield appeared on him. Follow. He spit out lightly. Explosion. With the voice of Luo Chanu. A black mushroom cloud rose in the Abyss Pioneer camp. The terrifying explosion sound resounded throughout the gap in the abyss. The berserk energy began to spread to the surroundings, and the gust of wind blew up countless black soil. Even the jungle thousands of meters away was trembling under the gust of wind. Luo Chanu looked at everything around him dumbfounded. He found, there are no longer any monsters around, and I am standing in a huge deep pit. I caused this. The shield value exceeding 100 million exploded, and the destructive power caused was comparable to a nuclear bomb. A gust of wind blows. Luo Chanu couldn't help covering his crotch, and his face turned from ecstasy to speechless. The explosion of the shield not only blasted everything around him, but also blasted his own dark suit, and took away all his clothes by the way. He, what a scary little brother, my sister was frightened by your performance. Just when Luo Chanu wanted to check the rewards, the female devil's filthy voice suddenly rang in his ears, instantly making his hair stand on end. Tell my sister, what's your name? At this moment, Luo Chanu's eyes narrowed, and suddenly he found that not far from the deep pit, a cloud of black mist was condensing. And the sound came from that direction. Resurrection. Luo Chanu is not sure, but now the female demon must not be resurrected. I don't know why. His shield value is only 10 million, if it really fights, it always feels a little unstable. Want to know the name of the master? Wait until you survive this trick of the master. It's too late, it's too soon. When speaking, Luo Chanu raised his finger to point to the black air, and his skills were already released. Back in time, the blue light on the fingertips flashed away, as if crossing the river of time, directly wrapping the black gas. Do not. A terrified voice came, and the black gas disappeared without a trace in the blue light. As if it never happened. Several prompt messages suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chanu and 2 dropped items. Ding, you killed the level 70 epic boss Abyss, Vanguard Commander, Shadow of Succubus and gained 55 million experience points. Ding, you kill the epic boss, and the 9-layer Abyss points plus 100,000. Ding, your level has been increased by 1 and the current LV.42. Ding, you destroyed the level 150 legendary boss Shadow of Succubus, a little bit of soul, and gained 100 million experience points. Ding, your level has increased by 2, the current level is LV.44. Ding, you have overfulfilled the goal of the 205th floor of that 9-layered abyss and the reward is being settled. Ding, the settlement is successful. You will get 9 abyss points plus 500,000, and additionally get the indestructible shield, quest scroll, the only taboo. Ding, you are about to be sent to the exchange space, get ready. Luo Chanu snapped back to his senses and quickly put away the 2 dropped items in front of him. All of a sudden, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky red. The evening wind blew, but it did not bring a trace of coolness, but a burst of hot cheers. Niu, broken sound, is awesome. Luo Chanu is so awesome. He passed the 250th floor, and he made the list, ranking 87. FKU. I have no regrets in my life to be able to witness this moment. On the third day of becoming a professional, break through the 250th floor of that 9-layered abyss and ask who else in the world can do it, and who else. It is said that the guard bosses are at least level 70 nightmare bosses, and even some plots have the help of plot characters. The rank of the boss can even reach the epic level, which is epic, and it is impossible to encounter in the wild. In Longshan City, there is an oriental dragon that is rising rapidly. As long as he does not die prematurely, I will affirm in the name of the Imperial Capital Academy that he will have a place in the position of demigods. This student, we are going to make a decision. Don't think about it. According to reliable information, Luo Chanu has been specially recruited by the East Naval Academy. What about the special move? As long as the conditions we give are sufficient, the final decision rests with Luo Chanu. At this time, there were less than 200 people outside that 9-layered abyss, but the exclamations that erupted were roaring like a tsunami. The boss on the 200th floor is the second hurdle of that 9-layered abyss. Then, the first plot on the 250th floor is the third hurdle. As long as you pass it, you can open the exchange space, and there are countless good things in it. Just the first plot, it stuck thousands of people. Today, there are only 87 professionals who can pass the 250th floor, counting Luo Chanu. And they became the witnesses of this history. There is no doubt that Luo Chanu will be famous. Because, his challenge is not completely over yet. There is still a chance to continue on that 9-layered abyss rankings, and maybe, can go further. The strongest young professional. The strongest common defense. At this time, the father and son of the Wang family looked at each other, and they all saw horror and a hint of coldness in each other's eyes. Luo Chanu, if they don't die today, their royal family will end. Seeing Wang Meng nod, Wang Ziquan immediately turned his gaze in a certain direction, and after confirming his gaze, he moved his arm slightly. That's their secret code. Determine the secret code for hands-on. Of course, it was when Luo Chanu came out. There is a super evildoer in Longshan City. It has attracted the attention of countless people, especially those in high positions, who have turned their attention to the small place of Longshan City. Just a few minutes, all Luo Chanu's information fell into their sight. Even in some people's data, the identity of the reserve of the Barbarian God Legion is also listed. Such an identity made most of the bigwigs fall into contemplation. Can't, or dare not move. To steal people from the Barbarian God Legion, they still want to live a stable life for a few years. Barbarian God Legion, everyone is a lunatic. Donghai City, a certain apartment building C. As soon as Li Yunxi came out of the bathroom, the phone on the bedside rang. She walked over slowly, found her mobile phone under the messy clothes, and frowned when she saw the caller ID. You bastard, can't you let the old lady clean up for a while? Li Yunxi lay lazily on the bed, and said unhappily, tell me, what other tasks are there? What? Li Yunxi's body just lay down, jumped straight up, and couldn't believe it. Situ, what you said is true. Little Feather is awesome, no way. I have to rush over here. FK, you old sixth, didn't inform the old lady earlier and set off by yourself. What's the matter? The old lady took a mobile phone in the shower, am I stupid? Okay, wait for me. Li Yunxi immediately hung up the phone, found a set of clothes to put on, and jumped straight out of the window. A certain building in the center of Donghai City. The old man in a suit and leather shoes stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his sinister eyes looked in the direction of Longshan City, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have they all gone? Guardian, the envoys near Longshan City have rushed over, and I believe they will be able to reach Longyuan Valley soon. The old man nodded and continued. Let them cooperate with Wang Ziquan's actions. If Yinmen can be successfully elected as the experimental base in Longshan City, it will be the safest place. Also, send experiment number 3 over there. Luo Chanu can't have a chance to survive. Yes, Protector. The young man bowed and left. Immediately, a strange smile appeared on the old man's face. After tonight, the glory of the gods will completely illuminate Longshan City. Longshan City is about to start a unique storm. And now, Luo Chanu, who was in the center of the storm, was resting in the exchange space. Exchange items. No, he doesn't want to exchange anything now, even if there is an exclusive suit for SSS defense, he doesn't even take a look. Because he saw the hope of getting the artifact. Perhaps he did not press the target prompt to overcomplete the task, and he saw the existence of the artifact only in the exchange space on the 250th floor. And more than one. Supreme Mage Tower, the artifact of the mage, is also the item that the mage most desires, there is no third. Blade of Darkness, the artifact of assassins, kills invisible and disappears without a trace. Gossip Purple Gold Plate, the artifact of the special professional Taoist priest of Xuanlong Kingdom, the mysterious magic circle, traps the enemy, kills, destroys the sky, and destroys the earth. War Shield, anti-war artifact, invincible shield. Indestructible, one husband as the gatekeeper and 10,000 people cannot open it. Luo Chanu was dazzled by so many artifacts. There is only one factor, and that is, the pocketbook. Even the lowest price hunter professional artifact requires 5,000,009 layer abyss points. And Luo Chanu's unforgettable battle shield requires 8,000,009 layer abyss points. And now, he only has 1.04,000,009 abyss points. Almost nowhere. Therefore, he still turned his attention to the 250 layer reward items. Indestructible Shield, Quest Activation Scroll. Quality, SSS. Type, Special Item. Effect, after use, activate the quest, Shield of Indestruction, and you will get the forbidden skill, Shield of Indestruction after completion. Forbidden Skills. Luo Chanu has not heard of this quality. Skills are not from the first order to the 9th order, and then the demigods and gods. Each level is divided into 3 categories. Special skills, rare skills, and unique skills. Where does the forbidden quality come from? I can't tear my sister apart. Even so, Luo Chen doesn't dare to activate it easily now. If it is a time-limited task, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Let's talk after 3 turns, it's too soon. Immediately, he shifted his gaze to the 2 items dropped by the boss. A pure black mace that shines with cold light. A black women's dress. Open black lens bracket Bayesian close black lens bracket. Quality, SSS. Restriction level, none. Restricted attribute, strength 5,000 points. Attribute, strength plus 1500 constitution, season 10, 600. Additional features, increases shield damage by 5 times, and adds true damage of strength x1. Additional feature 225% of the attack will cause a crushing effect, and the crushing effect includes power-based negative states such as knocking up, knocking down, breaking armor, and hitting hard. Additional skills. Bayesian violently bombards the ground, causing huge crushing damage to all targets within 100 meters of itself. The closer the distance, the higher the damage, and a 35% chance to make the target enter a state of fear, which lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooldown of 100 seconds. Durability. 1500. Good guy. Luo Chanu was shocked. SSS weapon, a huge mace. And its equipment that he can use. But, this weapon looks a bit fierce, and if it is matched with his perfect figure, the deterrent effect will be directly full. I like. Unfortunately, what makes Luo Chanu speechless now is that he is not strong enough to be equipped with this weapon. Said, he turned his attention to the exchange interface of the exchange space. After a moment of hesitation, I spent 50,000 9-layer abyss points for a level 40A level suit. I can't bear that the child can't catch the wolf. Simply neat, the attributes go up directly. The strength instantly exceeds 5,000 points, and Bayesian is replaced. The power reaches the terrifying 8,235. And his strength has also reached the 4th rank. Actually, Luo Chanu still had some scruples in exchange for the A-level suit. That is, he didn't bring many clothes, if he had been wearing such clothes all the time. If you lose your equipment, you will be completely run out of luck. Patrol after a break. Luo Chanu didn't stop there, and started the challenge of 251 floors. Second Noi. However, when he saw the scene of the second plot, he immediately frowned. This pattern is so familiar. What does 9-layered abyss have to do with Ion Tower? The circular arena in front of him looks very similar to the first trial of the Ion Tower and sees the target on the 251st floor. Abyss Coliseum. Luo Chanu is sure. The second plot is the arena mode. Although I don't know how strong the monsters are, I am sure that he can relax a lot. At least you don't have to run the entire abyss gap like the first floor. In the exchange space, he rested well, at least he ate something in his spare time. At this time, standing in the middle of the Abyss Coliseum, looking around. Then I found that outside the huge Coliseum, the auditorium was filled with all kinds of strange faces, including orcs, elves, goblins, humans, demons. Without exception, these are the fallen of the Abyss. The countdown is on. 30, 29. Luo Chanu took out Beishan, a black mace even taller than him. Boom. Holding a stick in one hand, he slammed one of the brown slates, making a huge roar, and the slate did not shatter at all. Come on, let's cheer. Along with Luo Chanu's voice, the entire Abyss Coliseum burst into violent cheers. Certainly, this was not in response to Luo Chanu's call, but the first monster to emerge from the ramp of the Coliseum. It was a bovine monster that was more than 10 meters high and nearly 30 meters long. Dark scale armor covers the whole body, 3 huge sharp horns on the top of the head, black flames surround the huge cow's feet, and a pair of scarlet eyes, looking straight ahead. It is exactly the gatekeeper mentioned in the goal. Ghost Armor Bull Demon. Moo. I saw that the ghost-armored bull demon raised its arrogant head, and the huge sound spread throughout the Abyss Coliseum, causing the cheers to become even more intense. Luo Chanu quietly watched the old cow pretending to be beeping in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the numbers in the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Holding a mace, Luo Chanu suddenly disappeared in the middle of the Coliseum. Boom. The terrifying force impacts the ghost armor and the bull demon. Minus 876,802. True damage 16,785. M1679. Looking at the dizzy ghost armor bull demon, Luo Chanu couldn't help frowning, secretly saying that he was safe from injury. He has 2 layers of steel shield, one of which is as high as 10 million. If it is to ordinary monsters, 1 million damage is definitely indispensable. Moreover, after the ghost armor demon cow was attacked, a black shield also appeared on its body, which looked very thick. 693. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate, using a mace as a blow to the head. Minus 4,225. True damage 8,235. The gray shield damage appeared, and patient caused 5 times the damage to the shield, which now directly reflects its sharpness. A stick shattered the shield. But then again, with Beishan, his attacking ability has increased a lot, but his attack speed is a little slower. But, enough is enough. Boom, boom, one after another stick shadows appeared, and the huge bombardment sound spread all over the place. At this moment, Luo Chanu suddenly felt a different feeling in his hand, and slammed it over. The huge body of the ghost armor bull demon was instantly knocked off dozens of meters. To small and big. It will also knock the behemoth into the air. This scene did not make the audience of the Colosseum dumb, but made their cheers more intense. In the Abyss world, the strong are respected. Especially in the Colosseum. They just want to express the violent emotion and passion in their hearts. This is the rolling effect. It's pretty awesome. Luo Chanu flashed an idea, but when his body flew out, he was already rushing to keep up. Moo. With less than 10% HP remaining, the demon-armored bull finally got out of the dizziness Su Sheng. It shook its huge head. A trace of black flame flashed through the scarlet eyes, and the black flame under its feet began to spread, and in an instant, a strange flame formation appeared. A trumpet-sized black ghost-armored devil ox rushed out from the flame circle. Rushed towards Luo Chanu. It was a calf made of black flames. Luo Chanu went forward, jumping high, Beishan holding the top of his head high, pressing Qianjin, quite a pioneering appearance. This move, he borrowed from the warrior skill, Jump Cut. But it's not a skill. It's just a normal attack. Only the use of strong physical fitness can have such an effect. Dodge skills. No, he didn't think about hiding. Can't escape either. Looking at the calf rising into the sky, Luo Chanu had only one target, and that was the ghost-armored bull. Boom boom boom. The calf slammed over without making any waves, not even delaying Luo Chanu's speed. But every impact of a calf reduced his shield by 50,000 or 60,000, as well as the ubiquitous burning and corrosion. Climb for Grandpa. The huge mace suddenly bombarded the ghost-armored bull in the flame circle. Boom! The black shield appeared again, resisting this mighty blow. However, it failed to block BCAG Luo Chanu's second blow. Minus 216.75. 012311112113413061. The body of the black demon bull was knocked to the ground, and the blood bar disappeared. The outburst of terror made all the audience's blood boil, and the cheers rose and fell like a wave. And this time, Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, but the body of the demon armor and demon bull did not disappear. He thought about it for a while, and used the power of space to put the corpse of the ghost-armored demon into the King of the Space backpack. Immediately, a prompt to complete the goal also appeared in front of him. Ding! You complete the goal of the 250th floor of the 9-layered abyss. Get the 9-layered abyss points plus 100,000, and reward all attributes plus 50. Ding! The next target monster will appear in 30 seconds. Hiss! Luo Chanu took a deep breath, and his face was full of joy. 100,009 abyss points. If every level of reward has this, doesn't it mean that for the second plot, at least 2.5 million 9 abyss points are earned? Number 3. More than that, it's getting closer and closer to his pace of exchanging artifacts. Not to mention, the 50-point reward for all attributes, although not much, is definitely not a lot. Hee, then brush it up. The arena-type scene is definitely his favorite. Just be reckless, don't worry about other messy things, just keep fighting. But a little dissatisfied with him is the lack of experience to provide. This is a boss, no drops, no experience. Does conscience not hurt? Standing still, Luo Chanu took a rest. The battle on the first floor made him very satisfied. The shield value did not decrease, but increased by tens of millions. He believes that as long as it is all this kind of battle, he can become that nuclear bomb defense. The rhythm of the Colosseum of the Abyss is fast. When the last monster dies, the second one must appear within a minute. If you change to another professional to challenge, it will definitely be limited by skill cooldown and personal status. However, Tatsuki is the exception. He just made a move, Savage Charge, to make a surprise attack, and the normal attack ended. Under the action of various attack buffs, ordinary attacks often have unexpected surprises. Especially when encountering legal monsters. That soft body could not stop Luo Chanu's violent output. Before the vertigo was over, I received the lunch. It was less than half an hour. Luo Chanu has completed more than 20 challenges, and this pace is still going on. Now, there are more people watching outside that 9 layers abyss. They no longer looked at the whirlpool at the entrance, but stared at the leaderboard. Every time they see the word, Luo Chanu, jumping on the leaderboard, many people feel extra excited. Talent. After entering the second plot, the pace of progress has not slowed down, but has become faster. The discussion has never stopped. And school, if I remember correctly, the 80th on the leaderboard should be the deputy commander of the Nanling Corps. Zhou Yu, the director of the intelligence department, also came outside that 9-layered abyss. He stood beside An Chen with surprise on his face. Indeed, when he came to challenge, I was still a baby. I didn't expect. Everyone on the list is a genius of an era, but Luo Chanu can suppress these geniuses in just a few days, which is unprecedented. Hearing this, An Chen shook his head and sighed. I really can't figure out why a mere ordinary defensive battle has awakened the Berserker's bloodline to have such an output ability. I originally planned to make him the signboard of Longshan number 1 middle school, but now this sign is too bright, and Longshan number 1 middle school can't cover it. Haha, Mu Shu will be destroyed by Lin Feng. Actually, these words are not suitable for today's world. Zhou Yu smiled and said, the stronger the strength he shows, the more attention he can get, and it will also allow him to get more resources and accelerate his growth. You're right. An inexplicable meaning appeared in An Chen's eyes, and said, tomorrow, give him a celebration feast. Yeah, a celebration party tomorrow. The two looked at each other and knew in their hearts that as long as they survived tonight, everything would be clear. And all this, in the final analysis, the key is Luo Chanu. Have you checked? Open black lens bracket 9 layered abyss close black lens bracket under a big tree not far from the entrance. Wang Meng clenched his fists and made a kakaka sound. President, I've checked it out, young master. The young master was killed by Luo Chanu. There were Luo Chanu's footprints and blood at the scene that day. Good, very good. Wang Meng hung up the phone, his eyes bursting with endless coldness. The white-haired person sends the black-haired person, the world suffers nothing more than this. As for the doubts about the results of the previous investigation in his heart, it is irrelevant. What he wanted was an outrageous target. Luo Chanu is undoubtedly the best candidate. Little beast, you are dead today, and the army of barbarian gods will not be able to you. Wang Meng took a deep breath, returned to the entrance, crushed the scroll in his hand, and a soundproof barrier appeared, covering him and the princely power. Wang Ziquan was slightly surprised. Dad, what happened? Ziqian died at the hands of Luo Chanu. What? Wang Ziquan tried his best to control his expression, but the smile on his face no longer existed. Are you sure? Wang Meng nodded and stopped talking. Wang Ziquan suddenly thought of something, and a sneer appeared on his face. Since they dare to do this, they are going to do it tonight. Victory and defeat. They want Luo Chanu to die, then I will satisfy them. At dusk, the sunset is already there. Awesome, what kind of plot did he randomly get, and the time consumed by each floor is so short, it's unbelievable. Didn't I say it a long time ago, 99% of it is a ring-type plot. The ring type is the biggest unreasonable one. The interval is short, the state recovery time is too short, and his stamina is so fierce. I'm afraid you are a real person who has never met Luo Chanu to ask such a question. That guy looks like a human-shaped beast, the kind of thief and thief. But he's finally slowing down. Indeed, there are 295 floors, and there are 5 floors left to complete the second plot. If he doesn't slow down anymore, I'm going to go crazy. Actually, I'm looking forward to whether he can become the second person to break through the third plot. Think too much. At present, the Patronus has only broken through the 350th floor, and you dare to compare with the Patronus in a mere defense. As the discussion intensified, Luo Chanu's progress continues. 10 minutes later, he, under the eyes of everyone's expectations, came to the 300th floor. It is also the last goal of the second plot. 9-layered Abyss Colosseum. Luo Chanu sat on the ground regardless of his image, and his expression revealed endless exhaustion. This kind of exhaustion is not only physical exhaustion, but also mental exhaustion caused by continuous high-intensity battles. Cheer up, he muttered to himself. As long as you clear the last boss, you can rest. Countdown to the last 10 seconds. Taking a deep breath, forcibly cheered up, standing proudly in the middle of the Abyss Colosseum, waiting for the boss to appear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This time, the hurdle ramp that he focused on did not open. Instead, a figure flew down from the sky and landed not far from him. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. The boss in front of him was very familiar. Wasn't he the one who laughed the most on the most conspicuous audience stage in the Abyss Colosseum before? What caught his attention wasn't just the boss laughing the most, but the way it looked. The luxurious dress sets off the beautiful face, and every smile can attract the attention of thousands of otaku. That's the highest-ranking royal sister. Especially the ragged dress, people inadvertently turn their attention to it. Hee, so you are the owner of the Abyss Colosseum. Luo Chanu said to himself. The old way savage charge started, and his body turned into a black streamer and rushed towards the boss. But, to his surprise, savage charge failed again. His figure passed through the body of the boss and did not stop until he reached the limit of 100 meters. Turn around and look. However, I saw that the body of the boss had already faded, as if it did not exist. The boss didn't do anything either, and looked at Luo Chanu with a smile. After seeing you in so many death battles, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud if they were still shot by you? Can you talk? From Luo Yu's surprise, the fourth person in that 9-layered abyss who can talk normally appeared. Ha ha ha. Boss laughed and went back and forth. Do you want to talk to others, little brother? Luo Chanu was stunned when he looked at it. Involuntarily exclaimed, how fierce. The sluggish spirit was instantly excited. Don't let the fight stop. Luo Chanu dashed towards the flamboyant boss in high spirits. However, his mace hit the ground through the boss's body again, causing a huge noise. Ferocious. Little brother is really fierce. The boss still didn't move, and smiled. If the little brother can hit others, they can do whatever they want. Another succubus. Luo Chanu sighed silently. The women in the abyss all look the same. Immediately, he showed a strange smile and said, "This is what you said, don't go back on it." Certainly. Next moment, the boss's face changed dramatically. His face was full of surprise, and there was even a trace of black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "It's impossible, how could you have such a power of space? The world is so big, there are still many things you don't understand." Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, "Then sister, keep her promise, Dad wants you." The voice did not fall. The boss laughed wildly, with a charming expression on his face. "You guys really look the same." "Yes." The smile in Luo Chanu's eyes is even weirder. Try the power of the mace. Boom. The ferocious mace directly blasted the boss out, smashing hard on the space barrier of the space blockade. "Master, I want you to die. Take advantage of your illness to kill you." Luo Chanu saw that the boss was knocked out and chased the chicken with great strides. Boom. The ferocious mace slammed into the boss's chest, causing huge damage. Ito. Luo Chanu found that the boss had no resistance, but just got up and kept running. He. It turns out that you are really space capable. Luo Chanu smiled. Looking at the long blood bar of the boss, without the slightest hesitation, it exploded. Defensive stance switches to attack stance to increase damage deepening and various attack abilities. Black Dragon Fighter. 1300%. Ding, your strength has temporarily exceeded 10,000 points, and you have the full initial strength value, and you have obtained the initial brute strength talent. Ding, your physique has temporarily exceeded 10,000 points, and you have the full initial physique value, so you can get the primary strength talent. Ding, your spirit has temporarily exceeded 10,000 points, and you have the initial full spirit value, so you can get the first level concentration talent. With the activation of Black Dragon Battle Body, Luo Chanu felt relaxed all over, especially his drowsy head. A cool feeling hit him, which made him feel relaxed for a while. Too late to pay attention to talent ability. A cruel smile on his face. The blood volume suddenly disappeared by 30%, locking the body of the boss who escaped. Slaughter. The additional skill of the SSS bloodline, Blood of the Mad God, shows its heroic appearance for the first time. All of a sudden, the boss's body was nailed to the spot, and even if it struggled, it couldn't move a step. And this time, Luo Chanu's attack has arrived. Crazy attack speed. The sky is the black shadow of the mace. Violent. No, it's the power of a mad god. Minus 576,850. True damage 14,580. M4659. Crit 1.435 million. Every second, countless damage displays can appear. Every second, the boss's HP bar quickly dissipates if the water flows. This is the bloodline of the mad god. Why are you? The boss ran away, but how could he escape Luo Chanu's pursuit in a small space blockade? The blood volume disappeared quickly. 89%, 85%, 72%. In just 5 seconds, her blood volume was smashed by more than 50%. Because of the greedy effect of Steel Shield, Luo Chanu's shields were superimposed quickly, and the speed was so fast that he was stunned. Terrible output. Keep going. And this is just the beginning. Luo Chanu used these abilities because he didn't want to blow off the shield, which was his trump card for the third plot. For now, during the duration of the space blockade, he can definitely kill the boss. Boom, boom, blocking the boss at the boundary of the space blockade. The mace bombarded with death, and even hit a rare absolute control. Let you seduce the Lord, the will of the Lord is harder than steel. Let you go back on your word and get fat, Lord let you die, how can you live? The speed of the mouth cannon is faster than his attack speed. Finally, 10 seconds later, the slaughter effect disappears. And the boss's blood volume is only a pitiful 5%. Luo Chanu didn't relax at all. He didn't know if this boss would have the ability to resurrect like the succubus in the first plot. Even without the blessing of slaughter skills, the Black Dragon Battle Body still exists. High agility comes with super attack speed. ready to start the final lore. The dedicated Luo Chanu actually didn't know that when the boss's HP was less than 10%, all the monsters in the audience of the Abyss Coliseum went berserk. One by one, like dumplings in a pot, they jumped off the high wall one after another. Crazy towards the battle. In such a short time, it was too late for them to come to the center of the battle. In fact, this is also the most difficult step in the Abyss arena. In the face of so many monster attacks, it is simply impossible to kill the boss. Before, there was a super boss who was stuck here abruptly and had no choice but to give up the challenge. However, Luo Chanu's output ability is beyond imagination. The speed of killing the boss is in the blink of an eye. When the monster in the abyss attacked, he had already smashed it down with a stick, taking away the last blood emperor of the boss. At this time, the space blockade has not completely disappeared. Ding, you have completed the goal of the 300th floor of that 9-layered abyss and the reward is being settled. Ding, the settlement is successful. You will get 9-layer abyss points plus 60000 and get all attributes plus 300. Ding, you are about to be sent to the exchange space, please get ready. Luo Chanu took a deep breath. Not every boss has the ability to revive. At this time, he discovered that the monsters in the abyss were all around, but their bodies were rapidly fading, and they disappeared in front of him in just an instant. Following that, Luo Chanu's body also disappeared in place. Back to the exchange space again. Suddenly, the black dragon fighting body disappeared. A weak feeling came, making Luo Chanu sit on the ground, panting heavily. Tired, so tired. The Abyss Coliseum, the advancing speed is indeed fast, but it has great requirements for the perseverance and endurance of the challenger. If it weren't for Luo Chanu's super output ability, probably longer. Okay, have a good rest for an hour. Look at the countdown in the exchange space. He smiled slightly. Don't care about anything else, just lie down on the ground and fall asleep in seconds. Really passed, he did it. Words can no longer reflect my admiration for Luo Chanu. It is said that when he entered, he was only level 21. It's hard to imagine how he did it. What else can I do? He has an artifact. Is it the legendary Thorn's divine armor that defends against the war? Impossible. Thorn's god armor has been lost on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Blood, and has not appeared for more than 200 years. But the anti-war artifact has such a powerful output ability. What else is there other than God of Thorns? Will it be a universal artifact for warriors? Possible. Cow wow cow wow. As long as you pass a few more floors, you can enter the ranks of the top 10 demigod seed players. If my son had half of him, no, just 1/10, I could blow for the rest of my life. Actually, I have a daughter. My son-in-law is also half a son, so I don't know if he likes plump girls. My daughter is the school flower of Longshan number 2 middle school. I feel she has hope. Is there a man surnamed Wang living next door? At the entrance of 9 layers abyss, the chat is still hot. However, many unfamiliar faces appeared in the dark, and their attention was focused on the front of the vortex. Once that figure appeared, as everyone knows, that is the clarion call for the battle to begin. And Chen and others were also waiting for Luo Chanu to appear. They have already leaked the news, just to wait for the Wang Jiago to jump off the wall, and to bring this cancer of Longshan City into one pot. For this purpose, he even invited a 7th order powerhouse to sit in the town. Just to keep Luo Chanu safe and sound. After all, as a bait, it is extremely dangerous. In fact, he didn't want Luo Chanu to fall into the quagmire of this rite. But he had no other choice. The celebration feast will be held tomorrow, and my daughter will also be invited. There was a different kind of smile in Zhou Yu's eyes. And Chen was speechless and said, "Don't you know that Xiao Yu and Xingtong are a couple?" Xingtong. Zhou Yu was stunned for a moment, and said, "Daughter of the Yi family, why are they together?" "Love for a long time." "Ha, that's right, they're all under one roof." Speaking of which, the Yi family is also cruel, leaving the girl's family alone in this small place like Longshan. The Yi family has no choice. In the distance, Wang Meng squinted at Chen and Zhou Yu chatting with laughter. Unspeakable anger. Wang Ziquan patted Wang Meng's back and said, "Dad, we have to prepare, and congratulations to Luo Chanu, the proud son of heaven." Hearing this, Wang Meng laughed. Yes, he should indeed be welcomed, he is the pride of Longshan City. And this time, the pride of Longshan City is still sleeping soundly. In his mind, a few skills were in a frenzy. Nothing else. Because they welcomed two little friends. Talent, beginner brute force. Talent, beginner strong. With the reward of the last layer, Luo Chanu's physique and strength approached 10,000 points infinitely, breaking through the shackles one after another. Successfully transformed two primary talents. The four skills are like a demon king, surrounding the two poor, little guys, in a coveted look. Not far away, there is a play called The Goddess of Life's Asylum, which has nothing to do with him. The two poor, little guys, shivered. Don't even dare to move. After discussing with each other, the four great demon kings finally made a final decision. Divide the spoils. Steel Shield takes action, devours talent, primary brute force, and then shares it with Savage Charge. Fortitude and Unyielding is a combination of talent, beginner strength contributing strength, and winning with battle stance. A time. The four mutation skills have all started their evolutionary journey. Such a movement in my mind. Luo Chanu was also woken up. The next moment, he was stunned. Damn it, I haven't seen the shadow of talent yet, so you're done dividing up the spoils. Is this master just a decoration? However, when he saw the mutation effect of each skill, the corner of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Steel Shield. Others have not changed much, just strengthened 2 points. The first one is to strengthen the explosion damage of the first additional effect, and improve the judgment of strength. As long as the strength exceeds 30% of the target, it can cause knockdown and knock-up effects. Second, the Fury effect has been increased, from 200% to 300%. The special upgrade can at least guarantee the damage caused by the initial Steel Shield to monsters. Also increases the damage of his normal attacks. Very used. Savage Charge. The change is a bit obvious. While increasing the damage caused by the charge, it also increases the charge distance and controllable state. Most importantly, the next hit damage has been increased from 100% to 500%. 5 times the damage, if combined with the Super Shield. Fry. Nuclear Bomb. No, it will become a Star Destroyer. Talent Primary Brute Force. Don't worry. The other two are more interesting. Battle Stance. There is not much change, but when Defense Stance and Attack Stance are activated, the stamina effect can be restored. It looks ordinary, but it can greatly improve his stamina. If you and Xiaotongtong, cough. Thinking about it, Luo Chanu's thoughts drifted. Fortunately, he can be considered firm-willed, and abruptly turned his attention to the last skill. Fortitude and Unyielding. The biggest improvement effect is that the bonus of physique is increased from 30 times to 40 times and can also improve the effect of stamina recovery. Say something. The effect of the two primary talents was magnified several times by the 4 big devils. It was delicious. Luo Chanu rested for a while, and his mental state was much better. Look in the countdown direction. There are only 5 minutes left until the start of the 3rd episode. Immediately, he opened the exchange interface to see what good things were added at the end of the second plot. There are indeed a few more things that can be exchanged, and the results are very good. B. There are no new artifacts. Now, after completing the second plot, he can indeed exchange artifacts, but only the cheapest 3. The distance of 8 million is still more than 2 million. Luo Chanu's eyes flickered with hope. The third plot, I hope it's not too difficult, let me finish it well, and exchange the artifact. The artifact that he thought was out of reach was now in front of his eyes. As long as he is given some more time, the opportunities obtained will expand infinitely. If I can't get the divine weapon, I might as well find a young lady with a broad mind and suffocate myself to death. After a break, Luo Chanu stood up vigorously and waited for the arrival of the third plot. Night has come. Outside that 9 layers abyss, the lights are bright. In the dark night, a different voice sounded, making everyone nervous. No matter where it is, going out at night or in the wild far away from the city, the danger can be imagined. Night has just fallen, where the crowd gathers. The figure of the beast has already appeared. The snake, or a huge number of poisonous snakes, swam in the dark night and surrounded everyone, but did not immediately launch an attack. Besieged but not attacked, it seems to be waiting for the big guy. A mere third-order beast dares to attack here. Don't you know that the lowest level is the fourth-order professional? Ale, don't, I'm just an intern reporter, just at the third rank. The boy is very brave, and dare to stay at the third level. If you can survive tonight, come to work in my company and turn you into a regular. Which company do you belong to, boss? Kulak Pig Farm. Ah, let's forget it, I don't want to raise pigs, it's good to be an intern reporter. You can't teach children. Hey, Luo Chanu started to move, he started the challenge of the third plot. Compared with the ubiquitous beasts, Luo Chanu's movements more attracted the attention of the onlookers. Seeing this in the afternoon, his face turned even darker. Originally, he was a highly anticipated existence, and even if he did not pass the 200th floor, he would still be sought after by countless people. It's good now, not even the green leaves that stand out. HMPH, it's best to die in the abyss. Do it yourself. He dare not. Being able to pass through the 300th floor of that 9-layered abyss, he is no match at all. What's more, the opponent is still in defense. Although it is said that people and ghosts are showing off, only defense is being beaten, but it is really awesome to be beaten and survive. Therefore, high-level defense has been given another title. Unbeatable Xiaoqiang. If you can't kill me, you will be disgusted to death. But how does he know? Luo Chanu is an alternative. If you don't kill me, I will kill you. At this time, Luo Chen was in such a situation in the third plot. There are countless abyss beasts in sight, and he needs him to guard the goddess statue behind him. Under the attack of endless beasts, persist for 10 minutes or kill 500 beasts. The most important thing is that the statue of the goddess cannot be destroyed by the beast. When he saw this pattern, Lu Chen was stunned. This is not 5. The third plot, keep the gate. The first goal is to protect the goddess statue for 10 minutes. If you want to touch the statue, you must step over the corpse of the Lord. Luo Chanu stood at the mouth of the valley, staring at the countless abyss beasts in front of him. The mouth of the valley is about 50 meters wide, and under normal circumstances, it is impossible to completely defend it. He is not an orthodox defense war, and also intends to go to the minister. Just kill it, 500 targets only. But after the monster approached, Luo Chanu did not have any fear, holding the patient like an ancient general, one husband was in charge. Burst. The third steel shield appeared, replacing the second shield. Immediately afterwards, the corpses of the beasts flew out. -185.755. -179.675. -188.375. Numerous injuries confused Luo Chanu's eyes. Since he hides the killing information of ordinary monsters, he can't see how. Anyway, except for the points of the 9 layers abyss, the experience bar is not driven. And this blow just let him complete the first goal, progress more than half. Immediately, he faced the numerous long-range attacks and rushed towards the right throw. Every time he waved his mace, he could take away an abyss beast. The shields have been superimposed. Before the abyss beasts on both sides entered the gorge, they disappeared, and the 500 goal was completed. Ding! You have exceeded the target of the 300th floor of that 9-layered abyss. The 9-layered abyss points plus 50,000, and the demon dragon abyss map fragment plus 1. Ding! Lu will appear in the abyss area on the 302nd floor in 30 seconds. Luo Chanu looked at the prompt message in surprise. Demon dragon abyss map fragment. He immediately opened the backpack, and when he saw the item, he was speechless. What the hell, it takes 50 slices to fully reveal the destination. And, the 623, heavy abyss points are too few. However, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Just brush it. Fortunately, although those abyss beasts have no experience, they still have 9 abyss points. Calm down and keep brushing. Tower defense. In his previous life, he played a lot and was known as a little tower defense expert. Now it brings back a lot of good memories for him. A wave of 2 waves. ... As Luo Chanu kept killing monsters, finally in the 10th wave, a different abyss beast appeared. It's not that the types of monsters are different, but that there are boss-level abyss beasts. A terrestrial dragon covered in black fire. That terrifying appearance reminded him of several heads in the ruins of the skeleton throne, blood skeletons heading to Longshan. If this ground dragon lost its flesh and blood, it should be similar to them. This Earth Xinglong is not as friendly as Blood Skull Earth Xinglong and attacks directly from a distance. A mass of black flame burst out from the mouth of the blood basin. The speed was so fast that Luo Chen was almost stunned. Savage Charge. Luo Chanu didn't care anything, turned on Savage Charge, ignoring the black flames, and went straight through and hit the ground dragon. Then, no more than, in less than 30 seconds, the Earth Xinglong was hammered to death by him. Unexpected, Luo Chanu suddenly felt a slight heat in his left hand, and when he looked closely, it was the tattoo made of black dragon totem that had changed. The black dragon on the tattoo opens its mouth. The huge suction force appeared instantly, sucking the corpse of the ground dragon on the ground into the dragon's mouth. Ding! Black dragon totem activates the God's Blessing effect, and absorbs the essence of the flesh and blood of the 80th level special beast Black Flame Earth Walking Dragon. Growth value increased by 999 points. Luo Chanu. At this moment, he has the urge to curse. 1000 points of growth value, especially increased by 999 points. The last point is life and death. Even if he is not obsessive compulsive, he can't stand this anger. But, calm down. There was a burst of ecstasy in my heart. Because Black Dragon Totem can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dragon race, doesn't it mean that his Devil Dragon Abyss map fragment is useful? Demon Dragon Abyss. As soon as you hear it, you know that there must be a dragon in it. By the time, maybe it can improve the growth of Black Dragon Totem. Come to think of it, I'm still a little excited. Luo Chanu didn't bother about the critical damage of 999, and focused on the next wave of Abyss beasts that were about to hit. 11th wave. Survive 30 minutes or kill 1500 Abyss beasts. Easy and enjoyable. The 21st wave. Survive 45 minutes or kill 2500 Abyss beasts. As Luo Chanu said, if you want to touch the statue, you have to step over his body. The width of the mouth of the valley is like this, and the number of monsters passing by at the same time is almost the same. He stood in the middle, resisting the non-stop killing monsters. As long as the old 6 vicious beast sneaks past, he will use the shield to bombard it. Truly be a husband, and never open 1,000 husbands. B. When the 41 wave came, Lu Chen was stunned. Flying beast. It turned out to be a flying beast. Moreover, there were countless Abyss beasts on the ground rushing towards him, and the two-pronged approach caught him off guard. This is to make it difficult for Grandpa. He had seen the durability of the statue before. Only a mere 10 million, as long as it is attacked by a flying beast it will be knocked down in a short time. There is no reason for this. Luo Chanu thought for a moment, then ran straight to the front of the statue. Steel shield. When the shields add up, they can only use bombing to deal with those flying beasts, otherwise it will be difficult for him to attack the target. Finally, the flying beast came. A strange-looking four-winged vulture. They saw the statue as if they saw carrion, collectively swooped down. Without waiting for the beasts on the ground to come, he couldn't wait to blast the shield. In an instant, countless four-winged vultures fell like raindrops. But here comes the crisis again. The four-winged vultures, one after another, swooped down from the sky, with a feeling of not giving up until the goal was reached. In just a few seconds, a group gathered again. Luo Chanu had no choice but to continue blasting the second steel shield to clear the group of four-winged vultures. And this time, the Abyss beasts on the ground also entered the valley and surrounded Luo Chanu and the statue of the goddess. FK. Luo Chanu's scalp was numb, and he could only lift Beishan and start frantically bombarding the ground. Domineering. The group attack skill attached to the mace. Invisible forces gathered together and turned into black fierce wolves, rushing towards all directions. Where the black wolf had said, all the beasts of the abyss were knocked into the air and fell to the ground. Luo Chanu was surprised to find out. The four-winged vultures in the sky were also affected, and many died. It turned out to be all-round attack. A glimmer of hope appeared in Luo Chanu's eyes, through 41 waves of hope. Take advantage of this gap. Luo Chanu's legs violently exerted force, and Savage Charge charged towards a old 6 four-winged vulture in the sky. Before he could wave his mace, he was killed by the crazy impact of Savage Charge. Immediately, a turnaround. Attack the other four-winged vulture. After landing, he ran around the statue as fast as he was mad. Wherever he went, there were corpses everywhere. Finally, before the other four-winged vultures attack, Steel Shield cools down. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Luo Chanu smiled slightly. For example, Lord Shield burst. The scattered violent energy smashed everything around it into pieces. Finally, get through the toughest times. Because the four-winged vultures in the sky are not endless, there are only a dozen or so left circling, waiting for an opportunity. The ending was as Luo Chanu expected. The 341st floor is over. It just takes a lot more time than before. Ito. What left him speechless was that the next few floors were mostly flying beasts. In order to protect the statue from damage, he was physically and mentally exhausted. The intensity is not high, just annoying. Increase the speed to the fastest, jump up and down, and run wildly. After 2 hours, finally get the 349th floor. In the future, I will definitely get a flying ability. If you don't have the ability to fly, and encounter those kite-flying, long-hand monsters, his disadvantage will be infinitely magnified. However, anti-war, before the 6th turn, there is no flight ability at all. And 6 turns, it is already the entry of the legendary 9th order. Unlike the mage, many 3 turns can have the ability to fly, although it is not long-lasting, but it really does. Ding! 9-layered abyss. The beast on the 350th floor is about to attack, please be prepared. The countdown is on. Luo Chanu also appeared in front of the target panel. Open black lens bracket 9-layered abyss 350th floor close black lens bracket. Goal. Kill the sky-splitting beast 0/100ths. Kill the sky-splitting beast king 0/1. Scene restriction. No backpack props can be used in this scene. Time limit. 60 minutes. Rewards. 9 abyss points plus 1 million, demon dragon abyss map fragment plus 1, random special items war defense plus 1. Failure. Disqualified from the challenge. Note, if the goddess statue is broken, it will automatically determine that the guardian fails. Skybreaker. Split Heaven Beastmaster. That is to say, this last wave is not just a single boss, but also its 100 younger brothers. Difficulty rises immediately. Luo Chanu looked at his 9-layered abyss points, which were enough to exchange for the sky fighting shield. If it fails, there is no big problem. I don't want to be the first defense, not a good professional. If he passes the 3rd plot challenge, then he is the 2nd person to break through the 350th floor. Not far from the 1st. You don't have to come to this world in vain to stay famous. A sense of pride arises spontaneously. Staring at the statue of the goddess, he smiled and said, "For the world's number 1, no one will hurt you today." The speaker is indifferent, the listening is intentional. I saw the goddess statue actually opened its eyes and looked directly at Luo Chanu. Warrior, I hope you keep your oath. Luo Chanu. Live. However, he wiped his eyes and saw that the statue of the goddess was the same as before, with his eyes tightly closed, and there was no trace of life. Worlds, full of wonders. He knew that what he saw and heard was definitely not an illusion. This statue, not simple. Luo, do what you say. The countdown is over. A group of ferocious beasts soared in the sky, hovering above the mouth of the valley. Luo Chanu's eyes narrowed and he almost split. Another flying beast. No matter what Luo Chanu does, the heavenly splitting beast swooped down. The target was not the statue, but Lu Chunli, who was guarding in front of the statue. When swooping down to more than 30 meters from the ground, the sky-splitting beast group hovered together, fanned its steel-like wings, and condensed energy blades. The overwhelming sharp blade finally condensed into a sharp-edged sword. With lightning speed, he slashed towards Luo Chanu. True 40-meter machete. Luo Chanu frowned. This knife cannot be avoided. Behind him is the statue of the goddess. If he hides, the power of this knife can definitely split the statue of the goddess in two. That being the case, Black Dragon Fighter. Defensive posture. Activated 2 skills in a row, jumped up suddenly and failed to fight the shield LV4 to meet the mighty sword. Boom. Terrifying power, setting off an endless gust of wind. Luo Chanu was shocked to find that at this time, he had only more than 40% of his blood volume left. The second steel shield was chopped off, and the superimposed shield value of the first steel shield was cut by this knife drop more than 3 million durability. And the shield that can grow is also chopped into slag. Wild. When he was amazed, he saw that all 100 sky-splitting beasts were blown away by the shield explosion, and their blood volume was running low. Chance. Luo Chanu didn't have the slightest reason. The new steel shield appeared and then exploded. Instantly, all the sky-hunting beasts that flew out were blasted to death. Call out. The sky-cracking beast king's lung-cracking wail sounded. It was never expected that mere human beings could block the combined attack circle taught by the Demon King, and kill all its sons in an instant. Uncle can bear it and auntie can't bear it. Next moment, it swooped down and fiercely attacked the statue of the goddess. However, just as it approached the statue of the goddess, a figure suddenly appeared beside it. Boom! Before the sky-splitting beast king could react, he lost consciousness and fell from the sky. As the saying goes, a phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. At this moment, the sky-splitting beast king is in this situation. A mere beast dares to move a statue. Luo Chanu crazily bombarded the head of the sky-splitting beast king with a mace, and the sound of gold and iron mingled throughout the valley. After 2 seconds, the dizziness disappears. Just as the sky-splitting beast king was about to fly into the air, Shao looked for an opportunity to attack again. But it found it couldn't move at all. And that human body suddenly erupted with a frightening aura, and the mace in his hand turned into an afterimage, constantly calling out to it. Pain. Endless pain. Sky-splitting beast Wang Cheng 4.1 endured the pain, with a hint of desperation in his eyes. Flapping its steel-like wings, it kept trembling. In an instant, the feathers on its body began to separate from its body, wrapped in clusters of energy, and all flew towards the statue of the goddess. Don't think about it, the space is blocked. Accompanied by Luo Chanu's furious roar, a space barrier appeared in an instant and blocked all the feathers. Looking at the hairless chicken in front of him, he was furious. Look at your appearance, but you are a 6th child behind your back. Go to hell, go to hell. Under the skill of frenzied slaughter, although he did not lose his mind, some of the violent factors in his heart were activated. Once in combat mode, reckless is synonymous. Hairless chicken brother. Wrong. The sky-splitting beast king lost his proud wings, and his defensive power was greatly reduced. He couldn't handle Luo Chanu's crazy output at all. Finally, when space blockade was about to disappear, I screamed and hung up. Ding! You have completed the goal of the 350th floor of 9 layers of abyss. Since the statue of the goddess has not suffered any damage, the reward has been greatly increased. Ding! The settlement is successful. You get the 9 layers abyss points plus 1.5 million, the dragon abyss map fragment plus 1, and the destiny origin fruit plus 1. Ding! You are about to be sent to the exchange space, please get ready. Luo Chanu took a deep breath, but looked at the goddess statue. As he gazed, he saw the statue of the goddess smiling with open eyes. He laughed too, until he was teleported away. The laughter still didn't stop. It worked. The third plot. Broken. The second professional who broke through the 350th floor of 9 layers of abyss appeared. 2. The outside world has no time to pay attention to this exciting moment. Countless demons and beasts attacked the crowd watching the battle. The battle has already begun. FK, where did Longyuan Valley come from so many beasts and demons? Killing. This is the first time that labor and capital have left the city at night. There are so many bosses escorting them. If you don't kill yourself, you will be sorry for yourself. The priest of the city defense, big brother, add blood to the younger brother. Damn it, the 6 elders of the intelligence department are all invisible. You guys are so powerful, don't be a coward. Is this the Dark Knight demon? Anyone is stronger than the elite monsters of the same level. Ah, help me, I don't want to die. 9-layered abyss at the entrance, it is surrounded by countless demons and beasts. Professionals with poor strength finally suffered casualties. However, under the joint encirclement and suppression of those 5th-order powerhouses, the demons and beasts cannot go any further. RB. Those truly powerful professionals have not yet left the country. For example, the Pantheon ground mouse hidden in the dark. I don't know why, the demons and beasts passed through their hiding places, but turned a blind eye to them. The fighting continued, and Chen waved his iron fist and smashed a vicious snake beast into slag, and his frowning brows never eased. Something's wrong, why are there so many beasts and demons tonight? Zhou Yu didn't care so much, and directly stated his guess. I'm afraid, the ground mouse has already begun to move. Impossible, they. And Chen's face showed disbelief, and whispered, it's not that they can only control a few demons or beasts. But now, their experiment is likely to be successful. What experiment? Zhou Yu had a worried look on his face, but in the face of An Chen's question, he shook his head and said, I can't say it, and I don't have the right to say it. Kill it until Tianming, kill Xiao Yu. And Chen glanced at the whirlpool at the entrance. He was stunned. FK, Xiao Yu has passed the third plot. God, what did he miss? At this moment, Zhou Yu's movements also froze, and then, endless ecstasy erupted. What's the matter? Even if he is tied, he has to be tied home. This son-in-law is going to be fixed by someone. Zhou. 9-layered abyss exchange space. At this time, Luo Chanu didn't know what was going on in the outside world, but his face was full of entanglements. Because, as soon as he returned to the exchange space, he couldn't wait to exchange Fort Sky's shield and continue to fight the next plot. Unexpectedly, 9 layers abyss was so ruthless, and a new divine weapon that seemed to be more ferocious was refreshed, which directly caught him off guard. Exchange list. It seems that a new item of colorful light has appeared. Universal artifact, Pillar of Fate and Aurora. The so-called artifacts include occupation-specific artifacts, general artifacts, and even some special types of artifacts. The effect of the artifact is also strange. But without exception, each artifact is unique and the effect is extremely powerful. Blue Star also has a saying, as long as you have an artifact, then a demigod is not far away from you. This is the artifact. There is also an introduction below the exchange, a gift from the Goddess of Fate. Goddess of Fate, is it the statue of the goddess just now? Only then did Luo Chanu understand the meaning of the smile of the goddess statue. What's wrong with his mentality? With 20 million 9-layer abyss points, now he is just over 10 million, and there is still a gap of more than 9 million. The hemp egg multiple choice question is the hardest, okay. Luo Chanu restrained his mind. Originally he was going to exchange Sky War Shield to continue to fight the next plot. Brush some more 9 abyss points in exchange for some anti-war skill books. Now it seems, the plan was broken. Go, if you get all the points, the Goddess of Fate should not cheat me. How daring people are, how prolific the land is. Don't force yourself, you don't know where your limit is. After closing the redemption panel, Luo Chanu immediately opened the backpack space to check the rewards of the third plot. Today, 50 Magic Dragon Abyss map fragments have been merged into one and become a complete map. He opened it and was taken aback. Because the location of Demon Dragon Abyss is actually not far from Donghai City, a fierce place occupied by high-level beasts, Tianji Islands. The Sky Ridge Islands are very famous, but it is not Blue Star's original archipelago. It is a strange map that appeared after the fusion, with many special beasts and many wild treasure chests on it. However, the ubiquitous high-level ferocious beasts have blocked the pace of human exploration. You have to wait 3 turns before you can go. Luo Chanu also knew the dangers of the Tianji Islands. It was not a place for a young man like him to set foot. But it's coming soon. At this point, he turned his gaze to another item. Open black lens bracket Fate of Destiny close black lens bracket bound. Quality, taboo, type, special treasure. Effect, can be taken, lucky +10, must awaken destiny talent, high probability of obtaining general talent, small probability of obtaining professional talent. Note, a gift from the Goddess of Destiny. Hiss, it turned out to be this baby. In fact, Luo Chanu has never heard of open black lens bracket Destiny origin fruit close black lens bracket. But he knew such rare treasures. Not every professional has talent. For example, he himself, because the initial 3 attributes are full, so after the attribute reaches 10,000 points, he will awaken the ordinary talent of related attributes. And those professionals whose initial attributes do not have full value. There are also ways to awaken talent. Among them, the treasure that is the easiest to obtain and also has the most intuitive effect is open black lens bracket original fruit close black lens bracket. It is not a fruit, Usually only ferocious beasts and demons can drop it. As long as you take original fruit, there is a certain probability of awakening the primary talent, but that probability is really speechless. Don't look at original fruit being the easiest treasure to obtain, it's just a comparison among similar items. The real explosion rate can make people collapse. Therefore, the price of yuanguo has remained high. It even once reached the embarrassing situation where there is a price but no market. Although I don't know what the destiny talent of Destiny Source Fruit is, but with just one 100% talent acquisition effect, the value is coveted by countless people. Luo Chanu thought for a moment. Take out Destiny Source Fruit and swallow it in one gulp. It melts at the entrance, turning into a clear spring and flowing into the abdomen. In an instant, the warmth flowed through the whole body, and finally dissipated. And this time, a prompt message appeared in front of Luo Chanu's eyes. Ding, you take Destiny Origin Fruit, luck plus 10 points, and get SS $ level Defensive Fighter's Lifeless Talent, Destiny Heavenly Extreme Heavy Box. The luck attribute is a hidden attribute, which can increase the item drop rate, the quality of the items produced in the treasure chest, and even affect the trigger probability of passive high-level attributes. But luck attributes are changing all the time. Increase by 10 points. Luo Chanu doesn't know the final effect, but the luck attribute wants to be improved, and the difficulty is even higher than the awakening talent. The most important is Destiny Talent for Anti-War. Open the talent panel. Open black lens bracket Destiny Heavenly Extreme Heavy Armor close black lens bracket. Quality SSS Destiny. Effect. The effect of all defensive skills is increased by 100%. Number of transfers 2, and each time the damage received cannot exceed 10% of the upper limit of the own blood volume, the excess damage will be converted into an equal amount of shield value, and the duration is unlimited. Effect 2. Your defense value cannot be reduced below the initial value, and the defense effect provided by your physique is increased by 100%. Number of transfers 2. Restriction. With this talent, you cannot transfer to all hidden occupations except the defense warrior category. Destiny. You are favored by the goddess of destiny, get the blessing of the goddess once a day, and get a random defensive buff. It has not waited for Luo Chanu to study it carefully. A voice came from my mind. Hint. Your skills, Steel Shield, Fortitude, Battle Stance, Savage Charge, warmly welcome new members to join, and provide high-quality energy. Hint. Your talent Destiny Tianji Heavy Armor rejected the energy. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your talent Destiny Heavenly Heavy Armor has a favorable impression on your skill Shelter of the Goddess of Life, indicating that he will protect it forever. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill Shelter of the Goddess of Life resolutely rejects the good intentions of the talent Destiny Heavenly Heavy Armor and is eager for you to find more special skill energy to help it transform. Close black lens bracket. Quote. Single quote. Only momentarily. He made up some dog blood plot in his brain. After Luo Chanu carefully studied the effect of talent, the gratitude to the goddess of fate in his heart is like a surging river. Such a gift has indeed greatly improved his life-saving ability. Because from the feedback of the skills in his mind, the destiny talent can also play a role in his mutation skills. No wonder they were greeted so warmly, rather than choosing to split the destiny talent. With my current attributes, a single steel shield can provide more than 800,000 shield values. The combat power has increased tenfold. Recklessly, let's see if we can raise 20 million 9-layer abyss points and exchange Pillar of Fate, Aurora. Luo Chanu saw the Fate prefix and said that this artifact would not be so simple. So, he also doesn't wait for the rest interval. Directly open the challenge of the fourth plot. Ding, are you sure to participate in the only plot Demon King's Palace? This plot is the final chapter of 9-layered abyss, which is extremely difficult. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. Devil's Palace. Final chapter. If there is no accident, the last floor of 9-layered abyss is 400 floors, and the final boss is likely to be the devil. That is, Dongshuan, the only one who entered the Demon King's Palace plot, concealed these things. This is interesting. Why did he hide it? Another old man. In a certain room of the Great Wall of Blood, Dong Xuanmo sneezed and looked around suspiciously. 2.5 days after his debut, Lu Chanu. At this moment, he was standing on a brown plain. In front of you. The rolling mountains are barren, and some are just endless lava flowing on the ground. The cloudy sky shone from time to time with thunder and lightning. A roar of thunder resounded through the sky. The Demon King's palace is not in this mountain range. Because, where he is at the moment is the real 9 abyss, the first abyss. And the final destination, if you guessed correctly, is in the 9th abyss. The Patronus can only reach the 375th floor, then if I surpass him, I will be a little excited to think about it. The 350th floor target, get 100 abyss lava crystals, 0 100s. Luo Chanu didn't know where the abyss lava crystals were. However, he knew that as long as he was in the first abyss, he could find it. Because, there is no time limit. Step forward, open. When Luo Chanu stepped into the plane, 2 human-shaped abyss monsters drilled out of the fiery magma. Their bodies were made of magma, but they had a pair of black horns. What surprised him was, I can actually see the panel details of the abyss monster. Open black lens bracket abyss lava demon close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race. Abyss demon close black lens bracket. Level. LV.100. Strength. Level 6. Good guy. Level 100 monster. If I remember correctly, there are not many LV.100 monsters found in the entire Xuanlong Kingdom during the day. Generally speaking, these monsters are not in dungeons, secret realms, or they are scattered everywhere to destroy. Of course, it's hard to say at night. There are all kinds of monsters. The strength is only 6th order, and you can fight. Luo Chanu was in no hurry. Savage Charge started and charged directly. Minus 255.775. True damage 35,762. Squared minus 3,576. Such damage actually only knocked out half of the Abyss Lava Demon SHP. The target monster is stunned, but its teammates are not. Directly a lava sprayed over. Luo Chanu reacted in time and walked around behind the Abyss Lava Demon. Unexpectedly, after the lava was blocked by the deep 790 Abyss Lava Demon in front of him, it actually added more than 50 square meters of blood to it. You are fooling. Luo Chanu worked hard, picked up his mace, and output frantically. In just 2 seconds, the Abyss Lava Demon in front of him was smashed into scum by him, leaving behind a red crystal, which was automatically collected by him. Exactly the deep lava crystal he needs. Goal completion +1. A few seconds later, another Abyss Lava Demon also enjoyed the mace massage service, left crystals and left happily. Luo Chanu frowned slightly. Something's wrong, the monsters here have experience. Relatively speaking, it's really not right. But for him, it was too heavy. Each Abyss Lava Demon can provide 120,000 experience points. If you kill 100, it is 12 million. If you are outside, how long does it take to clear the monsters? Know the mission objective. Luo Chanu embarked on a journey to find the Abyss Lava Demon. As he went deeper into the lava plain, he encountered more and more Abyss Lava Demons. Appear in groups of 3 or 5. It also saved him a lot of time. In just 10 minutes, all the Abyss Lava crystals were collected, completing the first goal. Have to say, the sudden increase in difficulty also increases the reward for completing the goal. Next comes the second tier of goals. Another collection of crystals, this time turned into Abyss Magic Stone crystals, also 100 pieces. Since then, Luo Chanu has embarked on the road of collecting crystals. After an hour and a half, Luo Chanu is standing under a volcano, which is the target on the 356th floor. Use the collected crystals to open the channel to the next level. And the monster guarding in front of the volcano is the test he must pass. Open black lens bracket Abyss first layer guardian close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race. Abyss demon close black lens bracket. Level. LV.100. Strength. Level 6. Except for the name, it is exactly the same as Abyss Lava Demon, but he can clearly feel that the Guardian's strength is definitely higher than Abyss Lava Demon. Under the same strength evaluation, the gap in real strength is sometimes a sky and a ground. Etraft. Just, the strength of the 5th order can kill the 6th order. When he obtained the Destiny talent before, his strength evaluation changed. Kill. Luo Chanu can't handle so much, just go over there recklessly. Startup style, savage charge. Combined with the shield bombing and normal attack, the Guardian will kill it in seconds before he can react. 20 euros. The Guardian has the ability to revive, and after standing up, he still cannot escape Luo Chanu's mace. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, the current level is LV.45. Finally, reached level 45. 3 turns away, only the last 5 levels left. After climbing the volcano, throw the collected crystals into the magic circle surrounded by magic fire. The first abyss, complete. After more than 2 hours of fighting, the demons and beasts were completely repelled, leaving behind a terrified audience to clean up the battlefield. It has to be said that the crisis is often proportional to the harvest. The ferocious beasts and demons dropped at night are much higher than those in the daytime, and even basic and extremely rare skill books appeared. At this time, the audience once again turned their attention to the rankings of the ninefold abyss. However, their spirits were not as concentrated as before, instead they were distracted, guarding against another attack by demons and beasts. There was a big man before, who was attacked by a vicious beast and snake and bit a small grape. That scene made those who heard it sad and those who saw it wept. I can't hold on anymore, I'm worried here. I don't know when Luotian will come out. A certain little reporter hid in the crowd and shivered. Beside him was the persevering pig farm owner. He patted the little reporter on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Luo Chanu, Luotian should be out soon, he can't possibly break the record of Lord Patronus." Bar. Then, the owner of the pig farm said again, "Young man, come to our company, the treatment will be doubled." Little reporter, it's getting darker at night. As time went by, the atmosphere at the entrance of Chuzhong Abyss also became subtle. The bodies of Chen and the others involuntarily approached the direction of the whirlpool. At the same time, the same is true for Wang Ziquan and others. There were smiles on both sides, and they even chatted. But, they have long regarded each other as dead in their hearts. Fight now. No, now is not the time. The final trigger of the war was the appearance of Luo Chanu. However, just half an hour later, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. 9-layered abyss. The first place on the leaderboard has changed hands. I have no culture, so I can only use AFK to describe my mood at this moment, which is too outrageous. Ordinary defensive battles can actually be the same. No, Luotian's attributes are definitely not comparable to the original patron saint, but he actually surpassed the patron saint, and the first person to climb to the top of that 9-layered abyss is simply unparalleled defense. This sun is so terrifying. Being able to witness this moment, even death is worth it. Hehe, if he doesn't have an artifact, I live in the city center and live upside down, and I will do what I say. Calm down, the last feces eater is already cold. Then the question is, how far can Luotian go, and can we see the limit of that 9-layered abyss? Longshan number 1 middle school is very good at training students. My child is about to graduate from junior high school. It seems that we need to find some connections and send them to the middle school for training. Yes, you can see that they are principal and they seem to be very reliable until now for the sake of the students. And Chen smiled and smiled happily. In the past few hours, he has heard such words more than once. This is the best evaluation for him as a principal. Xiao Yu, let's take off. If Luo Chanu heard and Chen's words, he would definitely go up and talk about it. Because, at this time, he is really flying. Not active, but passive. A 2-headed demon dragon, with sharp claws grabbing him and taking him to fulfill his wish. Luo Chanu couldn't break free and couldn't attack. He was imprisoned by a strange magic circle, unable to attack the 2-headed dragon, and even space blockade and time backward were sealed. The reason is simple. On the 377th floor, he took an egg from the 2-headed dragon. Triggered a strange magic circle. And the duration of this magic circle is a full 30 days. Fortunately, the 2-headed dragon did not attack him, but grabbed him and flew to the highest lava volcano in the mountain range. Lie flat. If there is really danger, he simply chooses to end the challenge. Although the points are not enough to exchange for Pillar of Fate, Aurora they can exchange for 2 artifacts. 9-layered abyss. The journey is absolutely rewarding. His strength has also increased geometrically. The most intuitive thing is that the level has reached level 49, and the strength evaluation also has 5 levels. Thinking about the king of wild beasts back then, if he fought in the past, he could easily kill him. The speed of the two-headed dragon is very fast. It took less than 10 minutes to bring Luo Chen to the crater. And in this crater, there is a strange magic circle. Luo Chanu knew at a glance that this was the same teleportation magic circle as the previous layers. Could this dragon take me to the next level? Luo Chanu was shocked. If he went to the next floor, wouldn't his goal be unfulfilled? Just as Luo Chanu thought, the two-headed demon dragon hovered above the volcano and let out a low roar. Roar, roar, accompanied by the roar of the two-headed demon dragon. The roar of countless demon dragons came from the crater, and countless heads of demon dragons also protruded from the cliff. Next moment, all the two-headed dragons have strange musical scales. Before Luo Chanu could react, he grabbed his two-headed dragon and swooped down, rushing directly into the mysterious magic circle. Dizziness struck. He couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, not to look at the mysterious black rune. I don't know how long it has been. Hearing the roar of the two-headed dragon, he opened his eyes. However, he found that before he came to a towering black city, the magic circle was still bound, but he could still move freely. 2. The two-headed demon dragon beside him actually knelt down on the ground, with two huge and ferocious heads sticking tightly to the ground, and he didn't dare to look forward at all. Luo Chanu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Above the city gate, a line of strange characters was written. He couldn't read the words, but strangely he knew what it meant. Fire Demon City. These fonts seem to have magic, so Luo Chanu can't help but fall into them. A terrifying laughter sounded in his ear, awakening him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When Luo Chanu became conscious, he found himself in another place, a hall full of magma. And he, standing on these magma, did not suffer any harm. In front of him, there is a throne like a castle with a demon sitting on it. Black flames surround the strong body, with two huge devil horns on top of his head. His face is hideous and he laughs wildly. A pair of reincarnation eyes, like eyes, exuding scarlet flames. Human, you are honored. Be the second lost person to see the purpose of the great Balrog. Interference hoarse voice roars. The shock made Luo Chanu's ears hurt. The Lord of the Flame Demon. Luo Chanu's eyes suddenly widened, and he said incredulously, you are the Demon King. Whoa, 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 you can think so too. The Lord of Flame Demon laughed frantically. This deity specially invites you to come here, for no other purpose, just to give you two choices. This deity believes that you will not disappoint this deity, because you also have a bloodline of belligerence flowing through you. Luo Chanu was horrified to find that he had withdrawn from the function of 9-layered abyss and was sealed. Don't struggle, the deity suffered a loss last time, how could you not be prepared at all? The Lord of Flame Demon showed a strange smile and said, your world is very interesting, but unfortunately the deity cannot come over in person for the time being. Luo Chanu finally recovered from the shock. What choice do I have? People have to bow their heads under the eaves, perhaps this is his current portrayal. The Flame Demon Lord put a finger in the depths and said, first, reject the deity, congratulations, you can become one of the avatars of the deity. Luo Chanu. Guys, will you play? The first choice is the choice to dehumanize. Shouldn't it be tempting first and then coercive? Luo Chanu shook his head speechlessly and said, what about the second option? When speaking, he was already thinking about how to get out. This is the place to stay for a long time. Now the only hope is pinned on the Eternal Tower. It should be very powerful to destroy the ruins of the Skeleton Throne. But the effect, he is not sure about the function of the Ion Tower at all. If he resists, he will definitely not escape the dead end. While thinking, the Lord of Flame Demon has already stretched out his second finger. The second choice is very simple. This deity leaves a source of power in your soul, and you help this king, it's that simple. The second choice, this deity can let you quickly improve your strength and become a demigod in a short time. How? Luo Chanu felt a little loose in his heart, and his expression changed slightly. To be honest, for a moment he was moved. Wow, ka ha 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 ha. Hezurin, the Lord of Flame Demons, laughed wildly when he saw Luo Chanu's expression. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. However, the next moment. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his face showed a momentary loss of concentration. What did you say? Master said. Master refused. Luo Chanu's face was full of determination. Washa people, quiet. It's impossible to make him a rapist. In his previous life, what he hated the most were those bastards with the foreign moon is very round. What's more, let him betray the human race. If you want to die, you have to die dignifiedly. A mere demon king wants to make grandpa surrender, right? Do you really think that you have a big face, and you feel like a king? Lord standing here talking to you has already given you a lot of face. If you are acquainted, call me dad, and I will let you die easier. Bah, I don't have such an ugly and unfilial son as you are at most a maggot in the cesspool. In an instant, artillery fire continued. The speed of the output is extremely fast, and it has not waited for the flame demon to slow down. Luo Chanu had already said the most vicious words he could think of. ... Easy. However, Luo Chanu was stunned when he saw the expression of the flame demon lord. That guy was actually laughing. Bitchy bones. Being scolded like this, you can still laugh. However, in those eyes with scarlet flames, it was icy cold. You are very good. How many years? You are the first creature to successfully anger the deity. The Lord of Flame Demon sneered, raised his hand slowly, and a strange flame condensed at the tip of his finger. Since you rejected the good intentions of the deity, then, the deity will let you go to the endless purgatory to enjoy the fire of your soul. Baptism. Luo Chanu had a crazy smile on his face. Eternal token appeared in his hands. FK. Luo Chanu burst out with a national quintessence, and was stunned by the scene in front of him for a while. Because, after he took out that yang, constant token time, the flame demon lord seemed to have seen a ghost, trembling all over his body, and the flames all over his body swayed like a gust of wind. Then, the Lord of Flame Demon disappeared. Before leaving, he only left one sentence. As long as you dare to step into the eternal arena, I will show you what cruelty is. Luo Chanu, I still want to summon Ion to do the last struggle, and if I can't give myself a chance to survive, it is better to be trapped in Ion than to die. Lord of Fire Demons, run, run. The majestic and arrogant Balrog Lord just saw the eternal token and he ran away. How is this possible? Open black lens bracket eternal token close black lens bracket what is it? Eternal Tower horrified the skeleton giant in the skeleton throne, and even, supported, a secret realm, banished two big men who didn't know their strength, and made Wu Yicheng die. What's even more outrageous is, just eternal token can scare away a demon king. But, still alive, feel the strange magic circle disappearing, all the skills can be used, and even that 9-layered abyss can be communicated to leave here. Luo Chanu's dangling heart finally let go. Danger comes and goes quickly. Just when he was lucky, the entire Demon King's hall began to tremble violently and began to collapse rapidly. At this time, several prompt messages suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chanu. Ding, you complete the target of the 400th floor of that 9-layered abyss and the 9-layered abyss points plus 5 million points. Ding, you have cleared the final chapter of 9-layered abyss and the special item Divine Stone plus 1 will be rewarded. Ding, do you want to enter the exchange space? If you don't go now, when will you wait? Luo Chanu's body disappeared directly into the collapsed Demon King's hall. In an instant, he came to the familiar exchange space and sat on the ground. Immediately, he discovered that his shield value, which exceeded 100 million, only had a pitiful 100,000 points. If the Balrog Lord wants him to die, it is very likely that he will not even have the time to summon the Ion. The Flame Demon Lord had a secret that he could tell others, so he gave him a chance to take advantage of it. Now that I think about it, it was a fluke that I survived. Ha ha ha, if you don't die, there will be good news. He was not in a hurry to exchange artifacts. Instead, open the space backpack to see the special items that are rewarded. Divine Stone of Job Transfer Quest. Quality: SSS. Type: Special Item. Effect: every time you change jobs, you will definitely get SSS difficulty, and the rewards will be greatly increased after completion, and there must be 3 chances for each job transfer. If you fail 3 chances, you will return to normal. The difficulty is refreshed, and the item disappears. Good stuff. Luo Chanu has gone through 2 SSS class transfer advanced tasks, and of course he knows how fierce the rewards are. Eternal token is opened from the 2nd rank transfer treasure chest. Already saved his life twice. Divine stone for the job transfer mission is definitely a good thing, and it's not a one-time thing. It's just 49th level, and I can start the 3rd job transfer advancement mission soon. I'll go out later and go to the Ion Tower to finish the 2nd trial first. I'm really curious about what the Eternal Arena is. Luo Chanu Haosheng has collected the Divine Stone of Job Transfer Mission. The eyes have already floated to the exchange interface of the exchange space. Ding, did you spend 20,000,009 Abyss points to exchange for the Divine Weapon Pillar of Fate, Aurora? There is nothing to hesitate. Sure. With Luo Chanu's voice, a dazzling colorful light flashed. An unremarkable pillar was suspended in front of his eyes. Then, it got directly into his right arm and disappeared. Luo Chanu. Why do you always treat his body as home? Black Dragon Totem. This is the case. Heart of Time and Space is also the same. The Aurora Pillar of Destiny is here again. Is his body really that fragrant? With the disappearance of the colorful light, the attributes of Pillar of Fate, Aurora, appeared in front of him. Suddenly, Luo Chanu took a deep breath. Open black lens bracket Fate Aurora Pillar close black lens bracket. Not to be stolen, never to be destroyed. Quality: God level. Type: Deputy. Restricted occupation: Warrior General. Restricted attributes: Strength 10,000 points, Constitution 10,000 points, Agility 5,000 points. Additional attributes: Physical crit plus 35%, Physical hit plus 35%, Physical magic resistance plus 50%, Passive block rate plus 35%. Additional features: After triggering a critical strike block, 30% of your HP will be recovered, and the target will be dealt Aurora damage of strength physical 5 ignoring defense, ignoring 50% damage avoidance. Additional feature 2. All skill ranges including additional skills such as equipment and treasures are increased by 100%. If it is a Halo skill, an additional 100% Halo effect will be added. Additional feature 3. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to trigger the Aurora effect, causing the target to enter armor-piercing, blood coagulation, and weakness states for 5 seconds. Additional skill: Unique Pillar of Aurora. Consumes 30% of mana to summon Pillar of Aurora to attack all targets within 150 meters controllable, causing huge Aurora damage, and generating an Aurora force field on the spot, causing all enemy targets within the range to disperse. All vision lasts for 5 seconds and cools down for 120 minutes. Aurora Blessing. After merging the body, the strength of the body is greatly improved, and it is immune to all controls of the 7th level and below. Destiny. Every time you change jobs, you will get an additional artifact feature, current effective times 2. Note: it cannot coexist with offhand shields, offhand swords and other offhand equipment. Fierce. Really fierce. And in the future, he may not need the equipment of shield. Well, unless you get a better offhand artifact. In fact, Luo Chanu doesn't know the specific value of the artifact, but it is definitely the rarest treasure to be called an artifact. After this trip to 9 layers of abyss, he also understood some things. I am afraid that the guardian god Dong Xuanmo is deliberately concealing the true situation of 9 layers abyss. As the Lord of Fire Demon said, the first human being he saw was 100% the guardian god Dong Xuanmo. He wanted to find an opportunity to find out about the Lord of Fire Demon with Dong Xuanmo. Of course, the most important thing is to figure out the secret of Eternal Token. After being told by the Lord of Fire Demon, he dared not enter the Eternal Arena. If you have a chance to go to the Great Wall of Blood, it might not be possible to see the patron saint because of the special nature of the net celebrity of the rank. After thinking about it, Luo Chanu looked at his 9 layers abyss points. Only a pitiful more than 100,000 are left. Subbed. He thought about it, and directly exchanged 2 anti-war 5th level skills. 3 turns soon, it's time to get ready. 5th level skills are indeed expensive, so expensive that he can't even afford a book on special skills. And the next best thing, 743 chooses Sacrifice and Taunting. The former sacrifices his own blood volume to add a shield to his teammates, which is a very good team protection skill. The latter is hard control, which will definitely strengthen the control effect of the steel shield. All good. I don't know how many floors that Wang son of a bitch has climbed. Luo Chanu showed a weird smile. He really wanted to see that guy's expression when he saw him. It must be very cool. A few minutes ago. But others are still lamenting when Luo Chanu became #1 in the world. Wu Dao has completely extinguished the resentment in his heart. The main reason is that no matter how arrogant Luo Chanu is, he still cannot resent him. In comparison, Luo Chanu's growth potential exceeds that of Wang Ziquan. He knew that Wang Ziquan also climbed through 9 layers of abyss and he was also stuck on the 200th floor, and did not pass through. In terms of strength or potential, Tianzi is not as beautiful as Luo Chen. In Wu Dao's heart, he had already begun to calculate. If there is a chance, we must make friends with him. Suddenly there was a violent roar and exclamation in the ears. Damn it, is there a bug? How could Luoshan suddenly jump to the 400th floor? Crazy, how could it be possible that you have just passed the 276th floor? No, why is there only one 400th floor displayed on the leaderboard, but not the others? Ask for a popular science expert to explain. Will that 9-layered abyss only have the highest level of 400? It's only 400 floors, can't it? Didn't the experts say that the 9-layered abyss is useless and endless? Do you believe what the experts say? Let's wait and see. If Luoshan comes out or the number of layers changes within an hour, then we can get the answer. Hey, I have to wait, it's almost midnight. I will definitely have to scold my wife when I get home. Won't you retaliate if you scold you, and if you can't scold you, you won't be able to fight. The problem is, she can't be scolded or beaten. She is the coach of the Kendo Training Center. Hiss. While other people who didn't know the inside information were talking about it, and Chen secretly focused his attention on Wang Ziquan and his son. He knew that the news that Lao Shu had leaked would definitely reach their ears. With Wang Meng's character, he would definitely retaliate violently, even at the cost of tearing the skin off. Moreover, now that there is no time to pay attention to the affairs of this small city of Longshan City, the Wang family and their son will be even more reckless. Tonight's battle is imperative. The only uncertainty is how to open it. Xiao Yu, I have wronged you so much over the years. Thinking of Luo Kuang and the Luo family's couple, and Chen could only secretly sigh. Tonight, everything in the past will be returned to you. There are too many things involved in the past. But, tonight, sure to get some interest back. His trump card is not just a 7th order professional. With the same thoughts as in Chen, Wang Meng and Wang Ziquan were also waiting, and even started to charge up. As soon as Luo Chanu came out, those people would crush him with the power of thunder. Original. Wang Meng wanted to take revenge on his unfilial son by himself. But this idea was stopped by Yinmen and Wang Ziquan. Once he kills Luo Chanu, they will suffer the disaster. Luo Chanu must die, but he must not be killed by them in plain sight. Otherwise, they will all be screwed. Except for these two people. The people who care most about Luo Chanu must belong to those reporters who want news to die. Long guns and short cannons have long been set up, just waiting for Luo Shen to come out first-hand information. Especially the intern reporter, his eyes sparkled. Finally, in anticipation, 9-layered abyss in front of the entrance, a tall and mighty body suddenly appeared. I saw him with a red upper body, his angular muscles full of explosive power, his sturdy left arm was tattooed with a black dragon with fangs and claws, and his right arm held a black mace on his shoulders, as if he had come out of the ancient wilderness. The Berserker King. And he was holding a cigarette in his mouth, and the smoke was floating repeatedly, which highlighted his fierceness. Yo, so many people welcome me. Luo Chanu smiled slightly, but then his smile disappeared. I saw a handsome young man with a smile in front of him, reaching out and wanting to shake hands with him. Student Luo Chanu, because of you, you became the first place in the 9 Abyss rankings. And Chen instantly appeared in front of Luo Chanu, blocking Wang Ziquan's hand. Little feather, go. Before Luo Chanu could react to what happened, Wang Ziquan laughed strangely and unpredictably, and put his hand down quietly. At the same time, countless black energies quietly passed through the dark night, the targets. Luo Kangyu and Chen. There is an old yin beep. Luo Chanu's strength has been greatly improved, and his perception has been improved countless times, and he instantly feels the existence of that energy. Although he was extremely suspicious, he had no time to think about it at this time. A dodge stood in front of Chen. Steel shield set up. At the same time, a small shield also appeared on Chen and Yu Jilin in the distance. With steel shield becoming more and more humane, Luo Chanu's mind flashed, and he could choose his own target as his teammate. These are all experience gained from using steel shield countless times. This is his tacit understanding with steel shield. Crack, accompanied by a strange cracking sound, countless black mist shrouded the hundreds of meters near the entrance of the 9-layered abyss. At the same time, countless men in black, fierce beasts, and demons rushed out of the darkness, rushing into the black mist. Who dares to mess around here? FK, who touches me? Don't do it, I'm singing flares. Did someone attack Luoshan just now? Who is so brave, even Luoshan dares to move? No, I'm going out, here, who attacked me, it hurts. The devil is here again, BCDC, and the beasts. Use the flares, you can't see them at all, I can't take it anymore. In an instant, screams came one after another. LJ. Within a few hundred meters, it turned into a completely dark world. It turned out that all the lighting equipment failed, and only the special effects of some skills turned on some light. Such things only happen in an instant. It seems that it has been practiced countless times. On the other hand, Luo Chanu, after blocking the black energy, suddenly found something wrong. A strange black magic circle appeared under his feet, and traces of blood spilled from it, and finally condensed into blood-colored chains, attacking him and Chen like a snake. When the blood-colored chain meets the entanglement Luo Chanu. But it was shattered by a dazzling aurora. Luo Chanu smiled grimly. Can you suffer this grievance? The artifact I just got. With his backhand, he slammed the bastion on his shoulders to the black magic circle on the ground. Boom! The stiff Lois shards shattered, revealing the rune pattern of the magic circle. Under the ground, not just a magic circle, but two magic circles, one black and one red, are added to each other. However, under the bombardment of Luo Chanu, the two magic circles were only slightly shaken, and with the emergence of energy fluctuations, they became their original appearances. Seventh Order Magic Circle. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, but saw that Chen beside him had been bound into a big round dumpling by blood-colored chains. Those blood-colored chains were blocked by steel shield. And Chen suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about me, leave the blood god demon formation quickly." TM, when did they secretly clothe the formation? They didn't find it at all. The man in black is the ground mouse of the palace of the gods, and he must be the successor of the father and son of the Wang family. Earth mice. Luo Chanu frowned, and the memory in his mind suddenly emerged. It turned out to be those terrorists, and they have something to do with the Wang family. Look around. The figure of the young man just now has disappeared, and there are only demons, beasts and men in black. Come on, you stinky mice. There was endless tyranny in Luo Chanu's eyes. This was not the influence of the blood of the mad god, but the resentment that came from the depths of his memory. Headmaster, I'm going to deal with these stinky rats in the ditch. Take a sharp puff. He spit out a smoke ring and said, "You guys want to kill me, right?" Ha ha ha. One of the men in black suddenly laughed. Luo Chanu, you, quote. However, before he finished speaking, Luo Chanu's figure appeared directly in front of the man in black, and then, the man in black turned into a mass of flesh and blood, spilling out into the black mist. Roar, woo. Ferocious beasts and demons felt the breath of blood and went mad. He surrounded Luo Chanu. Hee, a bunch of ignorant things. Luo Chanu wasn't talking nonsense either, he just got up and down. These beasts, demons, and men in black, who were only tier 4 and tier 5, were not his enemies at all. A mace swept across, just fell, facing endless filth, beasts and men in black. Luo Chanu starts the tyrannical battle mode. Others can't see the damage, but they can feel the power contained in that blow. In the dark, Wang Ziquan and Wang Meng were shocked when they saw it. Such a fierce and reckless man turned out to be a fledgling professional. You must know that those men in black are at the 4th rank at the lowest level, and they are already elites gathered from cities near Longshan City. There are also those demons and beasts that are driven, which are also extremely ferocious existences. But now, just like a little scoundrel, Luo Chanu was slammed into a group, and no matter what attack hit him, there was no wave. Fighting mobs is not so easy. With a gloomy face, Wang Meng asked in a low voice, why haven't they shot yet? Dad, don't worry. Wang Zixuan withdrew his gloomy face, sneered, and said, our goal is not just that little beast. HMPH. Wang Meng snorted coldly, I don't want to see the little beasts live for a moment now. 11. The revenge of Zichen will definitely be avenged. Wang Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, and Longshan City, the next 10 years will also be our world. It's just Wang Zixuan's short-term ambition. As his name suggests, he doesn't want to stay in a small place like Longshan City all his life, he wants to climb up. But it is undeniable that the importance of Longshan City to him. Even scheming with the tiger has to achieve its goal. Only by brushing enough political achievements can we climb up step by step. Dijing is the real goal. The purpose of the pinnacle of power. Wang Meng nodded when he heard his son's words. Immediately, his eyes focused on the mace in Luo Chanu's hand. The terrifying power was unheard of. That mace is extremely terrifying, it should be his divine weapon. After thinking about it for a while, he sighed again, it's a pity, you and I are not warriors otherwise. Wang Zixuan shook his head and said, I am afraid that according to the news from the Patronus, he has passed the 400th floor, and he must have enough points in exchange for the divine weapon. An artifact, let them explore it first. Quote, then lowered his voice, wait for the opportunity, at least one of the two. Right, Wang Meng thoughtfully said. Anyway, the 7th order composite magic circle is not a little beast that can break it. The voice didn't fall, just listen. Boom. Crack clap. After a loud bang, the sound of breaking sounded abruptly. The endless black fog quietly dissipated. Broken. Wang Meng stared at Luo Chanu's tyrannical appearance in a stunned manner, and stopped for a while. He turned his neck and looked at Wang Meng. Dad, you are just a crow's mouth. Right now, a voice echoed in the ears of the two of them, finally found you, the Wang family's chops. The two looked away. However, Luo Chanu's figure fell like a meteor, and the sky smashed down. At the same time, the dark green barrier replaces the original black. Night fell again. 9-layered abyss. The entrance is when the two magic circles are activated. The scene was extremely chaotic. Within the range of the black fog, people can't get out, and can only use the light brought by the special effect, to resist the attacks of beasts, demons and men in black. Fortunately, there are not many people in black. The main combat power is still those fierce beasts and demons. However, just these 4th and 5th order monsters in the night also made them suffer. It came too suddenly and too violently, and it really caused a lot of damage for a while. Fortunately, soon, under the leadership of several college admissions teachers, he stabilized his position and prevented an effective defensive circle. In battle, casualties are inevitable. Those who bear the brunt of casualties are journalists who want news to die. However, there are some exceptions. Uncle, thank you. The intern reporter has been frightened and trembling. The owner of the pig farm is in front of him, and he is behind him. Ha ha ha, heavenly nephew, uncle will keep you safe. The owner of the pig farm laughed wildly, and then suddenly asked, Big nephew, do you really think about going to work in uncle's company? Intern reporter. In the defensive circle, he was temporarily safe, and habitually took out a red spar from his arms to record everything around him. It was the record crystal that Dad spent a lot of money to get him to celebrate his graduation. Now that all the mechanized equipment of the camera is down, and it is impossible to record the battle, he is also holding the mentality of giving it a try to see if he can use it. Unexpectedly, after trying it, it turned out to be really useful. Only momentarily, he was overjoyed, and even shouted in his heart, if you have the material, as long as you bring it back, you can get a promotion and raise your salary, become the editor-in-chief, marry the little flower next door, and then you will reach the pinnacle of life. When the dark fog came, Yu Jilin had already pulled out the blood-colored sword and made a gesture of fighting at any time. Sudden, he was stunned. Ding! your teammate Luo Chanu has added a damage-absorbing shield for you, which lasts indefinitely. Ding, you get 150% damage bonus for the duration of your fever status shield. Ding, you get a taunting halo, and the shield continues to gain the ability to laugh at the wind. Ding, you get the anti-injury spike shield and continue to gain anti-injury ability during this period. Ding, you get full of stamina, and the shield lasts for an extra stamina recovery bonus. FK, Yu Jilin was really stunned when he felt the shield value and the extra effect. Why do you call this a sucking shield? Hundreds of thousands of shield values, the 8th order powerhouse can't add it. The most important thing is that this shield was actually added to him by Luo Chanu. They haven't started teaming up yet, so it is unheard of to be identified as teammates. And this time, ferocious beasts, demons, and men in black have attacked. The old man is talking about juvenile madness. Scumbags, try the knives of labor and capital, and they are not sharp. With Luo Chanu's shield, he finally no longer has to worry about defense. The tyrant sword even surpassed the berserker by the output ability alone. Not to mention, Luo Chanu gave him a copy of Knife Killing the Sky, and the ability provided by the passive effect made his output a lot higher than before. Scarlet Sword Frenzy. Thanks to the 150% damage bonus, he can take away 30% of the blood of the beast with each knife. The damage exploded directly. Before the change, I didn't dare to think that it would be so easy to kill a beast of the same rank. At the same time, in the dense forest, a certain figure appeared from the darkness, but a thin middle-aged man appeared in the moonlight. He looked at the black energy mask at the entrance of the 9-layered abyss, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. 7th order composite magic array. Sure enough, the mouth shot. It's a bit tricky to break through this magic circle in a short time. Immediately, he touched the dagger in his hand painfully, and sighed, that little guy Luo Chanu is too scary. If he grows up, he will definitely be the mainstay of Xuanlong Kingdom. He must not be allowed to fall here. It's up to you, old man. After muttering, his figure disappeared into the jungle. Stealth, assassin's forte. ... Before he could get close to the black energy shield, 2 figures suddenly appeared on his path. Old Hetien, stay safe. Old Hetien, with our brothers here, you can never use the magic circle. Hetien was slightly taken aback when the familiar voice came, and then his brows furrowed. Things are going bad. You 2 bastards have also become mice. The 2 men in black robes in front of them were his old acquaintances. Because of certain things, they were hunted by him for several years, and finally they were arrested and sent to Hell Island. But, a few years ago, there was a turmoil in Hell Island, and some sinful people escaped. The 2 brothers, Zero and No One, are just 2 of them. It is also a 7th order, although it is not a big threat to him, but it can slow his footsteps. This is the most serious problem. If Luo Chanu was killed because of this time, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Old Hetien, you are in a hurry, Jia. I didn't expect to see your expression in my lifetime, I'm really honored. Zero laughed wildly, and his words were full of provocation. His brother disappeared but said, our brother is for you, but we went bankrupt and got the 7th order gem of true vision. Haven't you revealed your true body? 7th order gem of true vision. Hetien was stunned for a moment, and said with disdain, just because of this rubbish, do you want to be with labor and capital robbers? You are so naive. With Hetien's voice, his body disappeared from the sight of his brother returning home again. Void Assault. Second, it's up to you. As an old opponent, the brothers back home naturally knew He Yuan's ability. Gui Wu waved the big sword in his hand, and a gray shield appeared, protecting the 2 of them. His occupation, however, is an S-class hidden occupation, Death Knight. If it weren't for his poor brains, his skill level could not be improved and his strength would be unsatisfactory, and he would not have been arrested by Hetien. As for returning to Zero, the brain is very good, but the occupation is not satisfactory. It is only a C-level hidden occupation, the Shadow Warlock. However, the 2 are very tacit and extremely complementary. At the same time as Gui Zero ordered Gui Wu, he raised his staff high, and dark green energy leaked out, covering a radius of hundreds of meters, and its scale even exceeded the black energy shield. It's too late, it's too soon. When they released their skills, He Tian's attack had already arrived. The black dagger merged with the night and launched an attack from the back of Zero. See, a strange sound rang out, and the black shield rippled, but it was not completely broken. At this time, countless dark green energies turned into arrows and shot at the place where the dagger was. If he was really hit like this, then He Tian would not be qualified to be the advisor of the East China Sea Law Enforcement Team, and saw his figure disappearing in place again. Appears in its original position. It seems that you have become a mouse, and your strength is really good. After he finished speaking, he was no longer using the stealth-type raid, but charged forward. It's just tough, and it's commonplace for him. 3 people, start a chaotic battle. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded. The 3 afterimages separated instantly, and they all looked towards the entrance of that 9-layered abyss. How is it possible that the 7th order magic circle was broken? FK, during this time, is there an 8th order powerhouse coming? Ha ha ha, you're dumbfounded. 3 voices blurted out at the same time, but the next moment, the 3 figures disappeared in place in an instant, turning into afterimages and rushing towards a certain place. Boom! The father and son of the Wang family stared blankly at the figure that descended from the sky and appeared in front of them. Slightly stunned. Immediately, a calm smile appeared on Wang Ziquan's face. Luo Chanu, congratulations, the record of more than 400 years was broken so easily by you. While speaking, Wang Ziquan extended his hand in a friendly manner. Get to know me, my name is. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Chanu smiled, and that smile was cruel no matter what. Ha ha ha, Wang Ziquan, Wang Zichen's little beast brother. As soon as this word comes out, Wang Ziquan and Wang Meng's faces changed dramatically, and Wang Meng even scolded. Luo Chanu, Ziqian and you are classmates after all, he is gone now, you. When speaking, Luo Chanu frowned suddenly. He felt 3 powerful figures rushing towards him quickly, plus the presence of Lu Mi. And the 6th, this was the first thought in his mind. In an instant, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he directly activated the space blockade, surrounded the 3 of him, and even cancelled the space damage very intimately. Staring at Wang Meng, he opened his mouth slowly. Of course my grandson is dead. With a cruel smile on Luo Chanu's face, he said, after all, I cut him into 2 pieces with my own hands, tisk tisk tisk. That scene was really cool. As soon as this word comes out, Wang Ziquan and Wang Meng not only did not get angry, but they were slightly sluggish. You don't be kidding. Wang Ziquan even showed a smile and said with difficulty, Student Luo, this is a joke. At the moment when space blockade appeared, they felt unparalleled pressure. Their strength is not low. Prince Quan is the pinnacle of the 5th order, and is about to break through the existence of the 6th order. And Wang Meng is even more of a 6th order mage, but he put all his energy into the Adventure Guild, and his actual combat ability is not as good as before. The 2 saw Luo Chanu's battle of chopping melons and vegetables. Knowing that the father and son together are not Luo Chanu's opponents at all. Cowardly. No, this is a stopgap measure. First stabilize Luo Chanu and wait for the high-level powerhouses of the Temple of the Gods to come. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Luo Chanu laughed frantically, but those eyes were full of coldness. It doesn't matter what you think, I only have 2 questions. First, after I am a martyr, you shouldn't be ignorant. Why are you still condoning that little bastard Wang Zichen to bully me again and again, but the above doesn't care about it? This doubt has been lingering in his mind these days. But his question, and Chen just sighed, and did not explain the reason. His eyes were even more gloomy. Now that the Lord is here, it is impossible to miss this opportunity. Even though, give them 2 extra seconds to live. Wang Ziquan also had a puzzled expression. He hadn't paid attention to this issue before, but now Luo Chanu asked, and he smelled an unusual smell. Smell of conspiracy. And Wang Meng's pupils shrunk, and his face seemed to change. Color dragon-like, constantly changing. But after seeing the gleaming mace in Luo Chanu's hand, he sighed deeply, his eyes became firm, and said, the reason, can't be said, and I dare not say it. You can die, the Wang family can be destroyed, but some things can't be said. He, interesting, Luo Chanu said to himself, there are quite a few enemies in the Luo family, and they have a lot of energy. Ah, Wang Meng was dumbfounded, but stopped talking. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Ziquan said, "Student Luo, the past is over, and we will do our best to compensate you in the future." His idea was to stabilize Luo Chanu's emotions first. Then stall for time, waiting for that one to take action. He had a lot of resentment towards that one in his heart. After so long, he still didn't take action. Could it be that he really watched them get beaten to death by Luo Chanu? Ground mouse. Really unreliable. But things have come to this point. He can only bite the bullet, ignore the cause of Wang Zichen's death, and continue to get close to Luo Chanu. Whatever you want, we can satisfy you. Ha 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 ha. Luo Chanu laughed even more wildly, and his eyes became colder, and said, "This is really consistent with my second question." A look of surprise appeared on Wang Ziquan's face. Before he could speak, he heard Luo Chanu's words, his expression suddenly changed, and the words he said were firmly stuck in his throat. Second question, how do you want to die? Wang Meng didn't hesitate, and when Luo Chanu spoke, he wanted to take out the whole card in the backpack space. However, the next moment he was stunned. Space backpack, sealed. Can't open it. Since you don't choose, then I will choose for you. It's getting late, it's time to get on the road. While Luo Chanu was speaking, the mace in his hand was like a black lightning bolt, hitting Zhang Wang Meng's body fiercely. Boom! Wang Meng's body flew upside down as if being hit by a high-speed rail, and hit the barrier of the space blockade. But he didn't die immediately, but kept this 1 point of blood and survived. Next moment, Wang Meng hastily used the mage's life-saving skill, Refrigerator. Zhan Bing appeared and wrapped his entire body, making him temporarily invincible. Luo Chanu didn't continue to pay attention to Wang Meng, but threw a backhand fist, hitting Wang Ziquan's cheek, who was singing skills, and sent him flying. More than 200,000 injuries emerged. But it only made him lose 70% of his blood. Ha ha ha, interesting. He hurriedly followed, punching and punching again and again. Just like Wang Meng, Wang Ziquan also has the ability to save his life with a trace of blood, but he cannot escape Luo Chanu's thunderous terrorist attack. Can only be beaten passively. Finally, Wang Ziquan stood firm for a second, but was blown out of shape and died immediately. The dropped items are automatically picked up by Luo Chanu. At this moment, he finally shifted his gaze to Wang Meng. How does it feel to watch your own son die? In Refrigerator, Wang Meng's eyes are protruding, bloodshot all over, but he can't die. If he dies, there is no way to avenge this revenge. All he wants now is that before the refrigerator ends, that damned barrier will disappear quickly. Perhaps it is sincerity. There was a trace of coldness in Wang Meng's eyes. The barrier is gone. Wang Meng successfully connected to the backpack space. When the refrigerator is cancelled, a flicker disappears in place. You die. Immediately, a black scroll appeared in his hand, and he tore it apart with a kaila. Endless black air emerged from the scroll and entered Wang Meng's body in an instant. Wang Meng's HP instantly refilled, and he added a long shield. His eyes also became pitch black, black air surrounded his body, and he exuded a disgusting aura. Not far away, He Tian, who was fighting with the two Guijia brothers, felt such a breath, and immediately let out a scream. Heavenly demon possessed, be careful, it is the 7th level. However, before he finished speaking, his eyes were dull. Wang Meng, who had turned on heavenly demon possession, was blown to the ground by Luo Chanu's stick. Black blood spurted from the hole. Wang Meng was instantly killed. Luo Chanu breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, he put away the things that Wang Meng dropped. He Tian's guess was right. A mace blasted down, causing a critical hit directly, and a huge amount of real damage attached. Even a few more Wang Meng could not withstand such violent damage. Kill. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 71. Developed. Not far away, a young man held the crystal in his hand and kept mumbling in his mouth. He is the former intern reporter who survived. Hey, eldest nephew, wake up. The owner of the pig farm silently pushed the intern reporter in ecstasy and said, we are not out of danger yet. So those big guys are at least 7th order, any skill, we will all be finished. Uncle, if I really die, you remember to help me bring this record crystal back to my parents. With this, they will have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. The intern reporter came to his senses and asked the pig owner seriously. Number 7112. It's really like a will. Pig farm owner. Just talking casually, I didn't expect this silly boy to take it seriously. However, the danger is still not out of the way. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would survive the fight of these big guys. Suddenly, he pointed to a direction and said, "We're going there, it's definitely safe." When the intern reporter saw it, his scalp felt numb. That figure, a nightmare from a few years ago. Dean of Education, Yu Jilin. Damn, seeing the scene in front of him, he was instantly furious. The Wang family is their important partner. The head of the Wang family died in front of his eyes, and the body of the contact Wang Zixuan was lying there, which was extremely miserable. Tolerable or unbearable. Second child, you block the old ghost, I'll deal with Luo Chanu. Without any hesitation, Gui Wu directly propped up the gray shield to block in front of He Tian, as if he couldn't help without stepping over his corpse. At the same time, the great sword of Gui Wu slashed, and countless skeletons and zombies appeared out of thin air. He Tian was surrounded by it. He Tian frowned. Death Knights, the most annoying thing is these summons, the damage is not high, but they are very resistant to stalking people. The most important thing is that his 833 unlocking skill is still on cooldown. If it is controlled, it is very troublesome. Old He, I'll help you. At this moment, a figure rushed over, it was An Chen. While He Tian resisted the skeletons and zombies, he was speechless. Why don't you help Luo Chanu? Labor and management need your help. As a veteran and a school principal, it is outrageous to be unable to distinguish the battlefield situation at a critical moment. And Chen joined the battle, shook his head at the same time, and said, he doesn't need my help. He Tian, no need, how is it possible? Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Luo Chanu. I see. Luo Chanu was wielding a ferocious mace, and the constant bombardment was stunned and returned to zero. Allah, this is unscientific. A student who hasn't turned 3 and has just been transferred even angered the 7th Order Shadow Warlock, and seems to have the upper hand. If you say it, who will believe it? However, the reality was in front of him, and he had to believe it. As an old opponent, he naturally knows the strength of returning to zero. I am afraid that the battle over there will become more and more interesting. Exactly what He Tian said. Luo Chanu looked at the damage he caused, but it made him a little confused. With a shield value of 4 million, the additional damage should be at least 400,000, plus his super high strength and numerous characteristic blessings. But hitting the man in black in front of him, the total damage of each attack is less than 100,000. And although the gray shield on the man in black also dropped a lot of shield value, it was still intact. So weird. Sure enough, fighting with beasts is meaningless. Fighting with people is the real joy. And this time, Su Xing came over in the dizziness, seeing that he had lost more than 500,000 blood, and was immediately stunned. This is more than 20% of his total blood volume. How long does it take? In the instant of returning to zero, the proud skill, Touch of Shadows, was released. The 7th Order control skill also comes with a huge amount of shadow damage. Comparable. The dark green Touch of Shadows was not found. However, after returning to zero to block Luo Chanu's attack, he was stunned. Shadow Touch, in addition to some negligible real damage, it did not cause any effect. What about control? What about harm? Nima, that's a 7th Order special skill. After so many years, except for a few people, no one can escape the sneak attack of Shadow Touch. And those few people, all relying on the keen sensing ability, lost more skills. None of them are tough. Oh 4. This guy has appeared. Stinky Mouse, it's not a good thing to be in a daze during battle. Boom, a terrifying force invaded, and Zero's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Not only that, all the beasts, demons, men in black, Wei Wu and his summons within 100 meters of Luo Chanu, dead, flying. Steel Shield Directional Blasting. This is a technique developed by Luo Chanu. He couldn't tell whether the people around him were enemies or friends, and he could only target those who were sure to be enemies and target them for bombing. Don't think that he is a reckless man who doesn't know research skills. Someone Luo, are very smart. Luo Chanu didn't stop his attacking pace, a stride followed the flying back to zero. Slaughter. The body of returning to zero, which flew upside down, was instantly frozen, and although the huge inertia would not cause injury, it was uncomfortable. Boom, boom, the ferocious mace turned into a black screen that slammed into his gray shield. In less than a second, the gray shield shattered. Puff, returning to zero finally couldn't bear such a violent attack, and spewed out a mouthful of old blood, oozing from the black cloth on his face. However, in addition to turning on his life-saving skills, he had other means to restrain the crazy attack. It disappeared in 2 seconds. Zero's body disappeared on the spot and appeared in the sky tens of meters away from 100 meters. Supporting his severely injured body, he began to chant with difficulty. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, then rushed over with a stride forward, making some spectators who were watching the game called out to be an expert. Turn on frenzy. The speed is so fast that the distance of 100 meters can only be reached in 2 seconds. In the face of the attack of Zero, he didn't even dodge, there was only one thought in his mind. Hammer him to death. Moreover, he has the slaughtering hegemony and the divine protection of the Aurora, and those control skills are useless to him at all. Jump high. Boom. It was another blow to the chest that knocked the flying state to zero. Finally, the single damage caused exceeded 200,000, and it was finally able to suppress the terrifying HP recovery ability. Outrageous, how strong is this guy, and his ability to avoid injuries is so strong. Luo Chanu was chasing after him frantically while shouting outrageous. On the other side, when He Tian saw Gui Wu flying upside down, his eyes froze. The body could not help but disappear in place. The void raid opened again, directly intercepting Gui Wu flying in midair. Laugh. The black dagger broke through the gray shield and slashed the throat. However, this is just the beginning. The outbreak of the high-level assassin profession is not inferior to that of the mage. Although the opponent is a death knight, after being seized the opportunity to control, it is difficult to escape under a set of combos. Gui Wu has not yet fallen from the air, and millions of blood have been hit by half. Right now, and Chen also joined the siege. His battle axe seems to contain some kind of special power, and only the strength of the Sixth Order can cause decent damage. Old Anne, have you taken Viagra? So fierce. He Tian felt the strength of An Chen's attack, and suddenly let out a sound of amazement. An Chen slashed at Gui Wu's armor with a move of strengthening Washan Mountain. Sparks suddenly splashed around, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I want you to take care of it. Together, the damage is maximized. Gui Wu has been charged and cannot resist at all, when his blood volume reaches below 10%. He Tian's eyes were cold. Lightly spit out 2 words, darkness. The dagger slid across Gui Wu's neck, and strange energy poured in, directly emptying his blood. Kill damage. Ignore the blood lock skill and force the end. This is the most powerful ability of the assassin, making countless professionals who like the wave of residual blood terrified. And He Tian's ability is much stronger than ordinary assassins. The effect is immediate. Go to nothing, die. Do not. When returning to zero and running wildly, seeing his own younger brother being besieged to death, he immediately trembled. But, between thoughts, he has lost his initial fighting spirit, and now his only thought is to survive. Revenge can only be accomplished by surviving. After dodging Luo Chanu's raging mace attack, Zero's body flashed towards the dark jungle in the distance. After a certain distance, he suddenly shouted loudly, if you haven't made a move, aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Dharma Protector? Very loud sound, into everyone's ears. There was even a brief pause in the movements of many people. Shit, is there anyone else? What kind of resentment? What kind of resentment? So many vicious beasts and demonic attacks are nothing but the existence of other bigwigs. If it weren't for a few Sixth Order bigwigs protecting me, I would have died a long time ago, and now, the special is not over yet. Damn ground rat, let me go. Mass, if there is no signal, the labor and management will call the police. It's stupid, the city guards, the intelligence department, and the law enforcement team are all here, and you said to call the police. Mass. I'm a 5th order professional, and now I'm not even a little scoundrel. Luo Chanu was also stunned when he heard the words of returning to zero. So many ground mice. But, on second thought, the possibility is infinite. Because, the previous compound magic circle was definitely not set up by the warlock in front of him, so besides him, there must be other 7th order. No, it is very likely that the 8th order powerhouse is in the dark. Leave him. Luo Chanu felt that the skill cooling was good. Savage charge catch up with the 0 residual blood. Die. Out of the public domain. Luo Chanu finally showed his fangs. Domineering. He was not familiar with this skill, so he couldn't control it as he wanted. Now, it's time. A hammer slammed the ground, and in an instant, the ground surged like a dragon, and the violent energy instantly spread to a range of 100 meters. And bear the brunt of the zeroing in front of him. Overlord skills, the distance is greater. The higher the damage. Minus 325.775. The terrifying damage appeared, causing the 0 blood volume to be emptied immediately, but the next moment the blood volume returned to 50%. Luo Chanu. What the heck, why does everyone have this outrageous life-saving ability? I always feel that professional boss is not difficult to kill. That being the case, if you can't kill it once, do it again. Ah, suddenly, a low and strange sound sounded, and it sounded like a movement caused by the resuscitation of some kind of huge monster. Boom, a dark fireball came, hitting Luo Chanu who was about to start. Luo Chanu shuddered, his body was like a meteor, and he was instantly knocked off dozens of meters, and even a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Little feather. Luo Shen. Luo Chanu children's shoes. Luo Chanu. All kinds of exclamations, one after another, worried and caring in the tone. Nima. Luo Chanu's angry voice came from the pothole, and with the sound, he jumped out of the pothole. I saw that his blood volume had disappeared by 10%, and the shield of millions had also disappeared. Fall on the ground. He stared at the dark forest in the distance. Old coin, get out, I can't beat you to death. There was no movement in the jungle, and the answer to Luo Chen was another dark fireball. Learn from mistakes. Luo Chanu had experienced the power of the fireball, so he dodged directly. However, the fireball seems to have raised its eyes to locate and track. Luo Chanu runs, fireball chases. And this time, a terrifying phantom tens of meters high appeared above the dense forest. XM. No, you can't do this to me. Zero's roar remembered. I bleed for the temple, ah. The roar stopped abruptly. There was a terrifying chewing sound over the jungle. Hiss. Everyone was stunned, even Luo Chanu was stunned, and then was blasted out by the fireball, but his blood volume did not drop but rose. With defensive stance turned on, he triggered the attack. But everything in front of him made his hair stand upright. That terrifying strange hand was deeply imprinted in his heart. Immediately after, he is angry. The head grabber doesn't tell the master, is there any reason? Badly. In the dense forest, the black-robed man slowly and forcibly exposed his body to the moonlight. Disturbing my play, the crime should be punished. Accompanied by the hoarse voice of the man in black robe, the white moonlight turned blood red, reflecting the earth. When the blood moon comes, there must be evil spirits. Luo Chanu, you are very good. Joining the temple of our Lord will save you from death. Ling Di, you are so loud. He Tian finally came, and his thin body stood in front of Luo Chanu, shielding him from the wind and rain. And Chen also appeared next to Luo Chanu. He said in a low voice, don't be impulsive, that ground mouse is an 8th order dark demon messenger, a tough guy. Luo Chanu frowned, he felt the terror of the 8th order powerhouse. 1.1 Although I haven't really seen their shot, the scene of the landslide in Longyuan Valley is deeply imprinted in my heart. Perhaps, only his nuclear bomb could cause such horrific destruction. But now, he has resisted the 2 attacks of the 8th order. Not to mention, compared to the shivering that day, I feel better now. Jia, He Tian, there is no one from the Barbarian God Legion to help you today, how dare you stand here and talk to me like this? The man in black robe raised his hand, and the terrifying giant phantom moved. Finally, under the shadow of the blood moon, revealed its true face. Cyclops. No, it should be a Cyclops zombie. There are countless stitched lines all over the body, and red and black energy lines shuttle across the body surface. Grim face. One black and one red eyeballs in the one I kept scanning. On the arm, the branded 3 is particularly conspicuous. Luo Chanu, I'll give you another chance to choose, or you'll go back to 0 in its belly. Choose. Luo Chanu's body trembled, and he suddenly laughed. You guys are exactly the same. It's everyone who lets you choose. Who do you think you are? Come here if you can, believe it or not, smash this junk. Jia, very courageous. The man in black robe slowly raised his head and looked at Luo Chanu with a pair of strange white eyes, as if to see where his confidence came from rejecting him. If that's the case, then baby, go eat it. Next moment, the Cyclops zombie took a step forward and grabbed Luo Chanu and the 3 with its huge hands. Right now, boom, the roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the blood moon in the sky began to disintegrate, and the pure white moonlight spread to the earth. Under the moonlight, a pure white arm blocked the stout hand of the Cyclops zombie. If you want to touch my Xiao Yu, have you asked my aunt? A faint voice came, shocked everyone's heart. Cyclops, with such a huge body, is at least an 8th order beast. Although it was made into a zombie, the strength of that body would not be too low. The 7th order powerhouse was regarded as a snack by it, and I am afraid that it also existed in the 8th order. Now, such a terrifying existence, such a huge body, was resisted by a slender hand. No matter how hard the Cyclops zombies tried, they couldn't advance a single point. This scene, how can you not make your jaw drop? Who is she? I've never heard of such a powerful female professional in Longshan City. That voice is so sweet, so domineering. Today is a gain of knowledge. Although it is dangerous, there are no regrets in this life, and the capital for bragging is also sufficient. Scared me to death. I thought that when the 8th order ground mouse came out, we were going to have a tragedy. Not just the onlookers. At this time, the director of the intelligence department, Zhou Yu, was also full of doubts. Who is she? Her family's Xiao Yu, what does she have to do with Luo Chanu? Could it be that Luo Chanu likes mature people, so my family's Xiaoying has no chance? Such a murmur caused the vice captain of the city defense next to him to roll his eyes. When is this time, still care about these trivial matters? However, the little sister is 26, and I don't know if Luo Chanu will like it. And Chen was one of the closest witnesses. His pupils shrank in shock. Fighting against the 8th order Cyclops zombies, could it be the army of barbarians? How did they come so fast? As a member of the law enforcement team in Donghai City, He Tian has a close relationship with the barbarian god Legion. When I saw that figure, I suddenly exclaimed, Barbarian Dragon Li Yunxi. What, is she a savage? And Chen was completely shocked. The Barbarian Dragon is a unique title of the Barbarian God Corps. In the Barbarian God Corps, only members with outstanding military achievements can be awarded the title. However, the Barbarian Dragon represents power. When he was in the Great Wall of Blood before, he met a member of the Barbarian God Legion with the title of Barbarian Dragon. One person can fight 2 9th order beasts alone with the strength of the 8th order. It's simply too fierce, and the woman with the delicate back in front of her turned out to be a barbarian dragon. Just when they were shocked, a figure flashed past them. And Chen and He Tian could only see the 12 hideous black mace. Little feather. And Chen wanted to speak out, but it was too late. Luo Chanu's body has jumped up like lightning and rushed towards the head of the Cyclops zombie. Unexpectedly, Luo Chanu, who was in the 2nd rank, was able to control the 8th order Cyclops zombie, making it immobile. Then stood on the shoulders of the Cyclops zombie and kept bombarding the head of the Cyclops zombie. At this time, Luo Chanu's idea is simple. How can you be wronged by this? The ant who just came to the rescue. The backhand is savage charge. Stun the Cyclops zombie a few times. He, Luo Chanu, never takes revenge overnight. Sudden. Luo Chanu found that the defense of the Cyclops zombies did not seem to be as high as imagined, perhaps because of the relationship between the zombies. However, if he can break the defense by a large margin, then he has a chance to kill. Open black lens bracket steel shield close black lens bracket. A few old acquaintances within the selected range, plus. Furious attack, open. The black-robed man saw the moment when Li Yunxi appeared. The white eyes suddenly disappeared, the black pupils tightened, and the body involuntarily retreated. Quote. The hoarse voice uttered 2 words, and the voice began to tremble. He is hidden in Donghai City, and naturally has a lot of information about the Barbarian God Legion headquartered in Donghai City. And the owner of that voice is in their intelligence. It is also a member of the Barbarian God Legion who made them suffer. Now, she actually appeared in this small place in Longshan City, and she is the aunt of the mission target. The 8th Order of the East Admiralty was held up, but, why are you here? Ha ha ha, little mouse, it's not just that old lady, but also your uncle. Just when the man in Haipao wanted to abandon the number 3 experiment and run away alone, strong arms wrapped around his shoulders and a wild voice rang in his ears. You. The man in black robe stood upright with cold hair, and cold sweat broke out. It's rude, even the uncle doesn't call. Situ Zan smiled slightly and said, watch the show quietly for a while, be good, don't make trouble. The black-robed man was completely dumbfounded. Luo Chanu, who is he? It can actually affect 3 8th Order powerhouses, 2 of which are the Dragon Tiger title of the Barbarian God Legion. Verb. Move. He didn't dare to move. The savage tiger Situ Zan, nicknamed the Butcher, murdered like a hemp. He is no match at all. It is said that 2 days ago, he also slashed an 8th Order Super Beast King, the Hurricane Wolf King. Even if he has a heart to die, he does not dare to die. In Situ Zan's hands, dying is more uncomfortable than living. Soul torture, not everyone can bear it. Tisk tisk tisk, Xiao Luo is too fierce, he has the demeanor of his father. However, a voice was heard in the distance. Situ Zan frowned, it's dead. He waved his hand, and countless fist prints appeared out of thin air, blasting at the demons, beasts and the few men in black who were besieging the crowd. Mass kill, all under the blow of the 8th Order powerhouse. Seeing this, Li Yunxi gave Situ Zan a white look, and said speechlessly, bastard, will you keep a few alive, the ones are more valuable. Situ Zan patted the man in black robe and said with a smile, isn't there a big mouse, it's enough to have him. Black robe man. At this moment, Luo Chanu also saw the existence of Situ Zan, and all the burdens in his heart finally fell. Auntie, this guy let me play. Li Yunxi is full of black lines, but he also saw the shield prompt before, and he was shocked at the same time, but also knew Luo Chanu's strength, very strong. At least, the ordinary 7th Order would not be his opponent. And the crippled 8th Order. Just let him play. Immediately, she dodged and left, leaving the battlefield to Luo Chenli. And Chen and He Tian looked at each other and left. Come on, don't let the fight stop. Before, under the control of Li Yunxi, the Cyclops zombies did not have the ability to attack. Now, Li Yunxi left. The Cyclops zombie finally revealed its strength to swallow the 7th Order powerhouse in one bite. Ah! It roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from its body. It was an ominous aura. Invisible energy spills out. Fly the Luo Chanu on the shoulder. Before Luo Chanu fell to the ground, a terrifying fist slammed into it. Innocent. Luo Chanu murmured and turned somersaults in the air, dodging the terrifying fist. After landing, without hesitation, and then opened Black Dragon battle body. It's a pity that Wild Slaughter is still in a cooling state, otherwise he can still open another tyrant body. Now, that's enough. The legs exerted force, and the body was fired like a cannonball, rushing towards the chest of the Cyclops zombie. When the ejection starts, don't forget to switch the attack stance for yourself. Boom! The mace slammed on the boss's chest, causing countless black and red energies to surge, and even some mysterious runes flashed quickly. Minus 456,820. The damage is very high, but it does not significantly reduce the HP of the Cyclops zombies. The Cyclops zombie is the thickest monster he has ever fought, no one. But now, he has plenty of time to challenge this beast. It's still the same sentence, it's no surprise to have my aunt here. Boom, boom, Luo Chanu became stronger and stronger as he fought, and although the Cyclops was an incomplete 8th Order, his strength should not be underestimated. One person, one beast, open a different battle mode. Good guy, I haven't seen each other for 2 days, this kid is taking Viagra. Suddenly became so fierce. Satuzan looked more and more shocked. Is this still the little Mengxin shivering in the Hurricane Wolf King realm? After Li Yunxi heard it, he was immediately angry. Asshole, you only eat Viagra, your whole family eats Viagra. Xiao Yu is very talented, you don't need it. Satuzan. You seem to know it. With emotion, Li Yunxi, who protects the calf, will be scolded by Li Yunxi, and Satuzan is also speechless, so he can only shut up and watch the play with peace of mind. However, he squeezed the arm of the man in black robe, but exerted a little force to release the unhappiness in his heart. The poor man in black robe dared not speak out, so he could only endure it silently. And far away, those who were rescued by Satuzan also joined the show, but they were frightened by Luo Chanu's fighting power. It's so strong, but you told me this is a defensive battle. It's obviously a berserker's way of fighting. It is said that Luo Chanu has awakened the berserker bloodline. Is that mace an artifact? It looks so ferocious. If it is smashed, it will be sour. It's scary to think about. From now on, Luoshan is my idol. Outrageous. His grandmother opened the door for Outrageous home, the second turn to defend against the tough 8th Order Cyclops, and is there any king law? I don't want to play spicy, I want to go home. Opening, I guess Luoshan wins. Arguments, one after another. There is no doubt about the strength of people who can still survive today, and they are all outstanding in the same strength evaluation. Certainly, except for the intern reporter, his eyes were glowing at the moment, holding the recording crystal at Luo Chanu's battle, and muttering non-stop. And this time, Yu Jilin, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and said, after the meeting is over, give me the recording crystal. The intern reporter was silent, trying his best to suppress his fear of the director of education, and shook his head. The recording crystal is his tool for flying in place. Can't be handed over. Laughing, he said gently, don't worry, classmate Pan, just extract some evidence from the record crystal, and return it to you when you're done, don't you believe the teacher? Ah, the intern reporter thought for a while. Yu Jilin's assessment of strokes among students is not very good, but he is worthy of recognition for keeping his promises. Therefore, the intern reporter could only nod his head. Mr. Shu, you must return it to me. It's a word. Whoa, just when everyone was talking about it. The Cyclops zombie screamed in the sky, and the first wave of terror made most people cover their ears unconsciously. Accompanied by the roar of the Cyclops zombies. Sudden mutation. I saw that the position under the armpit of the Cyclops zombie once again transformed into two strong black and red arms, but... The hands are very abrupt, covered with scales, and they don't seem to belong to the Cyclops zombies. Four-armed attack, the terrifying fist shadow covered the sky and covered Luo Chanu on the ground. Bang bang, the terrifying bombardment was deafening. On the ground, countless mud splashes drowned Luo Chanu's figure. As expected of the 8th rank, the strength is really strong. After Luo Chanu activated the Black Dragon battle body, he reactivated the primary talent of the spirit, and his perception was greatly improved in an instant. Most of the iron pot punches of the Cyclops zombies were avoided by him. But still can't escape some fists from strange angles. Every time he punched, his shield value was consumed by hundreds of thousands, and his health was also worn away by a damage called Dark Sky. Withstand. Luo Chanu didn't want to resist, but faced with such a violent attack, he couldn't resist. Fortunately, under the violent attack, resolute and unyielding, all passives are superimposed to the upper limit. The four shields are fused with each other. In addition to the shields of Steel Shield and Savage Charge, his shield value has now exceeded 10 million. This grievance, I can't stand it, the artifact I just got, the ant who just arrived. Luo Chanu is no longer hiding. The only artifact skill, Aurora Pillar, Scope, shrouded the Cyclops zombies. 30% of the magic power evaporated instantly, and his right arm and the patient he was holding suddenly turned into a glass-like color. Boomed out. Mace vs Cyclops zombie black-red fist. The terrifying energy erupted, and the energy waves visible to the naked eye dispersed. 900 at this time. A mysterious brilliance suddenly descended from the sky, drowning the Cyclops zombies. Boom. Minus 125 million Aurora. The Cyclops zombie was directly knocked to the ground by the Guanghua hammer. The two black and red arms instantly evaporated under the aurora, and the one eye of the Cyclops zombie overflowed with black blood and tears strangely. Blood volume disappeared 40%. At this point, the Cyclops zombie only had the last 43% of its health. Most importantly, the Cyclops zombie was possessed by the aurora effect, which lost all vision. Luo Chanu is excited. Such terrifying damage directly caused his shield value to skyrocket again by 12.5 million. While you are sick, it will kill you. Before waiting for the Cyclops zombie to get up, Luo Chanu rushed towards the head of the Cyclops zombie. The hideous mace smashed viciously on that weird eye. Ah! A low roar sounded, and the Cyclops zombie did not have the so-called pain, but it still stretched out its hand to cover its eyes. Weakness. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, and before the Cyclops zombie's arm was covered, he slammed down again with two sticks. Caw caw caw. A strange shattering sound rang out. Quote. Weird screams echoed in the broken battlefield. Not only did everyone listen to the sound, but they saw the eyes of the man in black robes, who were surrounded by Satuzan's arms, dripping with scarlet blood. TOTOA. 012311112113433281. The man in black robe covered his eyes, and an unbelievable voice came from under the hood. How could he break the dreamy eye? Li Yunxi and Satuzan looked at each other. They also saw different shocks in each other's eyes. Satuzan was silent for a moment, and the secret technique and sound transmission entered his ears. Perhaps, you can apply to let that kid go to that place. Li Yunxi was slightly taken aback. With a contemplative expression on his face, he replied, "You are his introducer, you go to this matter." That is required. At this time, Luo Chanu was still attacking frantically. The higher the shield value, the higher the damage of each hit. The HP of Cyclops zombies has been steadily reduced. Only the last 30% left. Black Dragon battle body has ended. But, another skill of his, it's good again. Savage charge. The shield value is increased again. The next hit increases the damage by 300%. Master, let you taste the power of nuclear bombs. Luo Chanu showed a cruel smile. Shield, blast. This time, he did not bomb the more than 20 million shield. Instead, all other shields were selected. Boom. Minus 1.46 Z. Under the blessing of Savage Charge, 300% damage, the shield value of more than 3 million exploded, like a nuclear bomb, setting off a mushroom cloud. Under attack, the Cyclops zombie was blasted directly into a corpse. An upgraded light erupted on Luo Chanu. LV.50, here we come. Ding, you killed a level 120 special beast, Cyclops special undead, and gained 65.28 million experience points. Ding, your level has increased by 1, and your current level is LV.50. Ding, the level has reached the upper limit. Ding, it has been detected that all your attributes exceed 3,000 points. The main attribute physical fitness exceeds 5,000, and the 3 skill levels have reached LV.5, meeting the advanced requirements. Ding, it has been detected that you have a special item, Professional Transfer Mission Divine Stone. This job transfer mission must be an SSS grade. Ding, do you accept the job transfer? Luo Chanu thought about it, and decisively gave up accepting the job transfer task. After all, he still had one very important thing to do. Eternal Tower, the trial of the second turn has not been completed. He didn't know if he could enter the second rank trial after accepting the mission. Anyway, job transfer tasks can be accepted at any time. Not a single thing explodes. Luo Chanu curled his lips speechlessly, and suddenly his eyes focused on the broken corpse of the Cyclops zombie. Hey, what is that? When the energy wave disappears, the onlookers stared dumbfounded at the small mushroom cloud in front of them, and suddenly froze. Hiss. Including the 3/8 level professionals, everyone gasped. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry by them. I have never heard that bombs can be effective against high-level beasts. Could it be a new magic technology weapon? Oh, my worldview is about to collapse. The beam of light before was also very strange. I could feel the destructive power contained in it from such a distance. Now, the energy doesn't seem to be so strong, but it looks even more shocking. It's outrageous. Apart from the meat, what is Luotian like to prevent war? Could it be that he obtained the hidden job quest scroll and changed his job to a hidden job? It's not impossible. After all, no matter how powerful the artifact is, it can't allow a professional to single out the 8th rank at the 2nd rank. Actually, Cyclops doesn't necessarily have to be at the 8th level. After all, it has never released the domain ability unique to the 8th level. Longshan City, a fierce tiger appeared. Just when Luo Chanu was about to step forward to check, Li Yunxi appeared beside him. Xiao Yu, don't touch it, that thing is not easy. Auntie, what is that? Luo Chanu turned his head to look at Li Yunxi, his face full of doubts. I don't know what the name of the ghost thing researched by the field mouse is, but it is full of evil power, which can make professionals lose their minds, and even turn them into zombies that are neither human nor ghost. Hiss, is there such an outrageous thing? Luo Chanu was shocked. If this kind of thing is allowed to flow out, will it cause a zombie apocalypse? Read less novels. Li Yunxi was afraid of Luo Chanu's solid back, and said speechlessly, this thing is not contagious, and with the ability of gophers, it can't be used on a large scale. Ha, that's good. Luo Chanu thought of the movie he watched in his previous life, the horrible doomsday scene. He didn't want to survive the doomsday. Then how to deal with this thing? Leave it to my aunt. When you become an official member of the Barbarian Legion, you will have to deal with these things. There will be a special instructor to teach you. While Li Yunxi was speaking, a red light suddenly appeared in his hand. While the light was shining, the red light came out of his hand, wrapped the strange object, and then disappeared. I will put this thing away for you first, and then I will give you the points of the Wild God Legion. Ha ha ha, there are also points from the Primordial God Legion, which is really good. ... Never shoot Air Force. Now, there are many good things in his backpack. The loss of Wang's father and son can make him a lot of money. By the way, I'm already at level 50, so I don't need to go to Donghai Academy to report, and I can directly become a full-fledged member of the Primal God Legion. As soon as this word comes out, Li Yunxi was slightly taken aback. This is level 5000. Leveling up is not that simple. Generally, it takes at least 1 or 2 years for newly awakened professionals to reach level 50. In addition to job transfer conditions, there are job transfer advanced tasks that also require a lot of time to prepare. But now, Luo Chanu, who just turned 1 the day before yesterday, has now passed the difficulty of turning 2 and reached level 50. But after thinking about it, it's reasonable. After all, Luo Chanu's experience in entering that 9-layered abyss is very rich, and coupled with a large number of bosses and elite monsters, it can really make his level leap. For Luo Chanu's question, Li Yunxi shook his head and said, you are too special. My aunt will report this matter to the Legion commander and let him decide. All right, Luo Chanu is a little regretful. He still wants to become a full member, to see what good things the Thor Legion can exchange. I don't know if there are any S-rank or higher anti-war hidden career quest scrolls. With the increase in strength, he has already despised the B-rank hidden profession. At least he should have an S-rank. At this moment, Satuzan came over. There was no sign of the man in black robe beside him, and he seemed to be imprisoned by unknown means. This is not a place to chat. Let's go back to Longshan City. Yes, it was rare that Li Yunxi did not fight against Satuzan, and said to Luo Chanu beside him, you are tired after a busy day, go back and rest first. However, Luo Chanu shook his head and said with a smile, I still have some things to do, I have to let them go first. Although Li Yunxi and Satuzan were puzzled, they didn't ask. On the other hand, when Satuzan heard Luo Chanu's words, he directly faced the onlookers. The Barbarian God Legion is doing business, and the idle people are waiting to retreat. As soon as this word comes out, including Chen and He Tian, everyone was stunned. Immediately, he glanced at Luo Chanu reluctantly, and slowly stepped forward, and a group of people walked towards Longshan City. And Chen came to Luo Chanu and said, Xiao Yu, have a good night's rest, and tomorrow, take the time to come to school today. Before you know it, it's past the morning. Luo Chanu nodded. He also had something to say to Chen. Chen must know something about the inside story of the Luo family, but he doesn't understand it clearly, as if he was stuck in his throat. Headmaster, I understand. Luo Chanu quietly watched the crowd leave. After thinking about it, I decided to clarify some of the questions in my heart. Immediately, he took out the eternal token from the space backpack, spread it in the palm of his hand, and said, Auntie, Senior Satu, do you know the eternal token? Open black lens bracket eternal token close black lens bracket. Satu-zan and Li Yunxi said in unison, where did you come from? Ah, it's given by the treasure chest of the first rank transfer task. Hey, Satu-zan took a deep breath and sighed, your boy's luck is so good. In addition to surprise, Li Yunxi's face was filled with joy. Yeah, Xiaoyu's luck is really good. So, what does it do? However, to his surprise, Li Yunxi shook his head. Instead, Satu-zan spoke up. Once again, when I was drinking with the boss, I heard him talk about the eternal token. Then ask Senior Satu to tell me. Satu-zan organized the language and said, eternal token is extremely rare. The boss said that the entire Xuanlong kingdom will not hold more than one hand, even if he does not have it. It is said that you can enter a place called Eternal Arena, fight with some mysterious people, and you can get rewards if you win, very generous rewards. However, it is also very difficult to open the Eternal Arena. It needs to pass a very difficult test, and it is very dangerous. Those mysterious people are powerful, and if they are not careful, they will suffer irreversible permanent damage, and even die. Luo Chanu listened carefully, but thought of the words of the Flame Demon Lord in his heart, and he was not sure for a while. At this time, Satu-zan's voice came again. The boss said that he had a friend who obtained an item in the arena, which is said to be more powerful than an artifact. Boy, you have to seize this opportunity. With your strength, as long as you complete the rank 3 trials, you can at least be comparable to some rank of Tianzhao characters. Li Yunxi listened quietly without interrupting. Although she has heard of the Eternal Token, there is even an Eternal Token quest within the Barbarian God Army. She didn't know the details. At this time, after hearing Satu-zan's words, he slowly said, Xiaoyu, my aunt still recommends waiting for your strength to improve a little bit, and then go to the Eternal Arena to stay safe. Steward Battle. Yaosho. He actually heard the words, be steady, from Li Yunxi's mouth. In the Barbarian Army, apart from the boss, Li Yunxi and him are the most reckless. Steady is the biggest joke for them. Luo Chanu nodded thoughtfully. Auntie, I know, in fact, I haven't opened the Eternal Arena yet, and it takes 3 turns to open it. Oh, the two were surprised, but did not ask again. Xiaoyu, what exactly are you going to do, and send those people away? Luo Chanu said with a smile. I'm going to complete the 2nd rank trial of Eternal Tower and then see if I can do the 3rd rank task. Ah, Satu-zan was dumbfounded. No wonder you grew up so fast, racing against time to improve. You just came out of 9 layers of abyss and you fought against the 7th and 8th levels one after another. Aren't you tired? Xiaoyu, pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Luo Chanu. The elders of other people are doing their best to force the younger generation to work hard. To him, they all advised him to take a good rest and relax. This feeling is really good. I'm very excited now, and I can't sleep when I go back. It's better to go and finish the trial. It's already been entrusted for a day and I can't delay it any longer. Good guy. You are a model worker. Satu-zan laughed loudly. That's right, our barbarian army needs this kind of spirit. You go and complete the trial, I'll report to the boss and see how he arranges you. Well, thank you senior. Ha ha ha, whoever is senior or not is called Brother Zan. Luo Chanu looked at Satu-zan, then at Li Yunxi, laughed, and said, Brother Zan. Immediately, he took out the 2 remaining cigarettes and handed one over. Would you like one, brother? Sensible. Satu-zan smiled even more happily, and after taking it, he skillfully took out the lighter and lit it. However, a strange smile appeared on Li Yunxi's face. Satu, call my aunt to listen to my mother. Satu-zan, go crazy. I take you as a teammate, but you actually want to be my aunt. Open black lens bracket Tower of Eternity close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu came to the familiar trial space again, and the scene was exactly the same as the first time. In front of his eyes, a virtual panel appeared. It is the content of the 2nd trial. Open black lens bracket Eternal Trial 2 close black lens bracket. Trial content. Within the specified time, kill 3 self-images 0 thirds. Trial reward. All attributes plus 500, random eternal items plus 1. Time limit. 60 minutes. Note: the mirror image has all the attributes, skills, equipment, artifacts, etc. of the challenger. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. The difficulty has increased so much. When he turned to the trial, he almost passed the trial in seconds. But now, hit yourself, and kill 3 more. The difficulty increase span of the second turn trial is too large. Especially, Steel Shield, these abnormal skills, if the scene is used, the two, Luo Chanu, will scrape each other. That scene, I can't imagine it. Just when Luo Chanu was surprised, the trial countdown ended. 3. Luo Chanu, wearing armor and holding ferocious maces, appeared in the center of the arena. 3 pairs of eyes without charm looked straight at Luo Chanu. Isn't it 1-to-1? All 3 together. Luo Chanu was startled, but the matter had come to this point, and he had no other choice. Be the first to strike first. Add a steel shield to yourself. Directly start with Savage Charge, aim at the self in the middle, and launch a charge. Boom! Huge damage burst out, killing 10% of self blood volume and making it stunned. Luo Chanu gave Savage Charge a thumbs up in his heart. Pillar of Destiny Aurora can be immune to the control of the 7th level and below, but it is still stunned by the Savage Charge. In other words, the stun effect of Brutal Charge must exceed the 7th level. Just when Luo Chanu was about to launch an attack, suddenly, 2 mysterious auroras appeared in the sky. The 2, Luo Chanu, next to him started with the direct artifact skill Pillar of Aurora. Boom, boom, in an instant, Luo Chanu's shield value disappeared by more than 2 million. What made him even more helpless was that Pillar of Destiny Aurora could not be immune to the control of Pillar of Aurora. He lost his vision. Luo Chanu did not sit still, but jumped up violently. Overlord, it's just hurting each other, who wouldn't? Jiao Jiao. The body bombarded the ground like a meteor, and then like a berserker, he frantically swung the mace and attacked everything around him. 5 seconds. It will be over soon. Luo Chanu, who regained his sight, suddenly froze. Because he found that the situation in front of him was very wrong. The 3, Luo Chanu, are all in a state of residual blood, and they don't have shields on them. That is to say, they did inherit Luo Chanu's attributes, blood, equipment, artifacts, treasures, but they did not inherit the mutated skills. Luo Chanu smiled. In this way, the difficulty is greatly reduced. Not even any difficulty. If it is replaced by other professionals to challenge, it must be very difficult, and even need to break through the shackles of oneself, and use super skills to restrain the display of the mirror image. He is different, because the most important part of his actual combat effectiveness is from the mutant skill. Whether it is Steel Shield, Savage Charge, Fortitude, Battle Stance, or Guardian of Life, they are all extremely bugs. For now, the most important thing is the first mutated skill, Steel Shield. Kill. Luo Chanu breathed a sigh of relief, and his fighting spirit was high. The mace was brandished impenetrably. Damage, full directly. Because of the existence of Crazy God's bloodline, the damage suffered by the mirror image has a certain upper limit, and it can also be converted into shield value. This slowed down Luo Chanu's clearance speed. And eggs. At best, let them die later. With the death of the last mirror image, Luo Chanu successfully passed the trial journal. But there is one thing that makes him unable to tear her sister apart, that is, the 3 mirror images do not seem to inherit the treasure of Heart of Time and Space. Could it be, this thing also has a secret? Luo Chanu suddenly thought of the dream he had after getting the Heart of Time and Space yesterday. Ding! Eternal Trial 2 settlement is successful. Ding! You get all attributes plus 500 points, Eternal Skills Forced Upgrade Scroll plus 1. Ding! You can stay in the Eternal Trial space for 30 minutes. Luo Chanu did not leave the trial space immediately. The reward of the settlement is very familiar. He has had the preliminary skill Forced Upgrade Scroll before. If the reward for the second trial is 2 more words, Eternity. It is interesting. Luo Chanu opened the space backpack, turned his mind, and the reward he just got automatically appeared in front of him. Eternal Skills Forced Upgrade Scroll Binding. Quality. Special. Effect. After use, the specified skill can be increased by 2 levels, and the corresponding skill understanding can be obtained. Eternal. The specified skill will definitely gain a skill effect with the eternal affix. Eternal affix. Luo Chanu didn't understand, but just when he was looking at the items, there was a throbbing in my mind. Then, the voice of, long absence, sounded in my mind. Hint. Your skill, the Asylum of the Goddess of Life, is eager to learn Eternal Skill Forced Upgrade Scroll, do you agree? This guy. Luo Chanu laughed dumbly, and it was the same last time. When he saw the Eternal Skill Forced Upgrade Scroll, he planned to use this item for the Goddess of Life's Asylum. Now, it comes up on its own, but it appears to be full of spirituality. Agree. With Luo Chanu's words, the Eternal Skill Upgrade Scroll in front of him turned into a stream of energy and dissipated in the space backpack. Next moment, Luo Chanu's mind became lively. Hint. Your skill, Sanctuary of the Goddess of Life, absorbs the energy of Eternal Skill Forced Upgrade Scroll. The level is increased by 1, and the current skill level is full. Hint. Your skill, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, absorbs enough skill energy, the skill transformation is successful, and you get the blessing of eternal power to get additional skill effects. 1. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, is jealous of the Goddess of Life's Asylum. To get your special care, ask for your help, and devour your skill, Battle Stance. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Battle Stance, means eternal loyalty, and spit on your skill, Steel Shield. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Resolute and Unyielding, sneak attack on your skill, the Asylum of the Goddess of Life, failed and was kicked away. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Savage Charge, means that you are very welcome to your skill, the Asylum of the Goddess of Life, and want to learn the knowledge of evolution from it. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, the Goddess of Life's Shelter 703, is grateful to you like a surging river, and it can't be closed. Luo Chanu. Good guy, do you have the appearance of a goddess? Just after the transformation was successful, it changed from cold to master of horses. However, Steel Shield had to have an idea. Let him help devour his own skills. Unfortunately, he is a little reluctant. So decisive. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, is slightly disappointed. Step aside to practice hard, and swear to devour Battle Stance. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu ignored the rhetoric of Steel Shield. Open the skill panel. Open black lens bracket Asylum of the Goddess of Life. Close black lens bracket Unique. Mutation Unique Skill. Active Mutation Effect. Status Skill. Consumes 20% of mana. Increases own 60% damage-free ability and damage-increasing ability. Restores 10% blood volume every second for the duration. Increases the upper limit of blood volume by 200%, and is immune to any reduction in blood volume. The negative state of the upper limit lasts for 60 seconds and cools down for 60 minutes. Passive Effect. Restores 0.5% of HP every second. If you have a shield effect on your body, it will increase the shield's upper limit by 20%, the shield's damage reduction ability by 10%, and the shield's true damage reduction by 10%. Additional effect Eternal. The upper limit of all passive high-level attributes can exceed 100%, and the final effect will be improved. To be honest, slightly disappointed. Compared with the auxiliary ability of Aegis of the Goddess of Life, he prefers the violent Steel Shield. To him, as long as the enemy is hammered to death, there is no defense. However, Eternal works really well. Generally speaking, high-level attributes, such as physical crit rate and passive block rate, can only be stacked up to 100%, and those exceeding parts are useless, and they also have corresponding restraint attributes. Now, the appearance of the Eternal effect allows him to add these high-level attributes indefinitely. B. Every hit is a crit, and every time you are attacked, you can block it. Although it does not have much effect on him for the time being, but once it is superimposed, the effect is absolutely sharp. Hehe. If I increase passive evasion by 200%, will I be invincible? Luo Chanu grinned whimsically, but thinking of the must-hit feature of his equipment, Abyss Ring, he finally gave up this fantasy. After researching for a while, Luo Chanu left the trial space of Ion. Open black lens bracket Ion Tower. Close black lens bracket. Returned into a golden light and disappeared in his space backpack. And this time, however, he saw Satuzan BCAA calling with an old-fashioned mobile phone in the distance, while Li Yunxi disappeared. Luo Chanu didn't bother Satuzan either. The mind turns. Accept the shelved rank 3 job transfer advanced quest. A virtual screen entered his eyes. Open black lens bracket indestructible will close black lens bracket cannot give up. Mission difficulty. SSS level. Quest description. Rank 3 job transfer quest. The will to defend against war is immortal and immortal. Quest requirements. Enter the soul domain space to endure the spiritual attack of the endless ghosts for 1 hour not activated. If you exit after activation, it will be judged as failure. Mission restrictions. All attack abilities are sealed during the mission. Mission time limit. None. Failure penalty. Deduct 100 points of all attributes for each failure, and weaken for 48 hours. Mission reward. Successful job transfer, all attributes plus 1000 points, all attribute growth plus 10 points, and the 3rd rank transfer trial treasure box SSS plus 1. Psychic attack. Luo Chanu couldn't scrape any knowledge about mental attacks even if he tried to break his head. With his own thoughts, countless outrageous pictures appeared in his mind, lingering. Flower-like hungry tiger rushing to eat. Chicken brothers peerless dance. Good guy. Luo Chanu's expression changed. This kind of mental attack is terrifying. Brother Luo, why are you in a daze? Your face is so ugly, you won't be squeezed dry. Ha ha ha. Satuzan's rich voice sounded in Luo Chanu's ears. Wake up the messy Luo Chanu. Squeeze dry. Hee hee, look at this. Fight every night, fight till dawn. Luo Chanu didn't explain, but said. Brother Zan, do you have any cigarettes? Give me one. Satuzan was stunned for a moment, took out a bag and threw it at Luo Chanu, and said, save it, this is a special offer. After lighting a cigarette, Luo Chanu slowly asked, how did the old man arrange me? Satuzan heard a strange smile on his face. God, old man. I don't know what the boss will think after listening to it, and he will probably go crazy. You can become an official member of the Barbarian God Army and enjoy all the benefits, responsibilities and obligations of the Barbarian God Army. When Luo Chanu heard this, he immediately laughed. Awesome, being able to join the Barbarian God Army is a great blessing. Go to school. After stepping out of the school in the previous life, I never wanted to go to school after the time travel. If I really wanted to go to school, it was for the abundant resources of the university. Now, being able to be selected by the Barbarian God Legion, backed by the mountains, will definitely be a lot less troublesome in the future. At least those 6th children who only know how to conspiracy should also consider whether they can withstand the crazy revenge of the Barbarian God Legion. The Barbarian God Legion is notorious for protecting the calf. So, when are we going to Donghai City? Satuzan shook his head and said, it's not us, but you alone, to complete the first mission of the Barbarian God Army. What mission? Luo Chanu did not expect that as soon as he joined the organization, he would be able to get tasks. Actually, it's nothing, just to go to the East Naval Academy to be a student, because I won a secret place. Luo Chanu, turn around and go to school. Satuzan immediately smiled when he saw Luo Chanu's unrequited expression. A 2-student scumbag, they were dumbfounded when they heard that they were going to school. With your strength, the number of places in the secret realm is very simple, and that secret realm is also a chance for you. If you get the first place, you can even make a request to the country. What? Luo Chanu was stunned, there is such a good thing. Then, he was silent again. If you can make a request to the country, then this secret realm is definitely not simple, and it may even be extremely dangerous. However, it's over. He also began to look forward to it. In order to demand, to win glory for the country, it is obligatory. So, should I still go through the school process and enter Donghai Academy? Right. Satuzan smiled slightly, a strange token appeared in his hand, and said, in addition, the boss of the barbarian said that he will give this to you, and it will be your title in the future. Seriously, take a look. I saw a roaring giant bear depicted on the token. Above the giant bear, a word, manly, deeply attracted Luo Chanu's attention. Bears. That's right, it's Ray. Satuzan nodded, with an ant-like smile on his face, and said, you were the first person to get a title when you joined the Barbarian God Army. Then I'm quite honored. Luo Chanu didn't understand the inner meaning of title, just smiled. Brother, do you need to go to Donghai City to exchange the points for items? No. Situ Zan pointed to the wild bear token, and said, the token of the Barbarian God Legion is an amazing magical creation, and the Space Archmage joined the research group. You should focus on the token above. You can summon a virtual panel, which has the tasks issued by the Barbarian God Legion, as well as the interface for points exchange, and even, within a certain range, the exchange items can be sent to your hands through tokens. Quote. Of course, in case of danger, you can also ask for the help of members of the nearby Barbarian Legion. His 1. Luo Chanu breathed a sigh of relief, the function of the bug. It is simply an enhanced version of mobile phone. Okay, you can study slowly after you go home. Situ Zan stretched out his hand. The Apprentice Legion member token is exchanged for my brother, and I can get another trainee member. With watermelon, what more sesame is needed? Luo Chanu returned the original token neatly. Hard, brother, I will definitely invite you to drink sometime. Ha ha ha, that's all it takes. Bastard Situ, why are you smiling so happily? When Situ Zan burst into laughter, Li Yunxi walked out of the dark jungle and saw two people smoking a cigarette, chatting and laughing, and immediately dissatisfied. Don't bring bad old ladies, shall you? I didn't. Situ Zan's smile stopped abruptly, changed the subject, and asked, is the gravity ready? The old lady goes out, of course it's all right. Shall you? I didn't expect you to be so fast. Obviously it is a kind of emotion, but the speaker is not intentional, the listener is intentional. Luo Chanu complained in his heart, you are fast, and your whole family is fast. However, on second thought, he and Li Yunxi seem to be a family. Auntie, you won't be in a hurry to go back to Donghai City again, will you? Li Yunxi was about to speak, but was interrupted by Situ Zan. Boss, let us go back, the East China Sea beast tide is coming soon. When he spoke, his expression became solemn. Luo Chanu was also nervous. Donghai beast tide. He knew that the endless ocean beasts attacked Donghai City. Every time, it caused immeasurable losses to Donghai City. ... This is coming. Half an hour later, Luo Chanu returned to the high wall of Longshan City. At this time, his face was pale and his whole body was trembling. At this moment, only then did he really know what an 8th order powerhouse was. What is the real horror speed? Being carried by Situ Zan, he even heard a sonic boom that broke the speed of sound. It turned out that the one-eyed giant zombie he fought was the real scum. Beyond the 7th rank, it did not become a true 8th rank. After a short rest, he came under the high-walled city gate and took out his student ID card. Luo Chanu. The guard looked at the student ID card in his hand and murmured, it sounds familiar. Uncle, can I enter the city? The garrison indeed shook his head and said, if you came back 15 minutes ago, it would be fine, but now, no. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. Why? 15 minutes ago, the city guard issued a curfew order, and no one should leave the city. I'm not out of town, I'm going home. No, the guard shook his head and said firmly, no one can violate the curfew regulations. Luo Chanu frowned slightly, but he couldn't get angry with these conscientious soldiers. Without any choice, he doesn't pretend anymore, it's a showdown. He took out the token of the Barbarian God Army and said, I am a member of the Barbarian God Army, can I enter? As soon as this word comes out, the soldiers guarding around were stunned. Yes, it's true, these soldiers guarding the high wall, knowing these special tokens is a required course. Nature also has the ability to distinguish between true and false. When the garrison took a closer look, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said, Barbarian bear. Now that you know each other, can you let me in? Can. The guards calmed down, returned the student ID card and hand to Luo Chanu, turned around and said, open the city gate. Luo Chanu was in no hurry to return to the city at this moment. He asked, what happened, why is there a sudden curfew? Longshan City is a small city. In my memory, there has been no such thing as a curfew for many years. Is it related to the Wang family? Or is the big event that Principal An said earlier about to happen? Luo Chanu suddenly had a strong interest in his heart. The guards hesitated for a moment, and finally said, the main goal of capturing some scum who colluded with ground mice is to invite the former second-in-command Yinman to drink coffee. Hee, that's how it is. He knew Yin Man, the second-in-command of Longshan City. It is said that he has a close relationship with the Wang family. In this case, as a full-fledged member of the Barbarian God Legion, going to fish in troubled waters, ahem, it's reasonable to do a favor, right? Thank you, uncle, then I'll go back first. After Luo Chanu left, the city gates slammed shut. At this time, the talents of the garrison responded. That student turned out to be the title powerhouse of the Barbarian God Army. Barbarian Bear. Hey, it scared me to death, I thought he was going to blame me. You may not believe it. The student ID he just gave me is a senior at Longshan number 1 middle school. F King slot. Luo Chanu. I remember, the Luoshan that the group of bosses said when they went in just now, couldn't it be him? In the middle of the night in the city, the lights of thousands of houses are extinguished, only the street lamps are left dimly lit. Luo Chanu was not in a hurry to go home, but walked slowly on the street. His goal was the Wang family's mansion in the Xinye Villa area. The Xinye Villa area was revealed when Prince Qian flaunted his wealth. But he didn't know which one it was. I can only watch it when I arrive. 10 minutes later, on the avenue, the sound of car horns sounded. Luo Chanu turned his head to look, just in time to meet the car lights. He thought it was the car of the garrison or the law enforcement team, but through the lights, he saw a familiar face. Ballast. The red luxury car stopped beside Luo Chanu, and a female voice sounded, "Brother, you are in the army." Luo Chanu smiled slightly, opened the door and went straight to the luxury car. It's a curfew tonight, why is Sister Yu still wandering outside, isn't she afraid of danger? In the driver's seat was Yu Lingsu from Longshan Trading Company. With a mysterious smile, she said, "Of course my sister is afraid of danger, so I asked Luoshan to take my sister home." Luo Chanu. This appellation really made him stand out. Once upon a time, Luoshan Genji still took the middle road. However, his reputation spread quite quickly, and it was only half an hour after they came back that Yu Lingsu knew about it. This direction is to Xinye. Does my sister also live in Xinye Villa? He, my sister can't afford a villa in Xinye, my sister is going there to do some business. Yu Lingsu said with a smile. Your brother doesn't live in Xinye, why do you also go here? After finishing speaking, she stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the sports car resounded through the street. Slow down, slow down. The after-effects of being taken away by Situ Zan before were still there. Luo Chanu looked scared, and said, just to join in the fun, we are not in a hurry. My sister's driving skills are very good, although the first seat is stable. Along the way, Yu Lingsu didn't just drive, but actually drove, and the speed almost took off. As a veteran driver, Luo Chanu certainly wouldn't be cowardly. The two raced all the way. Soon came to the Xinye Villa area. However, the new villa area has been closed by the garrison and the law enforcement team. There are vigilant people everywhere. After Yu Lingsu stopped the car and took out a certificate, all the seals were opened. Sister Yu is amazing. Luo Chanu extended his thumb and gave the highest praise. Yu Lingsu squinted at Luo Chanu, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, "What's so great about my sister? You are amazing everywhere." After seeing Luo Chanu's appearance, Yu Lingsu stopped teasing and asked, "Where are you going, brother?" "I'll go take a look at the Wang family's mansion." "Hey, what a coincidence, I also went to the Wang family's mansion to give them an estimate." Hear Yu Lingsu's words. 3 big question marks appeared on Luo Chanu's head. In other words, the Wang family has been ransacked. Then the key to the Wang family in his space backpack is not given for nothing. Throw a cup. But since I'm here, I can't make the trip in vain. Yu Lingsu just happens to be here, and I can sell some of the things in his backpack to her directly, so I don't need to go to Longshan Trading Company 10 times tomorrow. Yu Lingsu didn't ask Luo Chanu why, but stepped on the gas pedal slightly harder. 5 minutes later, a red luxury car was parked in front of the gate of a 4-story luxury villa, and dozens of people were busy in the courtyard. The glimmer of hope in Luo Chanu's heart was also shattered. These people are breaking into houses. Without public morality, these things should have been his. Although I have tens of millions of Xuanlong coins in my pocket, in this world, I still can't buy a good rare skill book. Therefore, making money is the last word. After entering the mansion, Luo Chanu expressed that he did not want to see Yuling Su point out the country. Instead, I went to the quiet side hall next to the lobby, picked up yesterday's harvest, and sold everything I didn't need. The idea sank into the space backpack. Classification of items one by one. So many good things. It was the first time for Luo Chanu to check the harvest, and he was stunned. Speaking of the real harvest, it mainly comes from the loss of the Wang family and his son. Killing people is basically taking away most of the items that are not bound to them at once. Luo Chanu knew that there must be good things in the Wang family and his son, but he didn't expect there to be so many. 4 anonymous black cards and 3 real name gold cards. Although I don't know how much money is in it, but as the vice president of the Adventure Guild, controlling the transportation of nearby cities, there must be a lot of money. This is the most inconspicuous thing. There are hundreds of pieces of top-quality equipment, including 2 sets of complete S-level suits. Although the level of the suits is very low, they are extremely rare. Most of them are the equipment of FAE, and the price is very high. Moreover, treasures, special items, skill books. There are more than 20 items of these extremely high value. The most important thing is that Luo Chanu actually saw a mage's S-level hidden professional task scroll. Just this made him so excited that he almost jumped up. Future baby girl, your father is going to get rich. But among these things, there were only 2 good things he could use. Standing in the air, level 4, a general special auxiliary skill. After it is activated, you can walk in the air, like walking on flat ground, but it will reduce the movement speed to a certain extent. 5th rank Spirit Gem. Quality: Grade B. Type: Rare Gem. Effect: Mental attribute plus 5%, and increase resistance to mind control by 5%. Number: 50123111121134434191. The former is exactly the flying ability that Luo Chanu dreams of. He doesn't know the effect of tailing step and he doesn't know its value, but as long as it can be used, it will definitely be cheaper for his other skills after learning it. That's enough. As for the latter, Lu Chen smelled the smell of playing games in his previous life. Gemstones, he knew for sure, would not be dropped from fighting monsters, but would be polished through life occupations. The odds are said to be appalling. And it is a disposable item, as long as it is used, it cannot be disassembled. As a result, gemstones are in short supply and rare in the entire market. I don't know if it was Wang Ziquan or Wang Meng who carried it. There are 5 of them. I don't use them, but they are cheaper for him. This is so wonderful. Besides, there were also several items he hadn't seen or heard of. Not sure about the price for a while. Show Yuling Su later. With the ability of Longshan Trading Company, he will definitely be able to eat these things. Immediately, Luo Chanu picked up open black lens bracket, tap in the air, close black lens bracket and drew. Ding, you have successfully acquired the 4th order general auxiliary skill taping step, current level, LV.1. Luo Chanu squinted his eyes, and there was hope in the depths of his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Which skill is the shot? Enjoy taking the empty step. Not as expected by Luo Chanu. The voice in your head, too. Reminder. Your skill, Steel Shield, took a contemptuous glance at your skill taking step, turned your head and left, and focused on training. Hint. Your skill taping is trembling in the corner, not daring to look directly at any of your other skills. Open black lens bracket. Reminder. Your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, came in front of your skill tempting step, thought for a long time, shook your head, and returned to your skill, Steel Shield, to protect it, close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Savage Charge, and your skill, Battle Stance, look at each other, and extend a friendly hand to your skill, Step in the Air and welcome. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Treading in the Air, feels unprecedented friendliness, and is immediately grateful, and humbly asks for advice on the path of transformation. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Savage Charge, imparts a lifetime of experience to your skill, Treading the Air, and your skill, Battle Stance, is not enough to guide you by standing aside. Hint. Your skill, Treading the Air, combines the experience of the 2 masters to open the road of self-transformation, the skill evolves successfully and additional effects are obtained. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect that the skill could only have the magical operation of apprenticeship. These skills are becoming more and more abnormal. However, it is also very good to have one more auxiliary skill. Open the skill panel. Step in the air, consume 1000 mana, immediately get the effect of step in the air for 30 minutes, increase the movement speed by 30% during the period, and obtain the moving effect every 30 seconds with a cooldown of 45 minutes. Additional effect. During the duration of the skill, every time the moving effect is used, all damage is increased by 10% and the upper limit is 100%. The effect of stepping in the air. Gain the ability to fly, walk in the air, and the highest flying height can reach 300 meters. Jumping effect. The ability to jump in space, instantly appear anywhere within 100 meters, no consumption, can be stored up to 5 times. Master-apprentice linkage exclusive. The skill increases the final effect of Savage Charge and Battle Stance by 20% and reduces the cooldown time by 30%. Such skills have calmed down the lost mood of going to the inheritance of the royal family first. The appearance of taking air steps not only gave him the ability to fly, but even teleportation appeared. Not once. Teleport, 5 bursts. Who can stop this elusive ability? Moreover, there is a new effect, Master-Apprentice Linkage exclusive, which can actually increase the abilities of its 2 masters. Tisk tisk tisk, our skills are getting more and more naughty. Half an hour passed quietly. You came to the Wang family's villa just to be in a daze. When bored Luo Chanu saw Yu Lingsu coming, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Is your sister busy? Come and show me how much these things are worth." Then I saw Luo Chanu taking out piles of things. In no time, the huge side hall was filled. Yu Lingsu. She is very suspicious. This guy has received any news that she will come here, specifically waiting for her on the road she must pass. So much equipment. If you guess correctly, it should be the legacy of the Wang family. You're too impatient. Yu Lingsu shook his head helplessly and said, "Wait a moment, my sister will let you count." Without waiting for Luo Chanu to answer, she took out the walkie-talkie and started calling. And she herself began to fiddle with pieces of equipment. Tisk tisk tisk, the equipment is not really good. Several people took inventory and calculated. It took more than 10 minutes. Finally, Yu Lingsu dismissed the helpers, came to Luo Chanu with the list in his hand and sat down, and said, "Brother, you are going to make a fortune." Sister, each other. Yu Ling gave Luo Chanu a white look and said, 175 pieces of high-grade equipment, including 2 sets of S-grade low-grade mage suits. These sisters will give you a total of 150 million at the market purchase price, how about it? Let. Luo Chanu was stunned. This. Become a billionaire. He originally thought that these equipment could be sold for tens of millions to the limit. It was poverty that limited his imagination. Definitely no problem. As for whether or not to pit him, he never thought about it. This is the trust in Chen as well as the trust in Yu Lingsu, and that Miss Hai Si. 7 mage treasures, with a total price of 180 million. 6 mage skill books, the total price is 78 million. Stone giant pet egg, worth 30 million. These special items, sundries, antiques, all are ornamental. The value is not too high, count you 5 million. As for the house deeds, land deeds, and shops, all these contracts have been sealed up, and they are equivalent to blank paper. Yu Lingsu handed the list to Luo Chanu, and continued, "My brother is looking at it. If there is no problem, I will let the finance pay you." Luo Chanu glanced at random, shook his head, and said, "Don't worry, I still have a few things I don't know here. My sister can help me to take a look and give me a price." 0. What else? Yu Lingsu was shocked. Is this guy trying to drain all her liquidity? Although Longshan Trading Bank is very rich, it has spent a lot of money to settle the wealth of the Wang family, and now Luo Chanu's nearly 500 million in cash is also a big expense. After thinking about it, Yu Lingsu still nodded, "Take it out and see." Then, Luo Chanu took out 3 items and handed them to Yu Lingsu one by one. Organic Rubik's Cube, puzzle items, although rare, but worthless. The map of the ghost town, This is quite rare, but this map is located in Donghai City, and it is not worth much in Longshan. You should take it to Donghai City, and it can still be used if there is a chance. Superior. After seeing the first two, Yulingsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not something of too much value. After taking the third item, Yulingsu frowned. This, so familiar. Luo Chanu wondered, is there something my sister doesn't know? This thing seems to be the switch of the magic circle, but it always feels incomplete. It's strange. Yulingsu ignored Luo Chanu's doubts, but kept looking at the black crystal in his hand, murmuring to himself. The pure white as jade softly caressed the black crystal. Magic circle. Luo Chanu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a possibility that he could be collected by the Wang family and his son. Would there be a hidden magic circle in the villa, which is a treasure trove? On your mind, except for teasing sister, isn't there only money? Yulingsu was speechless. If this villa really has a hidden magic circle, wouldn't the first group of people know? But, by Luo Chanu's reminder, Yulingsu's heart moved. He immediately took Luo Chanu's hand and said hurriedly, "Come with my sister." Where to? Luo Chanu felt the power coming from Rui in his hand, and followed him curiously. The two left the villa under the strange eyes of others. Sister, go to the sky to see, you are waiting for me here. After Yulingsu finished speaking, she let go of Luo Chanu's hand and flew into the night sky. Suddenly she was stunned. Luo Chanu stepped on the air and followed step by step. Taking air step. There are so many good things for my brother. Luo Chanu smiled, shyly, without explaining. What do you want to do, sister? Yulingsu smiled mysteriously, and a strange bottle suddenly appeared in her hand. She carefully opened the stopper of the bottle and poured a drop of red liquid onto the black crystal. Something weird happened. The black crystal instantly absorbed the red liquid, and in an instant, a black light shot out from the black crystal. The target, the top of the highest hill in Xinye Villa district. Keep up. The two were extremely fast, and they reached the top of the mountain in less than 20 seconds. I see. A small wooden house on the top of the mountain was wrapped by a black magic circle, and the magic circle at this time was shining with a strange black light. Hee, sure enough, there's a nest hidden. Luo Chanu and Yulingsu looked at each other and smiled. Fall quickly. Before they landed, a beam of energy shot out from the magic circle. Goal, Luo Chanu. The energy was easily blocked by the shield, and in sight, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face appeared at the door of the cabin. Yulingsu's face changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Yinmin, it's you." Yulingsu never imagined that after the two of them accidentally bumped into each other, they found a place where Yinman was hiding. After the formation of 9 layers abyss was broken by Luo Chanu, the people in the city received the news from the intelligence department and went directly to Donghai City. The whole city starts to move. Please Yin Man, drink tea. 2. Yin Man disappeared in Longshan City as if the world had evaporated. Never thought. He even hid on a hill not far from the Wang family villa. Are more dangerous places safer? It seems so. If Luo Chanu didn't take out the black crystal by mistake, they would never have found this place. So, now the problem is coming. This guy Yinman is very strong, at least a 7th order professional. Can it be stopped by just the two of them? Can those strong men who were hunted by the whole city come over in time? The first time Yulingsu blurted out, Luo Chanu has been launched. That old sixth dared to attack him, how could he bear it? Brother, don't, eh? Yulingsu's eyes were sluggish, looking at Luo Chanu who was charging forward, recklessly. He originally wanted to stop it, as long as it took time. Then she found out that she was wrong, very wrong. I see. Luo Chanu rushed into the magic circle in an instant, stunned Yin Man. Then a ferocious black mace appeared in his hand and smashed into Yinman viciously. Boom, boom, boom. The dull bombardment sound was blocked by the black magic circle, and it entered her ears. Sluggish. Yulingsu was really sluggish. From the news he got before, he knew that Luo Shen pushed the 9 layers abyss to the 400th floor, breaking the record of more than 200 years of silence in one fell swoop. And after coming out, he broke through the 7th order magic circle, stabbed the father and son of the Wang family, chased and killed the 7th order ground mice, and killed the pseudo 8th order cyclops zombies. However, 790s is just hearsay. But now, She finally realized what is the real Luo Shen. To know, Yin Man is a 7th order A-level hidden professional, and it is also known as the most meaty anti-war hidden professional. If she makes a move, it is very likely that she will not be able to shake Yin Man's defense. Now. But Luo Chanu pressed and rubbed on the ground. Too brutal, Luoshan. And this time, Luo Chanu is also quite speechless. Yin Man's HP, defense, and injury-free abilities are very high. Much higher than the previous Shadow Warlock. If only physical damage was used, it would be difficult for him to break through Yin Man's defense. He has a shield value of more than 30 million. If he is not blocked, he can deal more than 30 damage per 10 hits. The problem is, this guy has a very high passive block rate. If you block it, the damage will drop directly below 100,000. Now, he also understands where the gap between himself and the real high-level occupation is, that is, the gap between the 4-dimensional attribute and the high-level attribute. The stun time ends soon. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate, and directly activated the second steel shield, letting Yin Man enter the sarcasm state. Just waiting for a normal attack. Yin Man Su Xing from the dizziness, Yin Prei's expression disappeared, turned into horror. He did know that Luo Chanu was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. He was a 7th order powerhouse and could rank among the top 5 in the entire Longshan city. As an anti-war hidden occupation, it is not easy to break through his defenses in the same rank. But how long has it been? My own HP was beaten by more than 40%, which is more than 4 million HP. Now, Su Xing just got out of dizziness and was ridiculed. His passive and equal level suppression are all made of paper. You, what kind of monster are you? Words full of horror could not help but blurt out. I'm your grandfather. Luo Chanu smiled contemptuously. If you're sensible, hand over all your valuables, then disarm and surrender, otherwise, the Lord will hammer you to death. Kill. Luo Chanu didn't want to do that. When he studied the Barbarian God Legion token before, a task about Yin Man appeared in the task list. However, if you capture it alive, you will be rewarded with 1,000 points of the Barbarian Legion. And kill Yin Man, only 500 Legion points. A full 20-fold difference. He knows how to choose. Facing Luo Chanu's violent attack, with a gloomy face, he spit out a few words with difficulty. Surrender. Is it up to you? If a mere second-turn defense battle can really hammer him to death, these will be in vain. But it's Overcast, the strongest defense in Longshan City. Talking room. The 2-second taunt time has passed. Yinmin was finally able to use his skills. Man of Steel, Dead End. In an instant, Yin Man's blood volume instantly recovered by 30%, and there was also a shield on his body, with a durability of more than 5 million. Next moment, a terrifying mysterious light descended from the sky and fell directly on his head. The long shield shattered in an instant. The blood volume disappears out of thin air by 70%. As for him, everything around him turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, without any sight, and even his sense of perception disappeared. What can be experienced is that the heavy mace is bombarded with a hammer. The heart full of gloom sank to the bottom of the valley. It was the first time he had encountered such an outrageous encounter, and he was beaten by a second-rank defense without any resistance. Little bastard, don't even think about it. Full of rage, a rhombus-shaped shield instantly appeared on the surface of the body. Boom! In the face of the ferocious mace, the diamond shield is as solid as a rock. Absolutely defensive. One of the rarest skills in defense, it is immune to all damage below the 9th rank. So, with the help of memory, Yin Man quickly rushed in a certain direction. Don't stay here for long. If I want to run, I asked my grandfather if I did. Luo Chanu sneered, and with a thought, space blockade suddenly appeared, covering it with darkness. Boom! The absolute defense shield collided with the space barrier, and a dull crash sounded. Old thing, there are quite a lot of turtle shells. Before Luo Chanu used Pillar of Aurora, he didn't intend to be able to kill with one hit. Which of these high-level professionals has no life-saving skills? All he wants to do is to reduce his HP. Break his defenses. Now it seems that this guy is disobedient. If you let Yin Man run away, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The fisherman, ahem, he's definitely not an Air Force. Again, surrender without killing. Luo Chanu stood outside the space barrier, but the sound could reach Yinmen's ears inside the barrier. Little bastard, labor and management are very regretful. I knew they should have killed you 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Luo Chanu trembled all over. 10 years ago. At this point in time, the war broke out in the north, and his parents died for the country. It was also when Yin Man was transferred to Longshan City. Just for a split second, countless traces of conspiracies flashed in Luo Chanu's mind. You're the sixth man behind you. No. You don't have that energy. If you say who's behind you, maybe Grandpa can let you go. Ha ha. Yin Man sneered, feeling that his absolute defense shield was about to disappear. From the cuff, a black ball quietly rolled out. Hold on tight. The last resort, just wait for this weird barrier to disappear. Even if he dies, he will take Luo Chanu along with him. If you want to kill labor, you're not worthy. Luo Chanu suddenly became furious. Don't call me labor and capital, in Grandpa's place. Do you deserve it? Don't go in. Yu Lingsu seemed to sound something, and an eager voice sounded, but it was too late. Luo Chanu's body has entered the space barrier. Roar. The body was filled with black energy, and the roar of the giant dragon sounded. Black Dragon Fighter. Suddenly, Luo Chanu felt something was wrong. He found that the bonus of the black dragon body seemed to have increased a lot. But now is not the time to look into these things either. He's going to hammer this old thing Yinmen to death. Ha ha ha, little beast, too young to be caught in a mere words. Yin Man suddenly laughed wildly. Talking room. The black ball was thrown towards Luo Chanu. It's so fast, it's there in the blink of an eye. Luo Chanu's body disappeared in place, instantly appeared in front of Yin Man, and said slowly, "Go to hell, eh?" In an instant, Luo Chanu felt the terrifying burst of energy behind him. That ball, the word flashed through my mind, and driven by instinct, I turned on defensive stance. A terrifying explosion devoured Luo Chanu and Yinmen. In the sky, Yu Lingsu trembled all over, looking at the explosion and Luo Chanu suppressed in the magical barrier. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but get wet. She saw the black ball in Yinmen's hand. Destroyer beads. The product of magic energy technology has the terrifying power to destroy everything, and even the Ninth Order powerhouse must temporarily avoid the edge. This thing has always been controlled by the military, and only a very small number of them have flowed out. She didn't recognize it the first time. When I remember it, it's already too late. Staring at the barrier, it seems like a scene of nuclear fusion, and you can't see the situation at all. But she knew. Luo Chanu and Yin Man, more. That's Destroyer Pearl. For a time, Yu Lingsu's proportions were completely messed up. Just when she was desperate, a furious voice sounded in her ear. Old man, dare to stop the young master. Brother Luo. Yu Lingsu's desperate eyes instantly burst into endless joy. You're fine, you're fine. Talking room. The aftermath of the explosion in the barrier quickly dissipated, and two figures came into her eyes. What surprised her was that within the entire barrier, everything else disappeared. Except for Luo Chanu and Yin Man, they were all standing in the low sky. Go to hell. Luo Chanu was really angry. If it wasn't for defensive stance, his life-saving ability would have been beaten out, which was simply hateful. He really didn't expect more than 30 million shields, and the blood-locking effect of the Destiny talent Destiny. Tianji heavy armor actually had no effect under the small ball. On top of that, his clothes disappeared in just a split second. Fortunately, he responded quickly and showed the equipment. Otherwise, it will not be just a short, fruit run. This grievance, he can't stop. But the violent energy dissipated, and when he saw Yin Man, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little earthworm. While speaking, Luo Chanu raised his mace and slammed Guo Ben's Yin Man. At this moment, Yin full of blood has been empty. He couldn't bear Luo Chanu's blow at all. Accompanied by a scream of exhaustion, the Yin full chest was directly smashed, and he died completely. With a thought, all the dropped items were put away by him. Luo Chanu didn't care about this, but took out the wild bear token and takes a photo of the broken body. Uploading tasks. Immediately, Luo Chanu removed the space-blocking barrier. Next moment, the fragrance floated over, and the fiery body plunged into his arms. Brother, it's great that you're fine. Luo Chanu. For a moment, he wanted to put away the armor on his body. But then came the confusion. Sister Yu, we've only known each other for 2 days. It's not good to be so enthusiastic. Yu Lingsu reacted, but did not leave Luo Chanu's arms, but said, who told you that little bastard made my sister worry? In her heart, she was more speechless. Luo Chanu not only looks straight, but also has a straight personality. He is a straight man of steel. What's there to worry about? My brother can kill even an 8th order beast, let alone a small 7th order turtle. Luo Chanu suddenly laughed. Sister, when the goods are finished, you will help me check the prices of those things. Yu Lingsu. Inside the cabin, there is no treasure that Luo Chanu imagined, only a desk and a large wooden chair. With doubts, Luo Chanu came to the desk and opened the drawer. Checked carefully, he found that there was not much in it, except for basic books. There was only a diary. A diary from Wang Hai. Serious people, who keeps a diary? Luo Chanu curiously opened Wang Hai's diary. Only the first page made him frown, and just after reading a few pages, a dignified expression appeared on his face. Brother, what are you looking at? After Yu Lingsu watched the cabin, she came to Luo Chanu and asked curiously. Luo Chanu shook his head. Nothing, found something interesting. Putting the diary away in the space backpack, got up and said, Sister Yu, I'll go home first. Yu Lingsu looked at the big boy in front of him in surprise. Although his heart was full of doubts, he did not ask any further questions. I send you. No, I want to be quiet. Yu Lingsu's doubts became heavier. Be honest, who is Jingjing? Luo Chanu. Under the night sky of Longshan City, a figure strode through the air. While traveling, it disappears from time to time, and it reappears 100 meters away. That figure was Luo Chanu. Hee, it's really interesting. I didn't expect everything to be a demigod. Wang Hai's diary was also recorded 10 years ago. 3.5. The record on the first page made Luo Chanu's scalp tingle. His parents didn't actually find the body, no one knew if it was really dead, and they took something with them. And this thing is the ultimate goal of Wang Hai and Yin Man. Although I don't know what the thing is called, it can be found from the few words that this thing is probably related to berserkers. In the diary, Wang Hai's psychological journey was described in detail. These Luo Chanu don't care. Until halfway through, he found clues. The adult in Wang Hai's mouth turned out to be a demigod with the pinnacle of power. That is beyond the existence of the 9th order. Fading mortal, half human and half god. The reason why he was targeted and no one dared to stop him openly was that the culprit was this demigod powerhouse. He has never seen a demigod make a move, and there is no video of a demigod making a move on the internet. But there is no doubt about the power of the demigods. Foft. In the future, you may encounter demigods. Intimate treatment. It's exciting to think about. Fortunately, he joined the barbarian god army, so he should be able to keep him right. It is interesting. Luo Chanu watched the diary as he moved forward. There are really a lot of outrageous things recorded in it. For example, the latest page is that Prince Qian awakened the mage profession, Wang Meng's happiness, and the origin of the $level hidden profession quest scroll. It turned out that Wang Ziquan got it from a secret realm and prepared it for the prince. Unfortunately, in the end it was cheaper for me. He didn't show the scroll to Yu Lingsu, but wanted to go to the Barbarian God Legion to ask if he could get a hidden occupational task scroll for defense. In the points mall of the Barbarian God Army, he did not see any hidden occupational quest scrolls that exceeded rank A. Possibly, these are the most important strategic materials. So it was not released. As for whether there is, go to the East China Sea and ask Li Yunxi to know. In a deep mountain outside Donghai City, the headquarters of the Barbarian Legion. The members on duty in charge of the Primal God Legion's mission were chatting boredly. In the early hours of the morning, very few people will submit tasks during this time period, which is also their most idle period. But where their responsibilities lie, it is impossible for them to be lazy and sleep. Suddenly, a familiar prompt sound came from the computer in front of him. The chat between the two duty officers was interrupted. It's Salate, who is still submitting the task at this time. I'm really convinced. One of the members looked at the computer screen speechlessly, and skillfully turned on the prompt message. Hey, the task that was just sent out, is this completed? Another member leaned over and looked at the task information on the screen. I saw that a message was displayed on the screen. Check completed, it is determined to be the mission goal. Damn it, who is so fierce, and beat a 7th level anti-war hidden occupation into a piece of meat? It's strange, when did the 8th rank officer pass by that small place in Longshan City? If you don't see it, you will know. Suddenly, the two looked at the number and information of the completed task, and were stunned. A youthful face and a ferocious smile came into view. Second level defense. Members who just became regulars today can kill 7th level powerhouses, are you kidding me? Damn, the title of Barbarian. You can have the title of Barbarian just after joining. Who the hell is Luo Chanu? If there is no accident, someone must have helped him kill Yinmin, and he just took a photo. It is said that the wild dragon Li Yunxi and the wild tiger Situ Zan went to Longshan City today. It is probably them. Then, how to deal with the task, whether to issue rewards. Let's send it first. I'll report to the supervisor. It's terrible, this year's newcomers are so fierce, it's outrageous. Longshan City, National Compound. When Luo Chanu returned home, Mei Mei took a hot bath, leaned against the head of the bed, lit a gent cigarette, and let the smoke drift freely. Suddenly, he froze. Where's my dragon egg? The unbelieving Luo Chanu looked at the space backpack again and was stunned. Originally wanted to see what benefits Yinmin, as the second in command of Longshan City, could bring him, but found that the magic dragon egg that was still good before was gone. Luo confused Chen Yu. Suddenly, he remembered the different feeling when he activated Black Dragon 12 combat body. Frowning, check open black lens bracket Black Dragon totem close black lens bracket. Next moment, he was completely stunned. Black Dragon totem, this 6th child even secretly ate his magic dragon egg. Take it without asking, it is considered plagiarism. Good steal. Open black lens bracket Black Dragon totem close black lens bracket growable. Quality S. Growth value 49,999 100,000ths. Basic effect. Strengthen career growth, and increase all attributes by an additional 10 points for each level up. Basic effect 2. The final effect of each point of constitution and strength increases by 100%. Basic effect 3. Magic physical resistance is permanently increased by 50%. Additional skills. Black Dragon battle body, transformation skills, consume 25% of blood volume, increase all attributes by 500% during the duration, immunity to magic of level 8 and below, last for 30 seconds, cool down for 90 minutes. God's blessing. Absorbing the essence of the dragon can increase the growth value. A dragon egg can increase the growth value of Black Dragon totem by 50,000 points. This business is worth it. Although the magic dragon egg is also an S-level pet. But compared to pets, he cares more about his own strength. Black Dragon totem, after evolving to S-level, some of his attribute growth has been slightly improved. But what surprised him the most was the addition of a third effect. Physical resistance and magic resistance refer to the increased damage reduction and the probability of being controlled when receiving such attacks. This is very Black Dragon. The dragon family known as the strongest dragon. I'll ask the principal tomorrow, when will I be able to go to Donghai City? I can't wait to go to the Tianji Islands to find the demon dragon abyss. Immediately, Luo Chanu began to count the overcast drops. Not many drops. There are only a mere 12 pieces, but each one is superb. Among them, there are only 5 pieces of equipment, and none of them are repeated equipment. However, the level requirements are too high. Luo Chanu is extremely envious of each attribute of level 120 anti-war equipment. Equipment at the bottom of the press box. I don't know if it can be used in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. It is said that the experience of upgrading later will make people collapse. The other 7 items are all special items. Luo Chanu looked at the past one by one. Open black lens bracket sturdy crystal of God close black lens bracket. Quality S grade. Type special item. Limit level 50 3 turns. Effect after use, assign a full level skill to activate the awakening state and obtain the firmness effect. Note: this item can only be used at most 1. Zunmin crystal of the gods. Quality S grade. Type. Special item. Limit. Level 50, 3 turns. Effect. After use, assign a full level skill to activate the awakening state, and gain the additional, swiftness, effect. Note. This item can only be used at most 1. Open black lens bracket Divine Power Crystal of the Gods close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS. Type. Special item. Limit. Level 50, 3 turns. Effect. After use, assign a full level skill to activate the awakening state, and gain additional, divine power, and, shattering, effects. Note. This item can only be used at most 1. Without exception, all 7 special items are of this type. None of them were known to Luo Chanu. So, what exactly is skill awakening? Luo Chanu was speechless. All this knowledge was beyond the scope for him. The scumbag attribute finally revealed its drawbacks after the level was high. Now, he can only rely on the quality of the items to distinguish between good and bad. Thought for a moment. Come to the computer and turn it on. Since there is no stock in your mind, then check it online. Open the browser proficiently, click to open the collection. Resisting the urge to click on those strange websites, I opened the most reliable search website. After a few minutes, Luo Chanu suddenly realized. No wonder these things are left to me. It seems that the old man of Yin Man is also a scumbag, and he doesn't have a full level skill. The crystal of the gods is indeed very rare. It is said that only elite monsters above level 100 have a very small probability of dropping. However, getting the crystal of the gods is just the beginning. Because, full level skills are the most critical place. These days, Luo Chanu also felt deeply that attributes and equipment are important, but skills are more important in comparison. The higher the skill level, the better the effect, there is no doubt about this. The skill awakening is to make the skills arbitrary, not limited to a fixed mode. For example, ordinary fireball. After awakening, it can not only improve the power of the skills, but also reduce the singing, and also let the fireball technique not stick to the fixed skill situation. Even if you want the fireball to become a fire dragon, there is no problem. This is skill awakening. It is said that a big man awakened the fireball technique and even turned it into a sea of fire. Wait for rank 3 to see if it can be used for a few mutation skills. Luo Chanu thought for a while and felt a little familiar. $318. It's similar to how he manipulates Steel Shield, but his manipulation seems to be still in the most elementary stage. Therefore, we can only study after 3 turns. Would you like to study the record of the birth of man before going to sleep? However, as soon as this idea came out, it was killed by a news pop-up in the cradle. Because, he saw his name in the news. Curiosity trumps desire in the mind. Click to open. He defeated the Patronus. Mengxian Anti-Zan Luotian broke through the 400th floor of the 9 Abyss. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the title, Luo Chanu called him a good guy. To sell dog meat with a sheep's head is to roast him on the fire. How God defeated the Patronus. When such news is sent out, it is conceivable how much he will be sprayed, so scared that he does not dare to read the comments below. Although it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, who knows how many people stay up all night. However, my appearance is quite photogenic, ha ha ha. After Luo Chanu watched the news for a while, he turned off the computer and recharged his energy. Tomorrow morning, wait until you feel better before trying the rank 3 job transfer advanced quest. However, what Luo Chanu didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the internet exploded. No matter which platform, the headlines are all about this topic. Especially the post posted on the largest platform, he defeated the Patronus. Mengxian Anti-Zan Luotian broke through the 400th floor of the 9 Abyss. Now, it has been completely occupied. There is no doubt that the landlord is arrogant. A small 9-layered abyss is a fart, and he has defeated the Patronus, and he is not afraid of being covered in big men in the middle of the night. Let's lie and get some more practical news. The newly awakened Xiaomengxian, whether he can reach level 10 in 3 days is a problem, and he has even broken through the 400th floor of that 9-layered abyss. Quote. Speaking of which, this kid is quite handsome. Yaosho, what do you call this handsome? If you walk 10 meters above the street, a female mosquito will have to take a detour. Tisk tisk, if it's true, doesn't it mean that as long as he doesn't die prematurely, another 9th order seed is born? It's just the picture of the landlord P, and there are still people who believe it. Maybe Luo Chanu is quite an internet celebrity. He bought the headlines himself and came out to make a splash. HMPH, I'm in Donghai City, if I meet him, I'll show him what cruelty is. Damn it. The official response from Longshan City in the East China Sea is actually true. Link. Same slot. It even has the official seal of the East China Sea. Hey, I admit, I am short-sighted, I can turn 2 in 3 days, and even kill the Patronus Lords List 1, Luo. Where is Luoshan? Challenge. 9-layered abyss. There are only 10 places every year. It is said that the difficulty is very high. The top 100 in the rankings are basically famous, but they are all suppressed by a fledgling boy. What do they think? The Great Wall of Blood, above the city wall. Figures in purple gossip robes stare at the endless wasteland and the ubiquitous battle. And this time, inside the city tower, Xiao Guliang, who was dressed in flame armor and had a hot body, hurried out with a tablet computer. His face was full of disbelief. Grandpa, something big happened. The Taoist turned his head lightly, looked at Xiao Mushroom's shock, shook his head slightly, and said, "What the hell all day long, can you be as steady as your sister?" Point. Grandpa Zhu, something really happened. Your record in that 9 layers abyss was broken by a second-turn defense called Luo Chanu. The Taoist was slightly taken aback. 9-layered abyss, my record. However, in the next moment, he suddenly recalled the events of his childhood, and countless memories emerged from the depths of his mind. Suddenly frowned. Really? Broken? Grandpa ancestor, can Xiao Yun'er lie to you about getting old? The one named Luo Chanu is on the 400th floor, pressing you down. Whether this little girl can speak, Dong Xuanmo, the dignified patron saint, is pressed down. It's easy to think bad. At this time, Xiao Guliang had already come to Dongshuan, handed him the tablet in his hand, and said, "See for yourself." Dong Xuanmo took a look and frowned even more. "You go back first. Grandpa, remember to return the computer to Xiao Yun'er." After speaking, Xiao Mushroom left reluctantly. Dong Xuanmo looked at Luo Chanu on the tablet computer, a little dazed. Longshan City, Luo Chanu, 18 years old, is it a coincidence? Anti-war. With your strength, it doesn't make sense. However, he was able to clear that 9-layered abyss in a short period of time with the body of 913 defense. It is indeed very strong. Have you met that big guy too? For a time, countless ideas emerged in Dong Xuanmo's mind. Think of these doubts. Dong Xuanmo immediately had the urge to want a side of Luo Chanu, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. Now the Great Wall of Blood War is not very peaceful. Countless beasts and demons ran out of the space fissure, and the front line was in danger. It was impossible for him to leave, otherwise the Great Wall of Blood would be in danger if those big guys came out. East China Sea. Dong Xuanmo eased his brows and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I can let that savage chief come over and take a look." Immediately, he took out a compass, and Zan's gossip circle appeared. Next moment, a fierce and wild man phantom appeared above the gossip array. "Old man, I have something to say, I'm in a hurry." Before Dong Xuanmo could speak, the fierce and reckless man spoke first. The tone seemed impatient. Dong Xuanmo asked plainly, "You know what happened in Longshan City?" "Ha ha ha ha." The fierce man burst into laughter and said, "Old man, your number 1 is gone, and you were mocking the Lord at the beginning, but now you're going to tell the Lord again. Looks like you know, take him here." Dong Xuanmo didn't care about the fierce and reckless man. His tone was very flat and seemed to have a detached feeling. Don't hit Luo Chanu's attention, he is now the bear of the Lord, officially. Oh, it's a quick start. Dong Xuanmo smiled slightly. I don't need him, I just want to ask a few questions. The fierce man waved his hand and said, "Don't ask, Luo Chanu is indeed their seed, and he has the eternal token. As for the rest, you don't need to know." Road. Quote. Got it, protect him. You still need to say, whoever dares to hurt the Lord's life is impatient. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of the fierce man, and he said, "That little guy is not easy. The 8th Order Cyclops can be hammered to death. The fighting method is too much to my liking." Quote. Quote. Dong Xuanmo frowned again. "Did you hide the news?" The fierce man did not answer, and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, there are a few more tattoos on the forehead. After laughing, he said again, it won't take long for this matter to be kept secret, as long as it can be delayed until he comes to the East China Sea. I plan to let him participate in the global competition and win the place in the Battle of Gods. Dong Xuanmo nodded and said, you arrange it yourself. Within the rules, give him some help. The fierce man shook his head and said with a grin, in the army of the barbarian gods, no one has the privilege and he has to snatch everything by himself. This is a real man. Ha ha ha, the gossip array disappeared. Dong Xuanmo sighed and looked towards the space crack again. If you are still alive, you should be very happy. The fermentation of the matter was beyond Luo Chanu's imagination. When the sun rises, his mobile phone is flooded with countless messages. Especially the class group, the message is directly 999+. Luo Chanu just looked at it for a while, and then gave up watching those flattering words. Only private chat, only a few people. The main reason is that he doesn't have many friends. Zhou Xiaoying also sent him a message of congratulations and invited him to dinner at night. Luo Chanu did not directly refuse, but replied with the word, tentative. After all, he wasn't sure about his itinerary either. To his surprise, Yi Xingtong didn't send him a message, probably because of the strict management of closed training. Certainly, none of this matters. Most importantly, he is going to challenge the 3-turn trial. Luo Chanu stood in the room, looking at the black and white photos on the wall, in which were 2 couples looking at each other and smiling. If you are still alive, you should be very relieved, right? Next moment, Luo Chanu disappeared into the room. When he reappeared, he was already in a dark space, boundless, with no limit at a glance. There is nothing in space. Even, there was darkness under his feet. 30 seconds countdown, start. Previously, Luo Chanu had searched the internet for information related to immortal will, but there was no news. It seems to be a very rare task. Psychic attack of endless ghosts. Luo Chanu looked at his shield, wondering if it could withstand mental attacks. No matter how, Luo Chanu still added 2 layers of steel shield to himself. The countdown is coming to an end. Steady, Luo Chanu thought in his heart, so he added defensive stance with a relatively short cooling time. In the face of unknown ghosts, the first wave must try out their strength, and then designate a special strategy against them. 3, 2, 1. In the gray space, layers of black clouds were rolled up by the wind, which felt like the black clouds were overwhelming the city. It's cold. After becoming a professional, his physique is very different from before, but he can still feel the chill of the yin wind. Right now, Luo Chanu focused his eyes, and in his sight, countless transparent phantoms fell from the black clouds. Woo woo woo. The strange low voice came into Luo Chanu's ears along with the dark wind. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness followed. True damage -90. True damage -90. True damage -85. Luo Chanu shook his head violently to dispel the drowsy feeling in his mind. Seeing the type of damage he received, he was full of doubts. Is the spiritual attack causing real damage? To be honest, if there is no real damage reduction, 100 points each time, the cumulative damage is not bad. But under his blood volume of more than 400,000, it seems that there is no serious problem. The most important thing is that the effect of defensive stance being hit back to blood can also be triggered when receiving a mental attack. That's it. Hundreds of ghosts attacked, but they couldn't cause fatal damage to Luo Chanu. Even in the passive recovery of defensive stance and Goddess of Life's protection, his HP was still at full value. Luo Chanu smiled slightly, and looked at a ghost in the distance with his eyes of insight. Open black lens bracket trial ghost close black lens bracket. Grade. Special Elite Monster. Grade. LV.55. M. 154910. Magic. 6,495,000. Strength. 1200. Constitution. 5700. Agility. 7200. Spirit. 12,000. Skills. Magic Power Drain. Absolute Evasion. Shade Roar. Profound Truth. Blood Volume Replacement. Profound Truth. Ghost Array. Strength. Tier 5. Note. This monster ignores any physical damage. 9th Order Judgment. What? Luo Chanu narrowed his eyes. It can reflect damage, which means I can't use physical attacks, and some special damage can also be triggered. Passively beaten for an hour. This is not his style. If someone maliciously hits him, he can bite him tightly. Although he can't use his physical attack ability, he seems to have a chance to fight back now. Now, he has a lot of extra bonus damage. For example, true damage, blood rage damage, aurora damage and so on. The ghost is a special elite monster, but the blood volume is relatively low, and it is not even high. Just try it. Next moment, Luo Chanu moved, facing countless real damage to activate the treading the air skill. Savage charge. Aiming at the ghost in the distance, his body rushed over like lightning. Miss. True damage 135,820. M squared minus 11,235. The damage is very considerable, and the ability of the ghost to avoid damage is not very strong. No, it can be said that it is very poor. This gives Luo Chanu an operational opportunity. Take advantage of the damage buff of Savage Charge now. Looking at the pile of monsters, Luo Chanu used the artifact skill Pillar of Aurora without hesitation. All of a sudden, it's daybreak. The aurora illuminated the entire dark space, and between heaven and earth, the pillar of light silently descended from nothingness. Swipe. Aurora 23.651 million. Aurora 26.871 million. The terrifying damage emerged in pieces, and under the aurora, all the ghosts within 150 meters were purified and dissipated in the ghost space. Sudden, Luo Chanu saw a reminder to kill the monster. Ding, you killed the level 55 special elite monster Trial Phantom Soul. Since you are full of experience, you are not gaining experience, and you will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of spirit. Ding, you killed the level 55 special elite monster Trial Ghost Shadow because you are full of experience, you are not adding experience, and you will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of spirit. Ding, you killed the level 55 special elite monster Trial Ghost Shadow because you are full of experience, you are not adding experience, and you will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of spirit. And these into pieces of the prompt. Luo Chanu saw a message that cheered him up. Ding, your spirit exceeds 10,000 points, and you have the initial full spirit value, so you can get the first level concentration talent. Good guy. Luo Chanu was excited. Killing these ghosts would actually reward him with additional spiritual attributes. Originally, his spiritual attribute was infinitely close to 10,000 points. If he didn't want to waste the 5th order spiritual gem, he would have awakened this talent long ago. Just like the last time. As soon as elementary concentration talent appeared, it was divided up by Steel Shield and Fortitude and Unyielding. The final effect is also very targeted. Steel Shield, as long as there is a shield, it can reduce 40% of mental damage and increase the resistance of mental control. Fortitude and Unyielding added mental stacking attribute, the upper limit is only 5 times. Actually, now Luo Chanu is still a little worried. According to the damage effect of the Pillar of Aurora released before, the damage should not only be more than 20 million. However, he did not know the specific reason. At present, there is only one explanation, that is, the Aurora damage is mixed damage, and the physical damage in it is completely immune to the ghost. So come on. His idea of trying Steel Shield was completely unsuccessful. But, the shield added is really cool. A Pillar of Aurora descended, making his shield value exceed 100 million again. Say it. Luo Chanu stepped away, using normal attacks to trigger blood rage, angering the ghost. Injury. I have to say one thing, very scraping. Carrying countless ghost attacks, it took a few minutes to completely kill a ghost. In the process, an interesting thing happened. When the ghost's HP dropped to 10%, the skill Profound Truth, HP replacement, was activated, but Luo Chanu was immune to it. Since Steel Shield devoured elementary concentration talent, Shade's damage has been reduced again. Let Luo Chanu stabilize the blood volume during the skill gap of defensive stance, and the blood volume has been kept in a healthy state. But, this situation, with the time reaching 42 minutes, Luo Chanu killed another ghost. Everything has changed. Ding, you killed the level 55 special elite monster, Trial Ghost Shadow, because you were full of experience, you are not adding experience, and you will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of spirit. Ding, you killed 300 elite monsters, the ghosts are furious, and they start to merge. A prompt appears. I saw the gloomy wind in the dark space soaring, and under the ground of the space, a gray stone slowly rose, countless ghosts roared, and all gray stones emerged. All of a sudden, countless ghosts wrapped the gray stone. An ominous aura spread in the dark space. In less than 10 seconds, all the ghosts in the dark space disappeared. In the end, only the gray light group in an invincible state remained. Luo Chanu was powerless and could only watch countless ghosts condense and merge like this. Ding! The fusion of ghosts and souls is successful, and the final trial is opened, the soul of immortality. A prompt appears. The gray light group shrank sharply, and a shadow gradually emerged in the light group, and its true face was revealed in a short while. It turned out to be beautiful lady in red. Now is not the time to appreciate, Luo Chanu hurriedly checked with the eye of insight. Shadow soul gathering phantom heart invincible. Rank: Special boss taboo. Grade: Profession. Strength: except for the name and rank, everything is unimpressive. Again taboo. Luo Chanu also found news about taboo, but there is no news at all on the internet. At this time, he was met again. Very wrong. At this moment, he held his breath, waiting for the boss invincible state to disappear. Just stick to the last 10 minutes. You can complete the SSS level job transfer advanced quest Indestructible Will. After a few seconds, the beautiful lady in red opened her eyes, and tears of blood flowed from her white eyes. Under the terrifying overcast wind, the hair of the lady in red fluttered freely. Such a scene made Luo Chanu stand upright. Horror film. At this moment, the invincible state of the young lady in red has eliminated the doctor. First strike is stronger. Luo Chanu just waited for this time. Savage charge started, but things were beyond his expectations. His body passed through the body of the lady in red, without causing any effect. Such a situation made Luo Chanu think of the space-capable boss in 9-layered abyss. However, this feeling, definitely not space capability. Chi-chi-chi. The weird laughter echoed in the ghost space, and the cloudy wind became more violent in an instant, all blowing towards Luo Chanu. Luo Chanu frowned. These overcast winds made him feel very wrong. Jump. The figure disappeared and returned to its original position. And this time, the lady in red suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the distance from him was only an instant, and the cold breath rushed towards him. You are very strong. The red lips did not open, but the voice echoed in the gloomy and cold space, and it seemed to be everywhere. Luo Chanu's instinct was to raise his right hand to punch. It slammed directly on the beautiful cheek of the lady in red. Ito. What surprised him was that the powerful punch failed, as if it was hit in the air, without any physical feeling. Not even the blood rage was triggered. Chi-chi-chi. The lady in red was expressionless, but a strange smile sounded. The next moment, Luo Chanu was stunned. The little sister in red actually flashed a red light in her white eyes, and her body turned into a red light that disappeared between his eyebrows. Luo Chanu's sight. The prompt follows. Ding. The inextinguishable soul, officially opened. Luo Chanu was stunned at the moment. He didn't feel any discomfort. Next moment, there was a sudden scream in his mind. He couldn't understand those strange words, but he could feel the strange voice, which was screaming. Moreover, as the scream sounded, not only there was no discomfort, but a cool and comfortable feeling came through my mind. This unscientific. According to the experience of reading novels in the past life, he should not be pulled into a fantasy world or his consciousness entered his mind to resist the invasion of the lady in red. But now, he is more and more sober. Even, there is a feeling of enjoyment. You can't tear up the writing, sister. What Luo Chanu doesn't know is, in a mysterious space, the lady in red is like a frightened little white rabbit, squatting pitifully, tears of blood dripping from her white eyes quickly. And all around it, there are 6 figures of different heights standing. One of the strong phantoms was gearing up and said, "The little ghost dares to enter the master's sea of consciousness, and even interrupts the master's cultivation. I just don't want to live. It's just, I haven't swallowed the ghost yet, let me try it." After speaking, he showed his white teeth and looked like a very hungry wolf. Damn pen, I didn't help you at all just now, and now I'm still thinking about eating. How thick is your skin? Jiao liao jiao. Another tall phantom's disdainful voice interrupted the strong phantom's words. Chat, do you want to fight again? Afraid of you. The two phantoms were at each other's throats in an instant, and it felt like they would fight each other if they disagreed. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded. "Don't make trouble, the master is so good to us, now is the time to repay the master." Such words interrupted the confrontation between the two phantoms. Strong Phantom curled his lips and said sternly, "One day, the Lord will swallow you. You can beat me like you said." The Strong Phantom slowly walked towards the lady in red, turned to the female phantom who spoke before, and said, "How to do it?" Luo Chanu was completely stunned when he listened to the voice coming from his mind. Is there such an operation, so miraculous? Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, rubs the invading boss, Shadow Fusion Phantom Heart, on the ground, and uses the devouring ability to draw out the boss's origin. Hint. Your skill, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, uses the natural talent to dispel the evil power in the boss source power and obtain the pure soul source. Close black lens bracket. Mention. Your skill, God's Asylum, the spiritual source of giving the soul source to Zuor, has been enhanced. Close black lens bracket. Hint. The invading boss, Shadow Soul Convergence Phantoms, lost its original power and was thrown out by your skill, Steel Shield. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, is dissatisfied with your skill, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, and you are attentive and decide to practice harder. Close black lens bracket. The sound stopped abruptly. In Luo Chanu's sight, a gray stone appeared, which was the fertile one that had been drilled out of the ground before. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand and caught the gray stone. A prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, do you accept the pet contract from the special boss, Phantom Heart? Luo Chanu. What is the operation? Pet owner. Luo Chanu of course knows this kind of operation. Generally speaking, this kind of contract can only be triggered by defeating the monster of the boss level. Now his situation is completely beyond common sense and not scientific at all. After a good trial, the boss was beaten up by his own skills. After scraping, he was thrown out, and he had to think that he was the master. Off the beaten track, Luo Chanu thought about it, and finally accepted the pet owner contract. He was curious about the taboo type of pets. Right, that is it. Absolutely not because of Miss Red's stunning appearance. With Luo Chanu's acceptance, the gray stone shone with light, and finally turned into a red-clothed little Lolita. And in front of him, an attribute panel also appeared. It is the attribute panel of the little Loli in red. Open black lens bracket Phantom Heart, close black lens bracket. Quality, taboo. Type, boss pet. Level, LV.1. HP, 1000. Mana, 5000. Constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 50. Talent taboo, lack of source power, not turned on. Feature taboo, all magic attacks ignore 90% of the target's magic defense and resistance, and have a 30% chance to make the bitter enter the state of fear and weakness. Skills: Void Body passive, absolute physical immunity, 9th order, soul drain active, drains the power of the target's soul, causing true damage that ignores defense. Phantom active, actively enters the invisible state, increases movement by 100% speed, and increase the damage of the next attack by 300%. Taboo, abandoned by the gods and demons. Hiss. Luo Chanu breathed a sigh of relief, the attribute panel of a good bug. He had seen in SSS level pets basic attributes before, all of which were 10. He thought that was the ceiling for pets. Never thought. The basic attributes of the red-clothed little Loli are beyond the shackles of the rules, exceeding the shackles of the initial 10 points. The mental attribute actually reached a terrifying value of 50 points. The most important thing is that the entangled absolute physical immunity, in other words, even the 9th order powerhouse of the physics department is difficult to use the physical attack to hit the red-clothed Loli. Is this taboo? Taboo, abandoned by the gods and demons, so terrifying. Just when Luo Chanu was shocked, the little Loli in red timidly walked to Luo Chanu's feet, quickly climbed up along his feet, and lay in his arms obediently. Baba, the soft and cold 880s voice surprised Luo Chanu again. God's daddy, I'm still a chick. But seeing the cute appearance of the little Loli in red, she couldn't help but hug her, pinched her cheek, and said, "Call me handsome." There was a hint of doubt in the red-clothed little Loli's white eyes. Then he nodded and shouted, Okay, Baba. Quote. At this time, the prompt that appeared in front of him brought the speechless Luo Chanu back to his senses. Ding, congratulations on completing the SSS level transfer advanced task. Indestructible will the task is being settled. Ding, you conquered the special boss Shadow Soul Gathering Phantom Heart in the job transfer advanced task, and the task reward has been improved. Ding, settlement successful. Ding, you get all attributes plus 3000 points, all attribute growth plus 10 points, third rank transfer test chest SSS plus 1, and an additional 50% final effect of all attributes. Ding, congratulations on completing the rank 3 mission, the job transfer was successful, and the experience seal disappeared. Ding, you automatically get the 3-turn anti-war fixed passive hardened body. Ding, you have completed the trial, and you will automatically exit the trial space after 5 seconds. A happy smile finally appeared on Luo Chanu's face. No matter what the process is, the most important thing is that the advanced task of the third job transfer has been completed. That's enough. Patted the head of the little loli in red. Go back to the pet space first, and the big brother will take you to upgrade later. The little girl in red opened her eyes wide and tilted her head to look at Luo Chanu. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded his head. Okay, Papa. Luo Chanu was speechless again. He made a decision in his heart that he would never show the little loli to those young ladies in the future. Coveting Miss Sister's beauty, I didn't expect Miss Sister to call him Papa. Throw a cup. Go back to the room. Luo Chanu breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he directly opened the space backpack. After reaching the third turn, he can use many things. Exclamation mark. Use all the saved skills first. Destroy, strike, taunt, and sacrifice. Plus the previously comprehended hardened body. He believed that the several skills in his mind would no longer be able to sit still. As predicted, when the skill is learned, his mind is occupied by prompt information. After a few minutes, Luo Chanu shook his head and became quiet. The final outcome surprised him. The biggest winner this time is not Man of Steel but Fortitude and Unyielding. Man of Steel first devoured Taunt and then besieged the 5th level skill Destroy Strike together with Fortitude and Unyielding and successfully subdued and swallowed it. But never expected, Fortitude and Unyielding, this 6th child secretly occupied half of his energy. Afterwards, it even attacked Sacrifice and Hardened Body, completely fused them, and derived new effects. This battle also benefited several other skills a lot. Except for the Asylum of the Goddess of Life, they have started to understand the state, and it seems that they are about to start to transform. Immediately, Luo Chanu took out the only SSS quality Divine Power Celestial Crystal. Skill Awakening. After thinking about it, he finally decided to use Steel Shield. After all, this is the earliest mutation skill that followed him. Moreover, it is also his core skill at present. Select a skill and use it. At the same time, there was a commotion in his head. Hint, your skill, Steel Shield, has absorbed a special item, Divine Power Celestial Crystal, and the skill has transformed and gained additional effects. Open black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Guardian of the Goddess of Life, is watching you eagerly, eager to obtain the skill energy of the special item, Crystal of God. Close black lens bracket. Reminder, your skill, Savage Charge, hopes that you can find an SSS grade, Brave Celestial Crystal, for it. Close black lens bracket. Reminder, your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, hopes that you can find an SSS grade, Guardian Crystal of the Gods, for it. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skills. All of a sudden, Luo Chanu was speechless. Why do they all need SSS grades? Where can he find it? When I checked the information before, I already knew the value of the Crystal of the Gods. Any B grade 1 is calculated in tens of millions, and no one sells it at SSS grade. I'm afraid that with his current wealth, he may not be able to afford an SS grade Celestial Crystal. Not to mention the SSS grade. Then he took out the other 6 Celestial Crystals, and as expected, even if he used them, he was prompted to be rejected. In the end, Luo Chanu, without hesitation, fed them to the shelter of the Goddess of Life. Let her start evolutionary transformation directly. These mutation skills are his treasures, no matter how much money is spent. He even planned to go to Donghai City to spend all his wealth and buy all skills. Think about it. He opened the skill panel and checked the transformation effects of several skills. Eliminating other skills that have not changed much, look at Steel Shield, Fortitude and Unyielding, and the Goddess of Life's Asylum. FK, what the hell is this? When Luo Chanu saw Steel Shield, he couldn't help but spit out a national quintessence. What did he see? The other effects of Steel Shield have not changed much, but the physique bonus has been increased by 10 times to 50 times, and the ability of taunting has also changed from a single unit to the 4 units with the highest attack power. The effect is also slightly improved. In addition, the damage of the shield explosion has also become a special mixed damage of the destruction type, and the damage and damage range have become much larger. And there are 2 more effects. Divine Power. During the duration of the shield, the normal attack damage is increased by 200%, and the strength judgment effect is increased by 30%. Shatter. During the duration of the shield, when attacking, destroy 30% of the target's defense value, and reduce a certain damage-free effect. Of course, none of this made him so shocked. The real reason is, if he has the effect of Steel Shield, the subsequent shield can be freely controlled away from his body, and the maximum BCCJ control distance is 200 meters. That is, he can use the shield as a special weapon. Block the damage, or blast the location, and even take it to smash people. As for the real effect, we have to wait for him to test it. As for the Fortitude and Unyielding skill, it has also been greatly improved, and the upper limit of various stacking has been increased. Added several additional effects and abilities. If the strength attribute is stacked to full value, destruction can be activated, and each attack can be accompanied by the destruction damage multiplied by the strength, which is the effect from the destruction blow. Permanently increase physical damage reduction by 30%, and increase the defense value effect brought by Constitution, which is the effect from hardened body. For every 1% decrease in HP, the HP recovery effect will be increased by 1%, and a certain amount of physical damage will be increased. And this is the fusion effect from Sacrifice and Destruction Strike. After combining these skills, Luo Chanu can still use these skills alone. Tisk tisk tisk, the character is the 6th, but the skills are really strong. Luo Chanu couldn't help feeling very emotional. As for the protection of the Goddess of Life, the improvement was not as obvious as the first 2, but it greatly enhanced his life-saving ability. It also gave him a lot of confidence. Ding, do you want to open the rank 3 transfer trial chest, SSS? Sure, ding, congratulations on getting the special item Space Godstone X1. Luo Chanu just wanted to look at the so-called Space Godstone when another prompt message appeared in front of him, and he couldn't fix it directly. Ding, your treasure, Heart of Time and Space, automatically absorbed the Space Godstone, and you lost the special item, Space Godstone. Luo Chanu, it's outrageous, everything he has is outrageous. Get so many good things, or secretly taken away. Anyway, let me take a look. Immediately, he excitedly opened the panel to check the changes of Heart of Time and Space. In the blink of an eye, nothing else has changed much. The space backpack has changed from the original 1000 to the current 3000 cubic meters. The additional skill, Space Blockade, has doubled the skill range and duration, and can automatically control the range. Other than that, there are no other changes. Actually, the effect is still very good. The most important thing is the automatic control range, which gives the greatest degree of freedom. Luo Chanu couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and check his 3 turn attributes. Open black lens bracket. Luo Chanu close black lens bracket. Occupation: Defense Warrior. Turn. Talent: Destiny Tianji Heavy Armor. Destiny. Open black lens bracket. Bloodline: Mad God Bloodline. SSS. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Level: LV.50 0.00%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Blood: 995288. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Magic: 113655. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Power: 18,650. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Physique: 21,568. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Agility: 12,910. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 14,221. Skills: Goddess of Life's Asylum, unique, steel shield, greed. Equipment. Pillar of Fate and Aurora Artifact, Bashan SSS, Ring of the Abyss S, Lord of the Abyss SSS. Treasure. Heart of Time and Space SSS, unique, steel armor C, thorns C. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket totem. Black dragon totem S, close black lens bracket. Strength. Tier 5. The third turn is indeed a job transfer node called a qualitative change. In addition to improving attributes at this node, the most important thing for all professionals is the passive nature of the fixed occupation. The reason for the qualitative change is the occupation passive physique. With it, under the constant comprehension and the use of special items, there is a chance to transform into a bloodline. And those professionals who already have the power of blood can also greatly improve their combat effectiveness. If you want to improve, you must superimpose some high-level attributes in the future, otherwise it will be very troublesome to face those high-level professionals. It is important to improve basic attributes. B. In the later stage, the role of higher-order attributes becomes more important. Just like facing Yin Man, after his attack was blocked, if the guy wasn't stunned, the counterattack would still be quite painful. 3 turns, it can be regarded as the threshold of formal entry. Why? That's right, for ordinary professionals, rank 3 is the entry point. And he also completely got rid of the title of Mungshin. After half an hour, after Luo Chanu packed up some things, he thought about it and put the photo of his parents into the space backpack. Go out and leave the military compound. Called a taxi. Go to Magic Technology City. Okay. This time, the taxi driver was not frightened by Luo Chanu, who was wearing a hat and sunglasses, because the place where he got on the taxi was the military compound. Luo Chanu knows that he is completely famous. So before going out, I specially found sunglasses to wear, so as not to be recognized. Trouble, it is a little less. Basically, taxi drivers are gifted with conversational skills. It's not. When the car starts, the driver starts. Sir, are you going to buy magic energy products? Luo Chanu nodded and said, buy a magic mobile phone. Ordinary mobile phones have no signal outside the city. I used to be an assassin. When I went out to explore, I really needed a magic phone. At least I could ask for help when it was in danger. Haha, it's a pity that I'm not strong enough, and I don't have any money, so I've been stuck at work all the time. Luo Chanu glanced at the pictures of family fun hanging on the taxi and said with a smile, but, you are very happy, aren't you? There are thousands of unsatisfactory things in life. Living every day, busy, and accompanied by family, is not the greatest happiness in life. Although the driver didn't notice the gaze behind Luo Chanu's sunglasses, he said, just like me, after get off work, my wife cooks and my daughter greets me. This is the happiest thing. Indeed, that's what I used to be. Oh, the driver was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and said, what about Mr. S goal now? Luo Chanu touched his nose and smiled, now, I want to live freely. This goal is very difficult. Even Lord Patronus would not dare to say the word, freedom. It's really hard, but it's human, isn't it? Since he got money, Luo Chanu has been very generous. After coming to Magic Energy Technology City, I spent huge sums of money to buy several magic energy technology products. Just the high-end magic phone cost him more than 3 million Xuanlong coins, but Luo Chanu felt that it was worth the money. It can not only make phone calls in the field, but even connect to the internet, which is definitely a very useful function for people who have been in the field for a long time. Besides, the most expensive thing is a black magic off-road vehicle, which sells for 50 million Xuanlong coins. Actually, Luo Chanu didn't want to buy this, but thinking that every time he went back to Longshan City, he had to take a taxi, he really needed a scooter. In this case, it is better to buy a high-level magic off-road vehicle that can also walk on the ground in the wild. One of the features made him very envious. That is field navigation. As long as this area is recorded, navigation services can be provided, which is very useful for students like him. Money is really worthless. Luo Chanu took half an hour to go through the relevant procedures for the magic off-road vehicle, and drove the new car to Longshan No. 1 Middle School. Longshan City, Longshan Trading Line. In a luxury office on the 3rd floor. Have you decided? The middle-aged man with golden glasses sat on the sofa, stroking the puppy in his hand. His face was expressionless, as if he had no emotion. Opposite him sat Yu Lingsu in a red dress. Yu Lingsu didn't feel any discomfort because of the middle-aged man's indifference. Instead, he said with a smile, "Dad, it's actually nothing to hand the trading house to the eldest brother. It's not that he can't do it." Immediately, she got up and came to the middle-aged man, holding his arm and shaking it gently. "People just want to go to Donghai headquarters, that's the place for me." The middle-aged man with golden eyes was Yu Lingsu's father, the real head of the Longshan Trading Company, Yu Yan. Yu Yan gently placed the puppy in his hand on the sofa, and the corner of his mouth raised a subtle arc. "Are you sure it's not for that kid Luo Chanu?" Yu Lingsu blushed. "That's not it, they just want to get our family back." Hearing this, Yu Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Something lost. It was he who gave up on it himself. The trading houses in the East China Sea had too much competition in business, and they were too big to use any means. They were too big to regard human life as a must. At first, for the safety of his family, he returned to his hometown of Longshan City to run the branch here. He really did not expect that Yu Lingsu would go back to the East China Sea for a little guy who had only met twice. Yu Yan knocked on Yu Lingsu's head and said seriously, "Let's go again in a few days, after this beast tide has passed." However, Yu Lingsu shook his head and said, "I just want to take advantage of this beast tide to raise the level. In this place in Longshan City, the level of nearby monsters is too low." "Bullshit." Yu Yan slapped his palm on the sofa, and Beta ran to the ground, whimpering. "The beast tide is not a child's play. Even a powerhouse of the 8th rank will fall into the beast tide, and ultimately cannot escape the result of its fall. Are you trying to find death?" Yu Lingsu had not seen his indifferent father get angry for a long time, but when he saw it, he laughed. "Dad, when did you see me messing around? Don't worry, people haven't lived enough yet. Not only the Longshan trading house, but also the Zhou family at this time. The roles have changed." Zhou Xiaoying looked at her father speechlessly and said, "Dad, no, you are so anxious to marry me. It doesn't matter if you give it a try. Besides, the Dongyu College you are applying for is not far from the East Naval Academy." Zhou Yu's face was full of ant smiles, and he took a sip of tea. "Besides, don't you have a bad impression of Luo Chen? Dad is here, you can't hide it from Dad." Zhou Xiaoying lightly stroked her forehead, then smiled and said, "Then I will go to Donghai City tomorrow and have a good understanding of what happened back then with my mother. Travel around and eat a whale. Cough cough. Actually, it's no big deal." Longshan No. 1 Middle School. Luo Chanu came to the principal's office, knocked on the door, and after hearing An Chen's voice, he pushed open the door and entered. "Just see." An Chen and Yu Zhilin sat on the sofa and played chess leisurely. "Principal, Teacher Yu, you are so leisurely." An Chen didn't look back, stared at the chessboard, and said, "Wait, I can kill him immediately without leaving a piece of armor. That appearance looks like a pair of chess masters." When Luo Chanu walked over to take a look at the chess game, suddenly speechless, An Chen's layout looked like a novice, and it was messy, but Teacher Yu was well organized and well organized. If An Chen can win, he eats the chessboard. He froze. Yu Zhilin pushed the chessboard and said, "Principal, I am not your opponent, I admit defeat. Or, let Rong Chanu accompany you in the next game." Luo Chanu waved his hand hastily and said, "I can't play chess." "Ha ha ha." An Chen smiled complacently and said, "Mr. Yu, I will practice more in the future." Yu Zhilin smiled and nodded in agreement. "This is Zhonghu." Luo Chanu opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Principal, shouldn't you be very busy today with such a big thing happening yesterday? There are still many law enforcement teams patrolling the streets today. Moreover, the High Wall has also issued a message that restricts going out of the city." What surprised him was that Longshan No. 1 Middle School, which was in the center of the storm, was so calm. An Chen packed up the chessboard, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Luo Chanu. "If it weren't for Longshan City, I wouldn't want to take care of their affairs. Now that the matter is over, someone will naturally be happy to take care of it in the follow-up. I still want to live a few years of peace." Luo Chanu nodded. those black-hearted people really can't participate. Otherwise, if you are sold, you will have to help people with money. Just when Luo Chanu wanted to ask about when to leave for Donghai City, Yu Jilin came to Luo Chanu's side. Xiao Luo, this is for you. Luo Chanu took it curiously and asked, Mr. Yu, what is this? Didn't you give me a skill book yesterday? Although the value is not as good as knife killing the sky, but I can only get this at the moment, I'll make it up next time. When Luo Chanu heard this explanation, he didn't accept it, and he wasn't very troubled if he didn't accept it. And Chen smiled and said, take it, it's Teacher Yu's intention. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Luo Chanu was not in a hurry to check it, and put the package into the space backpack, and his gratitude to Yu Jilin was raised to a new level. These days, Yu Jilin has not taken care of him less. Next time I have a chance, I will make something for him. You're welcome, then I'll go around the teaching building and talk to you. Go. And Chen waved his hand and watched Yu Jilin leave. When the door slammed, he turned to Luo Chanu and sighed, Mr. Yu is a typical person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It's a pity that he wasn't plotted at the beginning, and he wouldn't be stuck at level 75, so he couldn't make an inch. Such words made Luo Chenyi curious. Principal, what can limit the level? A lot, you just arrived, there are so many things you haven't seen. As An Chen spoke, the smile on his face disappeared and turned into a solemn expression. Xiao Yu, there are actually 2 things for you to come here this time. Headmaster, please speak. And Chen took out a crystal, released the soundproof barrier, and took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. The first thing is to answer your question last time, about your Luo family. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, and Chen was able to say it was indeed something he didn't expect. You must know. Demigods have already stood at the top of the world, and not everyone would dare to mention it. However, he also wanted to hear if there was any difference between An Chen's news and Wang Hai's. At this time, An Chen's voice sounded again, your grandfather, who was called the number 1 berserker more than 20 years ago, is actually not because of his high level, but because he has a treasure of berserkers. That treasure can make him fight even higher than the first. Once, outside the Great Wall of Blood, countless people witnessed that with his 7th order strength, he forcibly hacked to death the 9th order Beast King. Originally, your grandfather hid the treasure very well, but one day, a mysterious man in black came to ask for it, saying that it was their heritage treasure and asked him to hand it over. Later, Lord Patronus appeared, so that the mysterious man in black was repelled, but the matter leaked out in a small area. Not long after, your grandfather died in the Great Wall of Blood, and the treasure disappeared. Your parents also went to the Great Wall of Blood in the following years. Go through all obstacles and become a heroic existence. 10 years ago, your parents also left. At that time, there was an order from above, no one could shelter the Luo family otherwise. At this time, Luo Chanu finally understood the ins and outs, and asked with a frown, who is above? And Chen hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, Demigod, Fengji, the guard of the 7 southwestern provinces. It's him. Luo Chanu called out in surprise. It turned out that he didn't know the name, but yesterday, he saw Fengji's name on that 9 layers abyss rankings. It turned out that the name 5. I didn't expect him to be a demigod, or a guard of the 7 southwestern provinces. So, here comes the question. Why did he target the Luo family? And Chen shook his head and said, no one knows, maybe he wants that treasure too. Interesting. Luo Chanu laughed. A demigod who bullies a child, he is not afraid of being laughed at when he speaks out. Alas, not many people actually know about this matter. Longshan's side has been suppressed by Yin Man. In fact, and Chen also wanted to help Luo Chanu to get things out, but in the face of the majesty of the demigod, he knew that it was just useless effort, and it might even make Luo Chanu the target of public criticism. Therefore, he could only help a little secretly over the years, at least to save Luo Chanu's life. But you can rest assured that as long as you become a full member of the Barbarian God Legion, the demigods of Fengji will not dare to deal with you in plain sight. Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, Principal, I'm already an official member, title, Wild Bear. Quote. Surprised there is no wood. You, You really got the title? That's right, the barbarian boss asked Brother Satu to get me the token. Luo Chanu put the barbarian army token on the table, smiled and said, then I should be safe for the time being. That's all done, then, Principal, when are we going to Donghai City? And Chen looked at the roaring giant bear on the token, and was completely numb. Good guy, he used to be in the Great Wall of Blood, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to get the title of the Barbarian God Legion. And Luo Chanu was able to get the title as soon as he entered the army of barbarian gods. The most important is, it was also bestowed by the gods himself. Envy, jealousy, hate. Facing Luo Chanu's question, he slowed down and said, this is my second thing. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Donghai City with you. It is good. Luo Chanu nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll go out to practice and level up today, and take revenge by the way. And Chen frowned when he heard the word revenge. Do you still have enemies? Yes. Luo Chanu nodded earnestly and said, the king of wild beasts in Yangshan beat me so hard that day, I can't swallow this breath. And Chen, 0. Holding such vengeance, if he grows up. I am afraid that the demigod Fengji will have to eat a pot. Seeing An Chen's speechless expression, Luo Chanu suddenly thought of something, and then asked, well, can I go in under Yangshan's control? And Chen came back to his senses, nodded, and said, yes, Yangshan was originally an area divided by yin and man, and now it has been unblocked. Headmaster, see you tomorrow. Luo Chanu was about to leave, but saw An Chen saying, tonight, Lao Shu, the leader of Longshan City, wants to invite you to a meal, do you have time? No, I'm not going home tonight. Decisive. This kind of fearless socializing is the most annoying thing for him, and it is better to play games at home. And Chen smiled and said, then go ahead and gather at the city gate at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Gather. Luo Chanu grabbed the keywords and asked, who else will go to the East China Sea? You guess. I do not guess, you guess. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you guess or not. The most important thing now is to revenge. If you have vengeance, you must repay. This is Luo Chanu's life creed. After leaving the school, Luo Chanu drove directly towards the high wall. Along the way, the speed is fast. The cool off-road vehicle has attracted a lot of attention. In addition to marveling at the local tyrants, there is more envy. Such a luxurious off-road vehicle can only be owned by those high-level professionals. Soon, Luo Chanu came to the parking lot at the foot of Yangshan Mountain. Opening square bracket opening parenthesis. 012311112113453451. The situation in front of him made him frown. The parking lot is full of all kinds of vehicles, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians coming and going. The sun was scorching hot, and there were even professionals who set up stalls in the parking lot as small traders. Luo Chanu didn't think much, put on his hat and sunglasses, and got out of the car. There were all kinds of chatter in my ears. Team up to fight level 50 Night Owls, I have turned to defense 3 times, complete skills, 200,000 plus HP, come to master. Level 40 Quick Brush Team, 4,000 plus Spirit Masters lead the team, come to the boss, just a pit. The material team is formed, and we will peel and collect. Look, that's the person from the Adventure Guild. I didn't expect them to dare to come out. I don't know that they are all about to be blacklisted. The Adventure Guild is really in trouble this time. The Wong family colluded with the Ground Mouse and almost sent the president of their headquarters into the hospital. It is said that he is still under review at the imperial capital. Fortunately, Luoshan was there to expose the conspiracy of the Wong family. I heard that Luoshan killed them in seconds with a mace, too fierce. Nonsense, obviously punched them to death with one punch. Have you seen the pothole in the middle of the parking lot? I heard that Luoshan came out of it. So mighty, sigh, Luoshan is really a role model for our generation. He is only 18 years old and his capital is so rich. More than that, Zhongfeng was smashed to pieces by Luoshan's stick, and even Yi Xiaowang was killed. Don't be embarrassed, although Luoshan is awesome, he is also a normal person. Wow, there is an honest man here, come and bully him. Luo Chanu was speechless when he heard these words. Really scary. He is so arrogant that he doesn't even know himself. Shaking his head, he walked towards the mountain road. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.